you having your meeting? Yes.
Who we got today? Jeff, you want to do the pledge?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we're going to go to public participation. No action will be taken on any item until it's properly agendized. It's anticipated the public participation will be held at this time, though it may be returned to at any time during the agenda. Citizens wishing to speak during public participation are asked to state their name for the record and will be limited to 3 minutes. The board will conduct public comment after discussion of each agenda item, but before the board takes any action. Afterwards, please print your name at the clerk's desk. Okay, for possible action, review and adoption of agenda. Looking for a motion.
Chair, I move we approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Any public comment? Okay, we're gonna go to the vote. All in favor of the agenda the way it stands, signify by saying aye.
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 Same motion passed 5-0. We'll move on to item number 4 for possible action review and I'm sorry, item number 5, county manager.
Good morning, Jeff Page, County Manager for the record. So today we are here to discuss the ARPA funding, and we have a number of people who are here to present. So the ground rules are as follows. Each presenter will be given 10 minutes to present. We have a good old fashioned egg timer here to go 10 minutes. And I'm sorry if you're not finished, but it's like public participation. We will need to cut you off at that 10-minute mark. The board does have all your backup material in the agenda. As you can see the agenda up there on the screen. Each one of your requests and information you provided to our office is in there. The board's had opportunity to review those documents for a number of days. As we go through the process, the board may decide throughout to take short recesses, to use the restroom, those kinds of things. We will come back and follow through until we're done with the presentation. Once the presentations are done, the board has the option of making decisions today and saying this is what we're going to fund, or deliberating and requesting that the final decision be made at a later date. Hopefully that's not where we get, but it depends on how good of a salesperson you are with the board and how conflicted they are with identifying what it is that they want to fund. If there are any questions or concerns from the board, I'd be more than happy to answer them. For the board's edification, I will be stepping out of the room momentarily here to meet with the community development director and some folks for about 10-15 minutes. Mr. Floyd will be running the Zoom and the first set of presentations. So any questions from the board that the board may have or concerns the board may have?
Jeff, can you just real quick cover the available funds for allocation one more time for everybody's edification?
We're at, well, let me pull this up.
6.1. I got it.
So we're, if I can see the screen, because I can see that. Old and blind. So currently we have we have available for allocation $6.2 million. The upper top of the document shows you what we spent funding on so far. And we have a total of $11.2 million that we were allocated. And today we're going to try to make a decision to about $6.2 million. So not an easy decision for the board, I understand. Staff will be here to support you and address any questions or concerns that you have throughout the process.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Sir.
Mr. Page, as far as when the presenters are done, the commissioner is allowed to ask some clarifying questions, or is that outside of the 10 minutes?
So yes, no, they get 10 minutes to present, then however long the board wants to discuss or ask questions of the presenter is fine.
Any other questions for Mr. Page before he steps out of the room? Alrighty.
All righty, I
Thank you,
will
sir.
get the first one up and then Mr. Foy will take over for me.
And just for clarification's sake, just because they're not on here does not mean they can't throw a pitch, right? If there's something on here that somebody's, or if there's somebody here that wants to make a pitch that is not on the agenda.
That late backup material.
Late backup material is fine. We'll just include that with the agenda. Okay, so the first one up, Mr. Chair, will be Central Lyon County Fire.
Okay, well, I want to clarify, and I'm not seeing it on here. This is something I brought up at the agenda meeting the other day. One that specifically jumps out at me, and Melinda Cash is here, but I am not seeing the Mount House Community Center request. I'm sorry, I do see it. There it is.
Yep,
Sorry. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I could recommend Josh Foley, Lyon County Comptroller, for the record. I believe the board has the ability to bring up any additional projects that they want, not necessarily the public, but the board if they have additional items they wish to discuss.
Affirmative. Thank you. So the first one,
And you may want to read the agenda item in at this time.
okay, agenda item 5A, for possible action, hearing and decision on allocation of the American Rescue Plan Act funding. Each presentation will be limited to 10 minutes, followed by board questions and or discussion. So it looks like first up, we have Central Lyon Fire Chief McIntosh. Chief McIntosh here. Oh, there he
I'm present. Good morning, Mr. Chair and fellow commissioners. Ryan McIntosh, Assistant Fire Chief for Central Lyon County Fire, for the record. Thank you for having us this morning. Sorry I'm joining by Zoom. I'd rather be in person, but I am on vacation with my wife and children, trying to enjoy some time away from the office. You guys are no stranger to our request. We've been here before the ARPA funds were even allocated. We've met with most of you, if not all of you, regarding this request. Our request is for $436,000, almost $437,000 to buy 2 new ambulances, or what we call rescues in our service. You know, it's fitting that it ties within the ARPA, the Rescue Plan Act. Central Lyon County Fire, as you guys know, is a standalone 474 fire protection district. We do not receive CARES funding, ARPA funding directly. We have no overlapping city within our 7 communities. Therefore, we must come to you as a commission to hear our request for potential or possible allocation. Our request is simple: 2 ambulances. The fire district furnishes everything else, including the employees, which are our highest cost, and all the consumable goods and equipment that go on our ambulances. Central Lyon County Fire, we serve about 50% of the population of Lyon County, 7 communities, all unincorporated. We run about 4,200 calls a year. 85% of those are EMS, and our capital budget can't sustain buying 2 new ambulances at this time. And over the last 2 years of COVID, we've run about 2,000 calls to COVID or COVID-like symptom patients. And the biggest impact to our operations is the fact that we don't have a receiving community hospital. We must leave the county with every patient transport. And that puts hundreds of miles on our ambulances for every call. And we're doing, 3,000 of those a year outside the county. And we're putting hundreds of thousands of miles on our ambulances. Right now, we have 6 in our system. 2 of those 6 ambulances are from the year 2007. They've been in the service for 15 years. They've got well over 200 and approaching 300,000 miles, and they're in our reserve service. And we're constantly having to put those in primary service just because the amount of miles we put on our ambulances, they're in and out of service for repair and maintenance. And our ask is simple. We're just trying to get new ambulances in our system that'll be there for 15 years, serving half of the community's population's health and emergency needs. So Not a whole, no fancy PowerPoint, no other data. I did connect or put a quote in there from our ambulance provider on what the cost of a new ambulance is. So if you guys have any other questions, I'd be willing to take those now.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna start off with a real quick question. Is this an all or nothing request? Would you guys be able to make use of one ambulance, say, if we went with one ambulance?
Yes, we will take anything you guys are willing to give us. We obviously ask for two because of our model. We serve the population out of two separate fire stations that are about 14 miles apart, and each of those fire stations cover about 300 square miles. Two is what we need. We will take anything though. So I didn't want to put that in there that we're willing to take half because that should have been our ask, but whatever you guys are willing to support us with, we will take graciously.
Yeah, no, understood. And this will be a question I'll ask each entity is, what are they, what can they function with, and, whether or not it's all or nothing. So thank you. I'm going to go to the rest of the board. Questions from the other board members. Chief,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, and thank you for your service that you guys provide to everyone. A few questions on a couple of points. So your ask is for two ambulances, just the ambulance itself, and you guys are going to take care of stocking it.
Correct. Yeah, and staffing it. We will take care of all the other consumable goods, tires, maintenance, all the consumable products, cardiac defibrillator, power load, gurney, you name it. There's about a half the cost of the ambulance would go into consumable on it.
I'm sure of that. And then, okay, so we have a request here for, and including yours, for a total of 5 ambulances. And I just wonder if there's been any consideration given to you guys getting together, do an MOU or something to buy 5 ambulances together and maybe get a better price, because the prices we've got for ambulances are all over the board. And I was just wondering if there's any consideration that, because I know there are government funding or government purchasing projects like US Communities and some other ones out there. Has any thought been put into that?
There has not, Mr. Commissioner. We each have different specifications on our ambulances. We all run different brands and different specifications, like Mason Valley, for instance. They like their long distance transport ambulances. They're generally based off of a Sprinter van chassis, and I'm not speaking for them, but like us, we drive a different F550 chassis ambulance. Not saying it's not possible. Absolutely, if that's the direction you gave us, to join together, if you funded 5 ambulances and find a purchasing group to buy them through, where we could save some money. And obviously our price on 2 ambulances comes down a little bit when we buy in multiples. So it is possible. If that was the direction you gave us with funding, absolutely, we would take that on.
Okay, thank you. And just to put the other fire protection district on notice, that question will be asked of each of you. So thank you.
Yep. Basically, that was the same thing when I looked at the prices and noticed that you were coming out to about $218,000 for an ambulance, and others were coming out to 250 plus. So it would be an excellent idea if everybody got together and tried to figure out how we could do a multiple purchase and save some money. So that was basically what my concern was.
Thank you, Mr. Hockaday. Mr. Jacobson.
Just appreciate your time here today, sir. Thank you.
Yours also. Thank you.
Ms. Keller, do you have anything? Okay, thank you. All right. Okay, we're just going to push through the presentations, Josh, I think, before we take any action on any single issue. So next up, we have Mason Valley Fire Protection District. Anybody with Mason Valley here to present? Is there anybody online for them? All right, well, we will move on to Smith Valley Fire Protection District. Mr. Loveberg, welcome back.
Thank you. Good morning. Rob Loveberg, Fire Chief, Smith Valley Fire District. We'd like to thank you for the opportunity make the presentation to you this morning, and I'm going to try to be extremely brief. You've got a lot to go through. So if I didn't cover something, please do ask me. But our district board and our volunteers and the community really appreciates the opportunity for me to come before you and make this request for the purchase of a new ambulance. It directly addresses the needs in the community, community's health and safety requirements. And we believe the district's request is directly related to the act's intent. So we appreciate your consideration. We are requesting the purchase of an ambulance. The total cost, including a new ambulance cot, is $310,624 according to our current quotes and estimate. And to address upfront your question regarding differences in manufacturers and specifications and things, we run a volunteer intermediate life support ambulance service with 2 ambulances. We have designed specific ambulance compartments and things like that to assist our volunteers in being as efficient as possible. We also are, the quote is from a company that makes ambulance patient modules that can be remounted multiple times. And so our intent to save the taxpayers of our district money is to purchase that sort of module so that we can remount it on a new chassis and use that module for many years, not just 10 or 15. And we tend to use our equipment for a much longer period than most higher volume districts. So we have specifically looked at that so that we can save money each time with just putting it on a new chassis and save the taxpayers anywhere from $75,000 to $125,000 per remount. So that's why ours may be different than somebody else's. We also, just like Central and North Lyon, I believe, run type 1 ambulances because we, like them, have to transport longer distances. We don't have a hospital right in Smith Valley, so that works out much better for us. As you may or may not know, ours is a volunteer-based system. And so the ambulance attendants are volunteers. That means that we may run with 2 or 3. And so a larger ambulance is also a necessity for that. You have supporting documentation in your packet. I included the cost information. And I could go over the effects about being the smallest fire district in the county and most rural. But I think some of those are self-evident, and actually I put statistics in there, so I won't bore you with all of that. We think that it's a vital need for the community. We have one 25-year-old ambulance that Central Lyon graciously donated to us some years ago, and it's still in service. And we have another 18-year-old ambulance. So this would be a boon to the community by giving us the ability to retire the 25-year-old ambulance and at least put it into a reserve capacity, if not be able to try to find a new home with another volunteer agency or something so it can continue serving the people in Nevada. So I'm open to any questions, and I'd be happy to go over any of the other information if you feel the need.
Real quick question, I'll probably steal Mr. Henderson's thunder. Would you guys be able to enter into an agreement with the other districts if this were to go through and come up with something that would you guys all be able to order through the same company and something that works?
I can't say that we all would be able to do that. We'd certainly be open to looking at that possibility and also open to looking at the possibility that if we weren't able to do that, we look at whatever funding was available if that was the case. So, and to answer the question you asked before, yes, we're willing to accept something less than the total.
Would you guys be able to come in with some match? I mean, do you guys have some reserves set aside where, I mean, you could help with the cost of an ambulance?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Just one question, if I may. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a replacement ambulance, correct?
Yes.
Okay, is there any of the supplies that are on the existing ambulance that can be transferred over to this and I have to buy new?
So all of the consumable supplies and our EMS equipment would be transferred over. We did ask for a new cot, but we can certainly use the cot that we had before. So yeah, that is possible.
Okay, and then this is just a curiosity question for me because, you know, the quote says is that the ambulance itself is $247,000. And then there's another quote in here for $13,509. It looks like for lights for the.
That's correct. So
For,
because we did not go with the same manufacturer as for lighting equipment as the ambulance manufacturer normally uses, we proposed to purchase those on our own and then provide them to them. They would install them, but it's not something that they use every day.
I was just thinking, if I pay $247,000 for a vehicle, it better come with turn signals.
So that's the emergency warning lights and siren equipment. So normally that would be in the package. So if it was in the package, you'd end up with something around $270,000 anyway. It's just that we like the other manufacturer better.
Okay, thank you. That was just that's all curiosity. Thank you.
Mr. Hockaday.
Yes, thank you for all the help that you provided to my mother-in-law when she was alive and responding. So I know how important your ambulance service is out to Smith Valley. I would like to make sure that we push pretty hard to do what we can, make sure we have that response. And I know my question, and you answered it, was how old is the newest one that you have, which obviously is pretty old. So I appreciate your presentation, and I also appreciate the service out in Smith Valley.
We're happy to provide the service.
Just for curiosity's sake, when you get a quote for something like that, how many do you get? Are you obligated to get a minimum of 3, or is it just a 4?
Mr. Chair, if I could speak.
Please, yeah, absolutely. That's your bailiwick.
Josh Foley, Lyon County Comptroller. These are federal funds that we're talking about, so we are required to follow the federal procurement guidelines, which means in these particular cases, we're over $200,000. It would be required to be a formal competitive bid, or we could use a product that has been bid competitively by other governments as well. We can't piggyback off of other governments, but as an example, Government Services Administration, GSA, has bids that they do on a regular basis, and we can go in and use their pricing or Nevada state pricing or any other cooperative that we belong to. So all of these, we aren't going to be able to necessarily take the quote that they've given us. We're going to have to go out to competitive bid or find a product that's been competitively bid that we can use.
So best case scenario, these, so what you're saying then is these are probably in the long run estimates
Yes,
and not so much firm prices. And then with that, thank you. And you said your oldest one is 25 years old?
It's a 1997.
Oh, to be 25 again. But
One's 25 and one's 18.
25 sounds old for an ambulance.
It's still serviceable, obviously, but it is costing us more. We just got it out of the shop again, having to replace several items. So,
Well, thank you for taking care of Lyon County and your South Lyon fire equipment. That's to be commended.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobson. Ms. Keller, anything?
Nope, I'm just listening so far.
Thank you. So I will say from personal experience, it is rather embarrassing to be going through an intersection with lights and sirens and then be dead in the intersection, having everybody look at you. Been there, done that, and don't want to do it again. But so I have a question here. So since this is going to have to go out to bid, especially since we're looking at so many ambulances, would you guys be able to get together and collaborate on, say, one manufacturer with one ambulance that would suit all of your guys' needs, that we could go out for one bid with, one set of standards? I mean, because you guys all, I mean, even though you guys are in different areas, I mean, y'all need 4-wheel drive, y'all need, long haul. I mean, there's a lot of similarities there, but then obviously you'd be able to, adorn it with your own emblems.
Mr. Chair, this
Yes.
is Josh Foley, Lyon County Comptroller. My recommendation is that the board just takes a look at a dollar amount of funding and not get into the type of ambulance that they would be purchasing, and just say, we're going to give you up to X amount to purchase an ambulance. It's up to them to figure out how to make that work, and let them do it so that their drivers are familiar with whatever rigs they're using, with whatever compartments they're using, and so on and so
Being that
forth.
it's 18 years since they had their newest ambulance, they're not going to be familiar with anything in the newer ones.
But
Some of these kids driving them may not be much older than,
that very well could be true, except maybe in Smith Valley. But
Yeah. Last thing I want to hear is, what does this button do?
on those, it might be beneficial for the fire districts to be able to set their own specifications and just look for a dollar amount from the board on what the board's willing to fund dollar wise. It might make it a lot simpler on everyone. That way you have some of the fire districts that may have newer equipment that actually would match what their existing equipment is. So just a thought to bring up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Ludberg.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I could, we received late backup from Northland County Fire Protection District. If you'd like to do all the districts at the same time, or
Well,
if you
yeah.
want to enjoy yourselves and spread them out, that's.
No,
up to
you beat me to it. Cut into 5.
Yeah, 9.
Chief Jason Nickel, for the record, from North Lyon County Fire Protection District. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I did have a PowerPoint presentation that I had sent in. I am guessing that didn't get loaded in. It's all right. I don't need it. We went through a PowerPoint presentation several months ago when we came down and talked about the districts. And I've been able to look through the packet, and I see a lot of jumping right to the gist of things. There's some big differences between the ambulances that you have requests for. Our particular request for ARPA for ambulance funding through the ARPA funds is based on a process that we started about 2.5 years ago. When I first got here, our fleet was the average age of our fleet from line vehicles all the way through engines was over 20 years old. This causes an exceptional amount of O&M with our fleet. So we spend an exorbitant amount of money in our fleet. So we've started a new process of updating our fleet. And we've been lucky enough to have a partner with the city of Burnley, who has graciously helped us to afford another ambulance. And we have 2 replacement ambulances that have already replaced 2 of our oldest ambulances. This current request will replace a 3rd ambulance. We typically run 3 ambulances frontline and 4 ambulances on an almost daily basis. North Lyon Fire covers almost 50% of the population of the county, even though we're only in 174 square miles. We do have a pretty high call volume. Our ambulances are the workhorses of the fire district. We on average put 400 miles a day on our ambulances. Our average ambulance transport round trip is about 80 miles. We have started working with a manufacturer that is a GSA manufacturer. It's all been competitively bid, and we're trying to convert our fleet all to one particular brand, one particular setup, one particular design, so that every one of our paramedics, every one of our EMTs is working in identical resources no matter what they do. And by being able to update our fleet to current standards, current crash test standards, current triple K standards and NFPA standards, we're able to create a safer environment, not just for our firefighters, but a better and safer environment for our citizens. Now, our call volume is such that we're running approximately 4,000 calls per year, 85% of those, much like Central Lyon Fire, being medical calls. We transport almost 50% of that. So we end up with a lot of units in Reno. One of the big pieces that is important to remember is that we rely on each other quite a bit, especially with Central Lyon Fire and North Lyon Fire. We rely on each other for backup a lot. So even if we're only running between 3 and 4 ambulances per day, there's a good chunk of the time that Central Lyon Fire ambulances are up in North Lyon Fire. And there's a good chunk of the time that North Lyon Fire ambulances are in Central Lyon Fire. We back each other up when we have no other units. My request for you today, and I'm not embarrassed to say that it's the highest dollar value request. We're more than happy to get into the specifics of why that is. I'll leave that for questions. So I humbly please, we need the ARPA funding, just like Central Lyon Fire, we're a 474. We do not get direct CARES funding, nor do we get direct ARPA funding. And our current taxation in North Lyon Fire is only covers 42% this year, fiscal year, only covers 42% of our operations. So anything that we could do to cut a dollar here or a dollar there of operations and maintenance goes to help provide the service. So we are in dire financial need of this, even though we have had success with transferring some of our fleet to newer vehicles. That's a request. So
Thank you, Chief.
questions?
You know, actually, I'm gonna go to Rob. That's all.
Chief Nichols, thank you for being here today. You broke down a lot of this, the price difference, which is appreciated. Can you explain that striker cot at 22,000? I'm guessing that that's the entire structure that pulls out, automatically lifts.
Yeah, absolutely. The striker power load power cot is a two-piece purchase. There's the actual gurney that we wheel into your bedroom, but then there's also the carriage. It's described a forklift. It's a glorified forklift, and that's the part that mounts in the ambulance. The standard price for that GSA is about $47,000 for both pieces, and both pieces are required in order for that piece to work. I didn't delve too much into the other bids to see if they had power load cots. There's two main manufacturers. There's a Furno and a Striker. We, in our fleet, through our fleet process, have decided to use Striker cots, which we have on all of our rigs. Did that answer your question?
You know it. Thanks again. I know I hear the sirens all the time. So
That's one of the drawbacks of living really close to the fire station.
now, if you ever take my in-laws to take it, no.
There's a HIPAA requirement here that I can't talk about.
Mr. Hockaday. Ms. Keller. She holding up a sign saying something? Okay. Yes, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you said the city of Burnley gave you an ambulance? Was that out of their ARPA funds or?
They did not give us an ambulance. They, through CARES funding, the city of Fernley was able to help offset some of our personnel costs through the pandemic. And we were able to take the savings from our personnel costs to purchase another ambulance. So it's, they didn't directly buy an ambulance for us, but that would be, well, the PowerPoint that you're not looking at right now would be the 2020 ambulance that we have was funded through those personnel savings that we had from the city of Fernley.
Okay. And did you make a request to the city of Burnley for ARPA money?
We have not made a request to the city of Fernley for ARPA.
And your service area is pretty much the city of Burnley.
Correct. We have approximately 7 square miles that is unincorporated county.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You guys do provide a lot of coverage though, I don't know if it's actually called mutual aid. I mean, you guys are still in the county, but you guys are still a resource that we rely on at county level quite a bit, correct?
Correct.
And
And,
that,
and other counties
Yeah.
also. We respond a lot. We're a much larger giver of service than receiver.
so you guys received ARPA funds, but they were personnel and you used those funds to offset the cost of the ambulance, correct? I mean, you offset the personnel cost, money savings there went to the ambulance.
Correct.
So it was an
CARES
indirect
fund.
ARPA
It was
supplementation.
CARES. It was
So,
CARES
and you
fund.
guys are lucky enough to be in the position where you get two partners, the county, because you serve the county
Correct.
as well as the city. So that's a good thing.
It is.
So I saw Mr. Foley raising his hand, but I was trying to just clarify that. So
If I could just add something to that point for the entire
Please.
board. Josh Foley, Lyon County Comptroller, we're talking, we've had a discussion already with multiple fire districts about CARES and ARPA funding. CARES was the first congressional act that came out for response to COVID-19. And the county, out of their portion of that, did allocate to each of the fire districts. The Board of County Commissioners approved money to each of the fire districts that was shared with them. CARES funding is over with now. We're on to the ARPA funding. The cities did receive substantially more per capita than the county received for unincorporated areas of the county. And the ARPA funds can be used a little less restrictively than the CARES funds. So just wanted to put that on the record for you and give you that information.
So one final question. If we came in less than what your ask was for, did you guys still have funding you guys could put towards to make up the difference?
We do not. It would be very, very difficult for us to come out of existing funds to make any difference in the bid. In complete total honesty, our taxation has been neglected, and it is so low that we have to, for lack of a better terms, we have to hustle for the 52 or 58 to 60% of budgetary need that taxation does not provide for us. You can see in our bid, there are some things in our bid that are not included in other people's bids. That's because we don't have the funding for these necessary items. I can't do the same thing that Smith Valley has said they could, and Central Valley has said that they could in buying a lot of the equipment to go on it. We have to be able to take it as a package deal. Now, that's not to say I won't turn money down. I would never do that. But it would be very, very difficult for us to come up with $100,000 to make up the difference.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Any further questions? Okay, I'm sorry, Mr.
I don't have anything for Chief Nichols other than to thank him for his time here today. I know it's good to see him. I just want to throw this out there. Since Mason Valley was not here, I'm not going to assume that they skipped it. I'm going to assume that they're
Running a call.
saving a life maybe. And so I would move that we do not hold their absence against them when they're asking for this. So with that, I'm ready to move on.
Okay. And I was of the same mindset. It's just because they're not here. I mean, they took time to submit, so we still consider. Lyon County Sheriff drone project.
Frank Cunningham, Lyon County Sheriff. If you guys figure out your ambulance thing and Chief Lovberg winds up home, give it his ambulance, I got home for it already. So shall move on from that. So a couple of years ago, we stood in front of you guys and asked about purchasing a drone. You graciously did that for us. And currently we have one large drone and 4 small drones in service. This proposal from you today is for 2 more large drones. The biggest difference that is notable between the one we currently have and these 2 ones is a night vision capability. These 2 that we have in this proposal have the ability to do night operations and take pictures and do all that stuff, which we currently cannot do. The geography is our number 1 nemesis. You guys hear me say it all the time. And since we're so far spread out, and this really become evident in the last case that we just did in Burnley, the large drone was used significantly in that investigation. We were the only agency that was involved that actually had a drone to be deployed. And it was tied up for a couple of days doing searches in remote parts of Nevada. So it posed a problem, and the fact is, okay, what we've been running into is we don't just have one incident. We have multiple incidents that kick off at the same time. One of the things that drones have done for us is increased our ability to react more quickly to certain situations. We use them for barricaded subjects, certain finding lost people, looking for individuals that are deceased and that stuff. So the other piece that the large drones brings to the table is the ability to fly in our Nevada weather conditions. Our smaller drones are limited by wind. The larger drone can sustain a lot better wind conditions, rain and stuff like that we can't do with our small drones. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to get 2 more drones so we can spread them out sporadically throughout the county, one in the north end of the county, one in the central part of the county, one in the south end of the county. So that when we have those instances that come up, we can deploy them a lot faster instead of have to worry about where the last drone was used and have to go get it and bring it down here and stuff like that. So that's the biggest reason why we're putting this proposal before you. It's a significant cost, $66,000 and some change. But for what we get out of it and the number of times that we deploy these drones in the last couple of years, it's a significant improvement to our operations. So other than that, I'll entertain any questions you might have and look forward to doing business eventually.
Mr. Jacobson, any questions?
I have none at this time.
Ms. Keller?
No questions. I already know the value of having the drones, so move on.
Mr. Hockaday? Good. Mr. Anderson? I'm good. A couple quick questions. One, what does it cost for one Raven deployment, and do we reimburse that to Washoe County if we can get it?
So in the search we had in Burnley, Raven came out free for us on that one. They do that for free. We don't have to.
Well, it's not free. We just don't pay for
We
it.
don't pay for it. They do it for free to the sheriff's office.
Yeah.
We don't pay for that, but getting Raven deployed is not a quick process. I mean, if you got a planned events, usually start that the day before and then they'll come out for the next day. If you're going to do an on-call event like a search and rescue operation, it takes 2 to 3 hours to get that helicopter up in the air. I would sit here in front of you and ask that I want a helicopter. I do want a helicopter.
We all have one.
So does the guy that sells insurance on TV,
I
okay?
know, exactly. So Washoe County is very cooperative in terms of us using that resource, but it's not readily available. It's not always available, and they'll only come out for certain things. On the drone stuff, I mean, that's our Lyon County version of helicopter. We can deploy those on anything that we want. So that's the biggest difference between that.
Got it. And same question, could you guys make it work with one?
We could.
Not ideal, but I mean, it would still be a very value added resource. It wouldn't be
I mean,
an all or nothing.
we've been making it work with one. It's just talked in terms of, like I said, because of geography, oftentimes it's difficult to make that happen as quick as. I mean, there's certain scenes that you could deploy. If we could deploy the drones quicker, maybe we can come up with a solution faster. I'm not saying that we can't make it work with one. We can't, because we have been for the last couple of years.
Yeah. This one's just got a lot more capabilities though.
But the frequency that we're starting to use these things is increasing tremendously. And I don't see that changing.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Yeah, I just have one quick question on that want list of that helicopter. Have you priced one?
Well, the biggest problem would be who wins the struggle between Captain Smith and I who get to fly it.
Ah, okay. Well, I was just.
Either one of you.
My
guys,
money's on
please.
Captain Smith, big boy.
Have you seen the way he drives?
Sheriff,
No.
Sheriff, RHIP. Rank hath his privileges. So
Yeah, but you gotta be
get
able to
fly.
pass the flight physical.
What did these two specimens think?
All right, next up, motorcycles, Captain Smith, thank you.
You are welcome, Captain Smith, Lyon County Sheriff's Office, for the record. I'm here before you folks
And I
today.
screwed that up, it's not Captain Smith.
Captain Johnny
Smith, there we go.
Johnny L. Smith Jr. for the record, Lyon County. So anyways, I'm here before you today to propose an idea of having a motor unit motorcycles into our patrol division for the Lyon County Sheriff's Office. The number one complaint that we get with the sheriff's office is traffic. And that's very obvious. I mean, we even get complaints from the county here to the sheriff's office for folks that are calling in on speed. Speed is the number one complaint throughout the county. Right now, what the sheriff's office is doing to try to combat that is we are working with the state of Nevada along with other agencies. It's called Joining Forces, which is the Office of Traffic Safety, to combat some of these traffic issues. However, that is very, 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 very part-time. In just 3 months, when I pulled up our speed results on our ticket writer program that we have, we just in 3 months have made 257 stops. Okay. That's about 85 stops per month. That takes, unfortunately, these are our primary patrol deputies that are enforcing traffic along with handling other calls. So we have nobody that's primarily focused on the traffic aspect of law enforcement. So I'm here before you today to propose 4 motor units, Harley Davidsons or the BMW. Unfortunately, I did not get a quote for BMW because they never returned my call.
You don't need one.
Okay, I appreciate that. The quote that I did provide for you is a fully outfitted motor unit aside from the radio. Everything else is what you see. Nothing elaborate. This is just basically to focus on trying to get out there and combat, educate, enforce what the number one problem is we're having here in this county, which is traffic. Whether it's on our surface streets or highways, it's everywhere within the county. NHP does help, but unfortunately they're limited as well. So that's why I'm standing here before you today to try to obtain these motor units.
Got it. I'm going to start with questions on this one. So one of the concerns that I've heard is weather. How many days a year do you think you could deploy these guys? I mean, I've seen NHP in Carson City riding in snow. I mean, not ideal, but I mean, they seem to be pretty gung ho about when they can deploy. What do you think about that? How many days a year do you think you'd be out there?
Nevada weather? Probably nine months out of the year, we could be out there, maybe even more. Snow this is one thing. I ride motorcycles, so I really, weather is a consideration. We don't want to ride in, whether that's going to be detrimental to our safety. However, with the motorcycles of today and the technology, you can, and that is why they are out there with traction control, anti-lock brakes and things of that nature. They have made motorcycles to operate in weather that we probably wouldn't have tried 10, 15 years ago. There is a lot of specialized training that goes into operating police motorcycles in somewhat, inclement weather. But I believe after talking to Washoe County, Reno PD, and NHP, including Phoenix PD, they do very much limit their operations to reduce liability for,
Yeah, no, that's great. And I wouldn't expect that. And when I say snow, I mean, we're talking like the late spring, sleety kind of stuff where it's not catching, it's not sticking.
It's kind of funny that you say that, Chair, because Carson City was out there on motors.
So
I've seen them out there in below freezing weather on motors, but they have the equipment. I mean, a lot of these motorcycles do come with heated grips, and you can buy the fancy suits that you can wear that are heated and so on and so forth. So it allows them to continue on with their mission for the traffic portion of it.
So it was a great segue. What about training? Does this include the cost of training, or do you guys have it set up?
Fortunately enough, I was talking to NHP, Reno PD, and Washoe County, and they're very generous. They are going to, if we can, go forward with this, they will include us in their training at no cost.
Good. And for the record, I am very, very, very in support of this, this request. Not because I want to see tickets written or anything like that, just the opposite. I want to see public safety. We have a huge issue with, traffic issues all over the county, but, specifically down here with, the Bybee Lane area, and then up in Central Lyon between, Mount House and 95A. And I think deploying these guys will say a lot, and people will notice. I mean, it's different, and they know that there's a perception out there, and it's not, perception's not always reality, but there's perception out there, they're on a motor, they're out there doing traffic. And I think people will be much more cognizant, but thank you for the research you've done on this, and I'm gonna open it up. I'll go with Commissioner Henderson this time.
You knew I was on this one. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Captain Smith, good to see you. I have mixed emotions about this a little bit, just because motorcycle units do have the reputation of being just revenue generators. However, I agree with Commissioner Gray that we do have a traffic problem out there. I'm pretty much supportive of this with one caveat. If we give you the money, it will be American-made motorcycles. So. We might be
Get
able
smirk off your face.
I will tell you, and not to interrupt, so far, the best customer service I have seen is from Harley out of Carson. They have been great on the communication side. I know that when it comes to the maintenance and service of the motorcycles, they are right there in Carson City. They also service Carson City's motors, so I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't get a chance to ask Mr. Foley if we could put that restriction on any money that we give you, but I would certainly not be supportive of spending money on BMWs.
If you haven't noticed, he's the Harley guy, I'm a BMW guy, but I'm not tied to either one. Mr. Hockaday.
Oh, you can go.
Go ahead.
I'm all for you writing more tickets, slow them down. So if you need more ballpoint pens, let us know.
I appreciate it, sir.
Ms. Keller. Nothing? Okay. So the ask is for 4, which I fully support, but what would you be able to deploy a unit with?
As far as numbers?
Yeah.
2.
I do have one more question. Thank you. I forgot to ask this. So who's going to ride these? You got to take guys out of patrol cars to put them on the motorcycle?
Absolutely.
Okay, so
Basically, the way it would work right now is we do a selection process. Those that we select will be part of our patrol division, obviously. So if they are selected and they do go through the training, which is arduous, and they do pass successfully, they will not only be, a patrol deputy, but also assigned to the traffic division. So they would have both the take-home car and the bike. And then that's where the logistics behind where we need them, when we need them, and how long we need them comes into play with scheduling and so on and so forth. I want to see them out. I want to see them out more than anything else. Obviously, we have to take into consideration our daily routine, which is answering calls for service, because traffic, even though it may be a call for service, it's not the same as the other calls that come in for service. So we have taken that into consideration, and that is just something that will require fine tuning. But quite frankly, I know we have a traffic issue here. Okay, sometimes it gets a little tiring hearing about it because we know we have it. What gets frustrating is not having the resource to do anything about it, and that's what we want. We want some equipment so we can get out there. And, I know not everybody's in favor of traffic tickets, but that's how you educate our motorists.
Thank you, Captain Johnny Smith.
Frank, Sheriff, I'm just going to add a little bit to that for Commissioner Henderson. So one of the things that we have going for us, and you're going to say, well, how are you going to do this with not enough people? Well, we have potentially, but not potentially, we have, and we'll have here probably by the end of this year, we got 9-10 people in current some training status that are going straight to patrol. So by August-ish, September, we're going to see 10 to 12. I say 12 because there's more people in the mix added to the patrol list. So that's going to have, we're going to have some more numbers up on the patrol side of it, so we can differentiate and pull a couple people out for this. Just hypothetical. If we start this traffic enforcement, one of the reasons we got this proposal for you today is we can't make it work if we don't have equipment to make it work. So start getting equipment now, so when we get these people in place, we can put them straight into work. So when we get people off of training, and it just takes a long time to do that, we're going to have individuals in place that we can pull them off and say we're going to do traffic enforcement in Dayton this week. First week of next month, we're gonna do it in Mason Valley. The second week or the third week in the following month, we're gonna do it in Fernley. So kind of goes back to your question, Commissioner Gray, on how often are these guys gonna be out here? It's not gonna be a full-time assignment. It's gonna be specifically set up for traffic enforcement during certain periods of the week. And we're starting to get the personnel in place to be able to do that. So I'd like to have equipment before we get the people done and doing that. So.
I'm gonna ask a follow-on question real quick. So with the bikes, they're gonna be take-home bikes. It's gonna be mandated, they're gonna be garage, right? And not so much, I mean, I'm not so much worried about the weather and like that, but I'm worried about people screwing with the bikes and it becomes an officer safety issue at
Well,
that
yeah,
point.
those are all things we're gonna have to address on whoever becomes a selected officer.
Okay, I mean, it's one thing having a unit parked for the house, quite another having a motor unit.
Well, if they cannot be garage, then they will leave their motor at their designated substation secured area.
As long as they don't have a catalytic.
The other thing
converter
too,
on them.
because it's not gonna be garaged at that designated area, the covers for the bikes will probably be something that is purchased as well. But they will still have a take-home car. They can still get to where they need to go to get on the bike and go out there and do what they need to do.
Good, thank you. Mr. Jacobson. Come on, you can say it.
I don't want.
Oh.
Some of these questions are logistics down the road.
Right.
Okay.
I just look forward to the Lyon County Motorcycle Unit winning the rodeo in Carson City in the future.
That would be nice.
That would be nice.
All righty. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
And we can hear from Josh Foley now.
We do.
Animal services. Down, boy.
Josh Foley, Lyon County Council, for the record. The animal shelter equipment that was requested through the nonprofit Friends of Lyon County Animal Services was considered by the board yesterday during the budget process and approved to be part of the tentative budget out of county funds, not out of ARPA funds. So at this time, we would request this be removed from consideration.
All righty, thank you. And that was actually a good request. Thank you. All right, moving on. Lyon County Facilities, Dressler Park.
Well, I had the next one.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right, here, let me do this.
Yeah.
Lyon County Comptroller, Friendly Justice Court.
And it's not like I want to, Josh Foley, Lyon County Comptroller, for the record, I don't want to set up an office for the comptroller up in Burnley at the Justice Court. This is in response, you've heard this previously, it's in response to the jury trials. We currently have a Band-Aid situation in which the city of Burnley has been gracious to allow us to do jury trials in their facility. But long-term, we should expand that justice court to cover those cases in the future. You just never know what's going to happen in the future if those are going to conflict as far as usage times and as cases become more prevalent. In addition to that, we would recommend, while you have a contractor on site, to expand the size of the substation there. We've done that with pretty much every other substation in the county except Burnley. We don't own a lot of property in Burnley, but we believe we can expand that one and make it a little more suitable due to the growth that's happened there. So I put a ballpark figure of 4.4 million. The architect's estimate was about $9,000 more than that, but just to give you an idea of what that would be. And I believe this is a necessity, not a want or a wish or a nicety.
All righty, any questions from the board?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not going to accuse you of bait and switch for taking a $34,000 off the table, put 4.4 million on the table, but it did enter my mind. Again, the same question that we've been asking, what could you do with less money? In other words, if we were able to fund the engineering to get ready, would that help and then find funds for the expansion later on down the road?
So the answer to that question goes back to our discussion of the budget yesterday. In 5 years, you'll be able to complete the 2 projects that you're working on. It's going to probably be 10 to 15 years before you have enough money saved up for that, barring any other capital expenditures come across, just with the 2 that you have on the table. One of them to take care of the Dayton Justice Court for the exact same issue. And the other one out of a dedicated source of funding to take care of the district courts up there. So the answer is absolutely not.
Okay.
You can do the engineering, we can get it done, but it won't even be in my career. And I got 12 years left. I don't think it'll be done in my career.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay. Now we'll go to Lyon County Facilities, Dressler Park.
Morning, Doug Homestead, Facility Director for the record. I brought this project forward for Dressler Park in Smith Valley. Their tennis courts, as you can see by the pictures, are in really bad disrepair. The locals there have tried patching it, and as you can see, the patches have blown off there, some of those pictures there. And I've been requested to do something about that park. They don't generate a lot of park tax money up there because of the building permits like Central does. And so their balance right now is about $30,000. And I haven't asked the park board because they didn't have a meeting. They haven't had a meeting for me to ask them if they want to use any of their park tax money for this project. But we figured what we'd do is take out the old asphalt and bring in some base and put in concrete, which is a better surface. It's maybe not best for tennis, but it's longer lasting, less maintenance. Seemed like the asphalt with the heat shrinking and expansion, they always crack. I know we had the problem with the YERINGTON courts here. And then I thought we'd make it into a multi-use instead of 2 tennis courts, which a lot of people don't play tennis anymore. We'd make 1 tennis court, a couple rack pickleball courts, and a half-court basketball court, so people of all ages could use that court. And it comes to right around $170,000. Any questions you have?
You know, obviously I'm for this because I believe that we're going to be facing a lawsuit if someone trips and hurts himself, breaks their arm or whatever. About the only thing that we can look at is locking the gate and not letting anybody use that part of the park. Because we know it's a hazard. You can see the crack. I've been addressed on several occasions about this, and we've got to do something about it. I believe your plan is a good one. I hate to see this amount of money go into a park item, but I don't know what else we're going to do to fix the problem. We've tried in the past to just patch it up, and it's not going
It
to
seems
work.
like when you patch them, they crack again for some reason.
Any further questions, comments, concerns? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Lyon County Human Services.
She sat down. Straight in. Here she comes.
Good morning, Sunshine.
Good morning. Shayla Holmes, Director, Lyon County Human Services. I'm here this morning to ask for some tables, chairs, and a few other pieces of equipment for our senior centers. The original request came from the advisory board in the Silver Springs Senior Center, as those tables have gotten old, they're chipping, they're wobbly, the chairs are old. And the Silver Springs Senior Center and the Dayton Senior Center were both purchased around the same time in about 2006. So they're all coming to about their end of life in regards to stability, having to replace parts on them. Our facilities department is great at piecemealing parts as they can and making adjustments, but they're getting pretty old and pretty used. And all of our senior centers are utilized by outside community groups. So they do see a lot of wear and tear. The other thing that we put on here is the YERINGTON Senior Center, which is about 4 years ago. We took that over, and it was a significant cost to remodel and bring that to a safe kitchen and dining area. But there was little funds available left at that time to update tables and chairs. Their tables are perhaps in the worst condition out of all of the centers. We use a Band-Aid approach of doing disposable tablecloths, but they definitely don't have food safe tops on them anymore without those disposable tablecloths. So in a kitchen or restaurant type of facility, which our senior centers are, everything needs to have a wash, rinse, and sanitizable surface to avoid bacteria growth. So that's where the YERINGTON Senior Center is in desperate need of table replacement. But then also the Silver Springs and Dayton senior centers would appreciate that as well, as they are getting near that same level of use. The other things the other two big purchases that are on here are 2 floor scrubbers. So the Dayton floor was recently redone to match that of the Fernley floor, which is an epoxy finish with flex in it to make it grippable when you walk, when it's wet, because they got to clean it. And it's greatly appreciated. It's much better than linoleum. The health inspector used to call out our Dayton linoleum floor. It had rips and tears in it, and other places for bacteria to grow, which makes it unsafe in a kitchen environment. But what we've found with these beautiful new floors is they rip up mop heads and really pull off the strings on them, making it really difficult to maintain cleanliness of them while they don't chip. Cleaning them on a regular basis is difficult. So the floor scrubbers would be greatly appreciated to make the cleaning much easier and more efficient. You can't use a sponge type head in that. Sponges are bacteria's best friends. So we don't use sponges anymore within a food facility. And that is essentially the gist of the request. There's also a request for chairs, as those are getting old, particularly chairs with arms. So having a few of those available for folks that have ambulatory issues, getting in and out of a chair without arms is very difficult. So that aids in safety for our seniors that utilize those buildings. We wouldn't want to do all chairs with arms, but having a few of those available at each table really allows for choice for folks that need that extra support when they're getting up and down. And that's it.
You mentioned that this was for how many senior centers? 3?
3. So I've broken it down by center, so that way you guys can see the cost by area and what the need is by area. So Dayton, Silver Springs, and YERINGTON would need tables and chairs. Burnley, we just redid that with the new building, so we were able to get those beautiful new tables and chairs there. And then the floor scrubbers would be for Dayton and Burnley that have that epoxy finish floor.
Thank you.
Mr. Harkaday or Mr. Henderson?
No, obviously it's a necessity for us.
I don't have a problem. I'm just kind of curious. You didn't put any kitchen equipment on here, so I was.
We have been able to really maximize the ARPA funding and other CARES funding and some of the additional funding available through the Aging and Disability Services Division grants. So we have been able to upgrade a lot of our equipment utilizing other grant funding. We've been able to purchase 2 new Meal Star trucks with grant funding. So these are really some lingering items that we haven't been able to support with the grant funds that we've been able to acquire in the last 2 years.
Right, because I mean, your whole division does just wonderful work for our people, and feeding them is an important thing. If you're well fed, your life is better. So, just curious if there's anything else you needed. Thanks.
I'm certain I could come up with an exorbitant list, but this is what we need right now.
Ms. Keller.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment, I hate spending more money on tables and chairs because you walk in and it's like, oh, we got tables and chairs. Why are we asking? But I know in the Silver Springs Senior Center, yeah, they've been in great need on several of those tables and some of the chairs. I know, like the ones that are in, I'm not sure if she has them on the list. I didn't look. That are the roll around chairs that they use in the library and they use when they have meetings. A couple of them have almost went over backwards with people in them. And the tables, I have personally cut my hand more than once moving those around. And the tables I'm talking about is the long oblong ones that they have. They are so old that they have the old metal ribbing underneath them that has detached itself. So I think for safety alone that we need to take a hard look at some new tables and some chairs in these places.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Shayla, I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit. How many, we've got a really unique audience here today, and I think you do an unbelievable job. How many dollars do you think you bring in grant funds a year, you and your department?
I could probably pull that up pretty quickly. Let me see. I think I had my budget request open still from yesterday. So in 2022-23 fiscal year, we are anticipating just under 2.5 million in grant funding.
I think we should give Shayla. Nice work. You're out there hustling for our citizens, whether they're young kids to our senior citizens each and every day, and you do a fantastic job. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else have any further questions, comments? Okay, thank you, Sheila. Mr. Holman.
Good morning, Dustin Holman, Road Director for the record. So the first item that is on the agenda is the issue that we have on Miller Lane, Niazi Lane here in Mason Valley. Those two roads along with P. Hendricks are used as a bypass around YERINGTON. If you put in your GPS from Reno to Vegas, that's the way it's going to take you. It's going to route you down these roads. We have a sharp 90-degree corner on at these two roads where each one of these roads ends. And we have, since 2000, starting in 2018, had significant uptick in crashes at this intersection. For the most part, it's non-residents of Mason Valley, just the bypass traffic, speeding and end up crashing at the corner. We did in 2018, we installed blinking signs, the 90-degree corner with all the lights that blink around them. Didn't seem to do any good. Last year, we had rumble strips ground in both sides of that corner. Doesn't seem to have done any good. So what we're looking at is getting some right of way from the state of Nevada. They have property on the inside of the corner and rerouting that road, putting a sweeping turn through those fields, getting some right away from them, putting a sweeping turn through those fields, coming back up to eliminate that sharp 90-degree corner. And since 2012, we've had reported 48 accidents at that corner. There was 1 in 12, 1 in 2016, 1 in 17, 3 in 2018, 14 in 2019, 12 in 2020, 14 in 2021. And to date, when I got this information from dispatch, we've had 2 there. And I know we need to add 3 to that from this past weekend. There were 3 different accidents. Just Friday and Saturday, 2 of them on Saturday at this corner.
Put a launch ramp in there, see how far they can go.
There pretty much is one there now.
Yeah.
And the big concern is this doesn't completely capture all of those accidents. If people were coming down Miller Lane basically headed eastbound and missed the corner, they would end up just out in the field. The majority of them turn around, get back on the road, and away they go. Well, now, just in the last 2 weeks, a drain ditch has been put in between the road and the field to get it out of the fields. So all of those non-reported accidents are going to be reported now because they're going to end up in a big drain ditch. So that is the reason that I'm here asking for this funding for this project. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Huckabee.
So basically, we're going to make it a high-speed curve now. That's, yeah.
And we did traffic counts. I mean, you guys are aware of our traffic counts. We just did these starting on 3/24/22, so last month. The 85th percentile of speed on Miller Lane is 65.36 miles an hour.
So
and they posted 45.
Right. So would the motorcycle patrol maybe help slow people down there?
That would be a start.
That'd be a nice curve on a motorcycle. It's a serious question.
And
Thank you.
and I know, I mean, Sheriff Honeywell can back me up. I know I have had discussions with Mason Valley Fire, both Chief Draper and Chief Barrett. Them requesting us to do something with this intersection, and that's when we started putting signs up and rumble strips. And I mean, if we were to put guardrail up, we'd be replacing guardrail weekly. They'd be crashing into it, so this is the next option. And it's relatively cheap. There would be no cost for us to purchase state property. It would go through their review. If they felt it was good, they would basically give us the right of way through the state property. So we would not have to purchase that. The cost that I have in front of you is just engineering and construction. And there's no guarantee the way the economy is right now and prices are going up daily, that's even going.
Well, I find it ironic that the total price project is $666,000. So Satan's Road, there you go, Mr. Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just want to confirm that you have had preliminary discussions with the state about getting a right of way through there.
Yes, I have.
Okay, they're favorable.
They didn't state that. She basically told me we submit to them. They would review it. They would submit it to Department of Wildlife, because Department of Wildlife is who oversees that property right now. But there's nothing going on currently with that property.
There's nothing,
It's
it's a
just
field.
hallowed fields.
It's a field, yeah.
Ms. Keller, you got anything? Okay, anybody else have anything?
Sorry, I was muted,
No,
but
it's
no,
okay.
I don't. We've already had presentations on the road before, so I'm good.
Thank you. Yeah, I would say I do have one concern. Are we just actually facilitating faster speeds along there? That's a concern I have, instead of addressing the actual underlying issue, or we could be making the speed issue worse. So
Potentially, my conversations with the engineer that I got pricing from, their thought is to engineer that for 55 mile an hour back curve. Even though it's posted 45, everybody's gonna at least drive 10 mile an hour over the posted speed limit, which obviously they're doing faster than that, but
yeah, I mean, if the speed right now is, on the other one, I don't see them doing even 55 on that curve.
I was just gonna say, wasn't the report on Pete Hendricks that everybody's doing about 20 something miles an hour? It's posted 45 and everybody's doing 60 to 70 miles an hour?
and it's a speeding issue.
Mm.
Right? It doesn't matter, local streets, highways, you guys see it every day when you drive down here too. I mean, speed limits don't mean anything.
Nope. Alrighty, any final questions, comments, concerns? Thank you, Dustin. Up again, Ramsay Weeks.
So my last item is the reconstruction of Ramsay Weeks. A little more cost than my last item. We don't have, there's a lot of accident data that I did not gather from Ramsay Weeks, because the biggest majority of it is in the intersection of the state highways off of Ramsay Weeks, either 95, the majority of that crash data, I believe, is at Highway 50 and Ramsay Weeks. Ramsay Weeks itself does not have that many crashes on it. They're in the intersections of the state highways. Ramsay Weeks is in pretty sad shape. It again is a cutoff. Put it in your GPS. That's the way it's going to take you to from 95 to 50 or vice versa if you're going from Reno to Vegas. So it actually gets a lot of truck traffic as well, which there's signage up. Signs only keep an honest person honest. At some point, and we have had multiple discussions with NDOT about taking that road over, especially once USA Parkway opened up, and there's a couple issues there. There's not enough right of way in a few locations on Ramsay Weeks, and it is not to NDOT standards, so they will not take it over. Now, no guarantee if we put $5 or $6 million into Ramsay Weeks that they would take it over, but at least that portion of it is done. It's a safer road at that point. We would widen it back out because it is narrow, and it continues getting narrower as the truck traffic and RVs and everybody drive on the edge of the road and break it off. But it would be constructed to NDOT standards, so it would be more palatable for them at some point to possibly take it.
And would they, my concern is if we threw, $5 million of that or whatever it was and fixed it and they took it over, would they wind up tearing that up again and making a bunch of changes to their standards?
There's the potential they may do something if it is built to their standard. They probably wouldn't do nothing with it for a while, other than there has been talks in USA Parkway Command of somehow routing Opal from the roundabout at USA Parkway up to Ramsay Weeks. They could potentially do something with that portion, but there again, that's county road. That's discussions that we have had and continue to have within that as well.
What would be the ramifications if we basically abandoned it, ripped up the asphalt, turned it back into a dirt road?
Hopefully people quit driving so much on it, but, and that's a Mr.
I mean, is that
That's
an
a
option? I mean, because the truck traffic, I mean, this is just
Potentially.
it's like the
because-
tail chasing the dog chasing the tail.
Exactly. I mean, $5 million is a lot of money. We would have to curtail a couple of our RTC projects for a couple of years, or basic maintenance projects in each area to save up enough money to do that, which just pushes our maintenance on all the other roads and putting them into this one road.
And if we
The
improve
reason why
it,
it's in the condition that it is.
and if we improve it, it generates more traffic, more trucks, breaks down again quicker. I mean, it's,
Yeah, there's not a simple answer to those. I've tried to get the GPS companies, Google, TomTom, a couple others to flag those at least as no truck routes. And I only got a response back from Google, and they said that they could not do that. Which I find hard to believe when they can flag that there's an accident ahead or there's a speed trap or something, but they can't flag it as a no truck route. But that's the answer that I received.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. That's interesting because I actually took my RV down that road one time and it didn't like it. When I got on that road, it was saying, get off, get off, get off. This is not your road. But I do have a question for you. I noticed on your presentation, the soft cost, basically the engineering is like 400 grand. If we could fund the engineering, would that do you any good? Or is that just drop in the
that
bucket
would-
and go back to your previous statement about putting off projects for 2 or 3 years?
So before Dustin says anything that I'm going to disagree with,
Like that.
at least these are the point.
yes, we had an opportunity, I believe 2 years ago, for some grant dollars. And we had to piecemeal engineering reports from NDOT and other entities. And we were not able to get that grant submitted in the timeline required because it took forever to get all that information together. So that engineering would assist us with other federal grant dollars down the road to do something with that. The challenge with that is most of those grants that are available to us for these types of operations have to go through NDOT first. And it goes through a selection process as to what's going to get ranked higher, those kinds of issues. That's how they've set up several of these infrastructure grants. But yes, the engineering would be beneficial to us. In fact, if you could give me the entire $6 million, I'll engineer a great number of roads and we'll go after federal grants.
Wait, it's gone up $1 million just during the conversation?
No, I want to engineer the rest of the county roads we have problems with so we can start getting federal funds to take care of them.
Yeah,
And Jeff is correct. So a lot of the grant dollars, they require a shovel-ready project. Well, if if this was a shovel-ready project, all the engineering was completely done and it was ready to start construction on it, then that would help us to possibly secure some grant funding because it would be a shovel-ready project.
And that's one of my concerns with, not a concern, but one of my, that's a good word. Concerns on a lot of these projects is, how can we use some of this ARPA money to leverage it to get other money, to do more with what we have? So that's very helpful. Thank you.
Any further questions?
Well, I just want to make a comment. That's something I've been saying since day one, but we had strings attached and now some of those strings have been detached, is being able to go out there and get the engineering done. Because we have a lot of projects. Ramsay Weeks, yeah, we've been trying to get that fixed for so many years. That dates back before I ever became a commissioner the first time around. So, but the more we can put into engineering and moving forward on this and other projects, I think the better off we're going to be to leverage. $6 million is not going to fix all of our problems. And we know that sitting here today.
60 million isn't going to fix all our problems.
Exactly. So.
All right. Dustin, thank you. Appreciate it. And we are going to take, I'm sorry, Mr. Jackson, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want, not that I'm opposed to throwing $5 million at Ramsay Weeks, but I would not support when we can do a bunch of these projects. But I am all for the engineering of this project. But the full 5 million, I'm sorry, big guy, but I can't support that.
Not for them to just come along and ruin it again and cause more pain and suffering. I mean, no, I agree with Mr. Jacobson, absolutely on that one. So thank you much for bringing that up, Bill.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to take what time is it? 10:27. We're going to take a 5-minute break or thereabouts. Thanks, everybody. All right, getting back on track here, we're gonna go to Lyon County Recorder's Office.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Lori Harrington. I'm Lyon County Records Administrator, and we are requesting ARPA funds to continue the restoration of the county's historic records dating back to 1861. With me here today, I have Mike Marotti and Patrick Mello with Co-File, and they will be presenting the PowerPoint presentation for us today.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I'm Patrick Mello with Co-File Technologies. Mike Marotti, our subject matter expert. We've been working with Lyon County for, well over 20 years. We are the only company left in the United States that does preservation of old historic records. And we are, in doing this project, we have been working steadily to help Lyon County be able to both preserve them and digitize them so that their records can be available to the citizens, whether folks are in the office or outside of them. It is the duty of the Recorder's Office to maintain the records and be stewards of them and their current physical state. And the only way to really ensure that that happens is through the preservation process, which Mike's going to talk about real quick.
Sure. Use a fire analogy. Basically, all the old paper is loaded with acid, and the acid acts like a slow burning fire. It attacks the paper fibers over time. If you leave a newspaper in a windowsill for a few weeks and come back and see it all yellow and brittle, that's happening with all the county record paper in the United States. And a lot of this paper, it's 150 years old plus. So paper has a lifespan of about 300 years. So a lot of the paper's already lost half of its lifespan. Our process, and it looks like this. We brought an example. So unfortunately, the binding cover starts breaking down, the pages get tattered, and the sewing fails, and basically this becomes not usable. People are afraid to touch the paper. So without being too technical, what we do, we chemically treat the paper. We buffer the acid, we alkalize the paper. We spray it with magnesium oxide. That raises the pH up and allows the paper to last another 300 years. With that said, we have a time frame. There is a sweet spot to treat the paper. If you wait too long and the paper has lost 80% of its original strength, it's too late to save it. So unfortunately, this crisis is occurring in every county in the United States. All the paper has reached that age where it's time to treat it or you're in trouble. So our company, what we do, again, we alkalize the paper, we rebind it, we encapsulate it in a special polyester envelope that when you touch the paper, it keeps your acids in your fingers off the paper. So we basically make the paper bulletproof. And this is an example of a book that has been treated. So once it's treated, this book will look the same 300 years from now. So our process, it's one time and done. This isn't something you redo every 10 years. When we treat a book, it's good for 300 years. So, and again, now's the time to treat the paper. I've worked with Lyon County for 20 years. 20 years ago, we had a budget of about $100,000 a year. So we were doing a lot of your maps, your record of surveys, your assessment maps, your parcel maps. You're set, your maps are done. The book collection, you're about 10% done. So there's a lot of books that need treatment that look like this. So I know I have 10 minutes, but this is why we brought the before and after. In addition to preserving the actual paper, the hard copy, we image it. And when we digitize it, it allows obviously the county to work much more efficiently because you don't have to go back to the original book. If you need a copy of something, you can just call up that image instantly. For many counties, we index the images as well. So for your project, we need to try and treat all of the old books that are left. There's hundreds of them. And the amount that we can propose is pretty much bare minimum amount as it is, because again, we've gone backwards over the years, the budget's been cut more and more. So we really can't cut our requests anymore. That is bare bones minimum. And we do have, hundreds of books left to treat. So other counties in the country, they're having to spend $20 to $30 million with us per year because of the fact that they're so far behind. The records are they have so many records they haven't been able to treat but 1%. At least with Lyon County, like I said, you're about 50% there. You've done your entire map collection. So I'm very proud of that. But as I'm getting older and the paper's getting older, I want to keep this process going so that by the time I retire, Lyon County has all their oldest records preserved.
Yeah, and this preserved volume is over 20 years old. We did this back in 2001, I believe. This volume here is from 1888, and these vital records are from 1869. So we're talking about the oldest records in the county that are still left to be done. They are hugely important for a number of reasons, and this is the type of work that we've been doing with ARPA funding across the country. The reason why ARPA funding is being used for these projects is because this is in every way, shape, and form the exact kind of project that ARPA was designed for and intended for when it was first passed. Every single time a person comes into the recorder's office for a records request that's a billable event, when that can't be performed, there's a loss of revenue. So right now, the books are not all digitized, so not all records requests can be fulfilled if staff cannot be in the office. Moreover, if records requests can be fulfilled over the phone because books have been digitized, it prevents people from having to come into the office. And the last part of it is with disaster recovery. There are two ways in which our process adds to that. One, a digitized image is going to help with disaster recovery. Hancock County, Georgia, August 2014, their courthouse burned to the ground. They lost every single one of their records. None of them were imaged. That means that they do not have a property trail for the land records in their locality. It's not possible for them to know exactly who owns what. Water damage is far and away the biggest problem we run into, and that's simply because water is more likely to damage books than fire. Fire gets put out by water, water then gets onto the books. Our encapsulation process prevents the water from damaging the books as much as possible. So there's two parts to this project. Part one is land records, and these relate to mortgages, mining records, and deeds, and that adds up to about $55,000. And part two is vital records, and this is all of vital records from 1869 to 2002. This is the 1869 volume right here, and these records are in dire straits. They're in very great need of this preservation process. Up here, I'm going to go, you can reference these. I'll just very briefly summarize them. These are drawn from NACO, the National Association of Counties, recent ruling on ARPA. In January, they clarified the rules, and on April 1st, they released this document. Point two stipulates that counties are able to use up to $10 million to cover government services. That includes government services are then clarified later on in the document as services generally included in any traditional government. They're traditionally provided by the government. The reporter's office absolutely falls underneath that. Just to go over it quickly, though this whole document is useful for reviewing because it makes it much simpler, excuse me, to spend ARPA money and to understand how you can use it. And it just came out. The only things you cannot use that for are rainy day funds. This is in point two, debt service payments, extraordinary pension contributions, and violations of the federal uniform guidance, including conflicts of interest. So other than that, any government service is appropriate for ARPA, especially those that encourage social distancing and that allow people to and allow for disaster recovery. So this project fulfills all of those requirements. And this list, which is impossible to read because I made the print too small on there, has a list of counties that we have received ARPA funds to do this exact work, almost mirror image projects. And they're all over the country and have been going on and getting approved for at least the last 6 months or so. And this is accelerating. Since this ruling, I would say we've added probably 10, 12 counties to that list. So that's
Yeah, I just want to add my brother, Chris Marati, also from CoFile, works the East Coast division of our company, and he got to meet with President Biden and his Treasury cabinet. So he specifically said, we want to make sure before we go talk to the counties and get them all excited about using ARPA money for this type of service, we want to make sure 100% that this funding, that this was your intent. And the Treasury Department said, yes, our intent was for 25% of the ARPA funding to be used for this type of service, the preservation, digitization, and indexing of full documents to help office efficiency. So you won't get paid if you approve the money for what we do.
have any questions for me?
Mr. Keller, any questions? All righty, thank you very
Okay,
much.
Thank you guys so much.
All right, next up, I think Melinda Cash, and is anybody from the county gonna be helping present on this one? Mount House Community Center, okay, Melinda.
Remember that.
Sheriff, can you escort the meeting out, please?
Yeah. For the record, Melinda Cash, Mountain House Advisory Board, thank you so much for considering this request. It's a request that's very badly needed. For any of you that have attended any of our meetings, you know that we meet in the kitchen of the firehouse, and it's only 400 square feet. We have met there for over 30 years, and it prevents us from doing any kind of community activities. We can't do any of the fundraising. We can't support our citizens. We can't do anything that all the other places that can do because they have facilities they can do it in. We're not appreciative of having the firehouse to meet in. We're very appreciative of having that. But in the last several months, our meeting table vanished and was replaced with what I would describe as a pub style dining room table, which doesn't make our meetings look very official and kind of embarrassing, actually, to tell you the truth. I understand our firehouse is being used on a more regular basis now. They need their living area. I 100% understand that, realize it, and we need a meeting area. And we need something that will service our community for many years to come. In order to go on a little bit more about the need, and yes, I'm shaking like a leaf because I'm not a public speaker.
Nobody's noticing.
Could I have you pass this out to the commissioners for me, and I will have extra copies for the table when I leave. What I want to do is give you a little bit of history about the Mountain House Community Center. And back in about 1988 or so, a citizen group was formed to put together information about building a community center. They drew up plans. Apparently the plans were approved. They actually were able to get Julius Bunkowski to donate 2 acres of property to Lyon County, which we still have that 2 acres. We have water and electricity adjacent to the property. And it's a perfect location. It's adjacent, almost adjacent to the firehouse. It would be perfect to build anything on. It's a nice level lot. Anyhow, as you can see by what I just handed out, in 1991, the commissioners made the Mountain House Community Center their #1 priority. They actually accepted the plans. The plans were given to the, were on file. They approved, gave us the money to build the community center, and it actually went out to bid. And that was in 1991. Unfortunately, the county ran into some financial hardships and they had to draw the funds back, which, okay, fine, it had to be done. So it was done. Okay, the next budget cycle, the community center was again budgeted. Again, the community center the county ran into financial difficulties. Again, our funding was pulled from us. We tried again for many, many years to get the funding. It never happened. And then, of course, I'm a pretty big mouth, but I wasn't about to come forward and ask you to please fund a project like this because you were having a hard time even being able to afford your staff. You had a lot of other issues. So we've been waiting patiently now for over 30 years. I'm sure we are your longest requested source of funding that you've ever had. Our need is great. I can't begin to express to you how badly our citizens need this. There are 1,000 projects that we can think of to hold there at our center that will benefit our citizens. Right now, we can't do any of that. We have no other public buildings in Mound House, just the firehouse. And we only have the kitchen in the firehouse. Some of you have attended our barbecues in the past, and we expand, we move out to all the fire trucks, and we do a wonderful barbecue for the community. But we need something. We have the land. We need the building. I know you're going to ask, well, can we just do 400 square feet? No, I really think if you're going to consider doing this, you need to do it right. I really sincerely think that you need to look at a decent sized building that will service our community for the next 30 years without question. That way, we're not going to keep coming to you and asking for more and asking for expansions and asking for updates. If we're going to do it, let's do it right. I mean, I just really honestly feel that's the way we need to go. And I don't know what else to do other than get on my hands and knees and beg for our community. It's really what I'm doing. And I can't, 30 years, we've been so patient. And I really hope you will consider moving this to your #1 priority once again.
Thanks, Wanda. I'm gonna start off on this one. We got a lot of communities in this county that, say that they're at the bottom and they're neglected and on and on. But I think Melinda brings up some great points. I mean, they've been asking for this for over 30 years. They are the only community that does not have any kind of a community center, senior center, anything where the public can meet, where kids can have, any kind of a meeting, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, whatever you want. There is absolutely nothing in the community of Mound House. And it's long overdue. These are, for lack of better words, these are windfall funds. I think we owe it to them. And there's some great suggestions on here, but I'm gonna make no bones about it. This is my #1 priority. This is, it's a large ask, but it's not an insurmountable ask. Could also be, hopefully we can go after some grants through Pennington and some other things and build a nice community center there that will serve that entire community as well as the county. So I'm going to leave it at that. And thank you, Melinda. You did not appear nervous at all to me. You did great. I know you were shaking like a leaf when we were talking back there, but it's, something for your community is long overdue. I mean, you've seen the problems we've had even just getting bus stop signs. And I don't know why that is, but we need to do something for Mound House. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Melinda, thank you.
Thank you.
You do such wonderful work and a lot of it for your community. And I really appreciate that. And yes, your meeting room now is not acceptable. I mean, even before they took your table out, it was still kind of crowded, but you may do, but you're doing less and less space. You own the land, correct?
Yes.
Or the county,
Well, the county does,
the county
yes.
owns the land. And I agree with Commissioner Gray. We need to do something for Mound House where you have a center where your community can get together and do things. I'm not quite sure I'm at the $1.2 million worth of support, but I do definitely support this. So
Can I respond to that? for you?
absolutely.
I did call Sean Keating in your planning division. The guy is just wonderful. I can't express enough wonderful comments for him. And he did open my eyes to everything I don't know about building. And he said, I don't really think we're going to need 1.2 million to tell you the truth, but he said, take the county manager's suggestion, defer to that for right now, until at least we have a design. And then the design will give us a better idea of what actual funds we're going to need.
And county manager's suggestion is?
Well, I'm going to finish the questions from the board. Thank you. I think I'm running the show still. Mr. Hockaday.
I'm good.
Thank you. Mr. Jacobson.
I guess my question was, how did we arrive at the 1.2? Did I miss some support material on that, or is it?
No, I will explain that.
All right.
So some time ago, the board had asked, had brought up or just had discussion about a community center in Mound House. We reached out to a couple of commercial contractors. They provided us the price of $300 per square foot for a 12,000 square foot building. So the $1.2 million, I disagree with Mr. Keating. He may be the building official, but what I'm paying right now to, as we discovered yesterday in budget hearing, to build a 10 by 12 metal building and the justice court was $100 some odd thousand. construction prices are going up. All that 1.2 million does is build you a building. It doesn't provide you with any form of grading or for parking. It doesn't provide you with septic, with power, with propane. It's just, that's just the cost of construction of the building. So that's where the 1.2 came up, was $300 per square foot times 4,000 square feet. Now, there has been somebody that had asked, and I wasn't here, but my understanding is somebody has suggested or discussed about some type of a modular building or something similar to that on that property. Your existing county code does not or prohibits any of those types of buildings in that area. It's not zoned for that type of operation. So we could look at that. We'd have to go through the zone change and all that.
All right, Mr. Naysayer, let's hear it.
Josh Foley, Lyon County Comptroller, for the record. I just wanted to chime in on the cost of the building. The Dayton Government Center, we received 2 weeks ago, the cost per square foot. It's over $525 a square foot. Just so the board's aware what we're looking at square footage costs. When we started the project, it was closer to the $300 a square foot that Jeff was talking about. But the costs of the recent bids that they're seeing in the market, architects, we're getting closer to $600 a square foot. So just so you're aware.
Any further comments by the board? All right, Melinda, thank you.
Thank you. for your
Thank you.
consideration.
Okay, Healthy Communities Coalition. Anybody online?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yep, we hear you.
Good morning, Wendy Madsen, Healthy Communities Coalition. Thank you for the opportunity to present. I apologize, I'm not there in person. We do have a PowerPoint presentation, if that could be pulled up.
Wendy, can you see it?
I cannot see it, but if you all can see it, but I can't see that. It's not on the screen. There it is. Thank you. Okay, HCC's food pantries, building self-sufficient communities together where people thrive. Next slide, please. How do we do this? 3 mutually reinforcing hubs: health wellness hub, workforce development, and a healthy food hub. In our health and wellness hub, of course, this is where our food pantries live. Also, we have school-based social workers and community health workers, coordinated wraparound services in our schools and our food pantries, school and community-based prevention and wellness. We do a lot of substance use prevention in the schools, school-based oral health, outreach, medical, and vaccination clinics. We work with partners to bring services directly to our communities where, as we know, access to care is very limited. Bridge employees, MOUs, and naloxone trainings and distribution, as well as drug take-back days. Workforce Development Hub. We have our Comstock Youth Works program under this hub, which is we work with our school counselors, recruit 40 at-risk youth who are paired with employment throughout the county. These youth also receive 8 weeks of educational field trips and enrichment classes, and all costs are covered by HCC. Grow Your Own, community health workers, AHEC high school programs, where we look at that pipeline from high school graduation directly into workforce. Client to volunteer employment, Community Roots and Shoots, our garden center serves as a sheltered work site and a youth work site. AARP, we love the ability to employ our seniors directly in our food pantries. And the GAME program is an opportunity for young adults to get their GED and be paired with employment such as HCC. And our Healthy Food Hub, sorry, can you go back? I have one more hub. School gardens, nutrition education, community gardens, farmers markets, where we accept EBT and our senior coupons, youth to farmer collaboration, our 3 volunteer-powered food pantries, our school food backpack program. This is where we work with the schools. The counselors identify students who they're worried may not be eating over the weekend when they're not in school. So the counselors work with our 3 food pantries. Our pantries build weekend school food backpacks that the school distributes to those youth. Homebound food delivery, our pantries are able to utilize these beautiful refrigerated vans, and we are able to deliver to our most vulnerable population. So those food boxes are brought out to folks who cannot access the pantries. And lastly, our community supported ag, where we're growing local food right here in Dayton and providing that for our community. Next slide, please. So these hubs are based off of this basic principle: build hope to empower people to work from strengths. So as you can see by this wellness wheel in the 7 dimensions, we all know that wellness is not simply the absence of illness or distress, but rather a long-term process of making healthy choices. And of course, this is far more difficult when our community members and families are unable to meet their most basic needs, such as food and shelter. So a good analogy I like for this is a flat tire. It makes it difficult to steer straight. A flat tire makes the ride bumpy and shaky, makes steering difficult, causes a wreck, and causes you not to reach your destination. Bringing these components of the wellness wheel is at the base of HCC's work. Next slide, please. So, our food pantries. So I know when I came to you a few months ago with this ARPA request, it was for our Dayton food pantry, which is still a need. But since that presentation, a very significant immediate need has presented itself. Our Silver Stage food pantry is under lease, currently located with the Veterans Healing Camp in Silver Springs. And we have been notified that as of June 16th, we will no longer have our lease renewed. So basically, we will be without a home. So our Silver Stage food pantry serves an average of 755 individuals per week, provides an average of 45 of those school weekend backpacks, and delivers an average of 40 homebound clients weekly. That is the delivery of the weekly food box, as well as a really important element, which is that wellness check, particularly for our senior citizens. An average of 12 volunteers give their time. 2 full-time AmeriCorps are placed in the pantries. They provide service in education, and nutrition, healthy recipes, healthy food choices. And we have 1 full-time community health worker that provides resource connection to our partners, inclusive of assistance with employment opportunities, Medicaid enrollment, and is part of the MOST team, which is partnered with our Human Services and our Sheriff's Office. Next slide, please. I put all of our pantries in this presentation so we can see. It looks very similar. There's 590 per week in Dayton, 60 food backpacks, 10 homebound clients, 12 volunteers. We have 2 AmeriCorps in that pantry and 1 full-time community health worker. Next slide, please. And in YERINGTON, our numbers are terribly high. Over 1,000 individuals per week are served, 45 weekend backpacks, 50 homebound clients, 15 volunteers serve. We have the 2 full-time AmeriCorps in that pantry and 1 full-time community health worker. Next slide, please. So some demographics. We went 2019 to current. As you can see, members served from ages 0 to 18 are 24%. Over the age of 60 are 33%, and the in between 19 to 59 are 43%, and 11% are veterans. So as you can see by these demographics, that 50% of our pantry clients are our most vulnerable populations. Next slide, please. Okay, so now the data. So I'm starting with the data with the Dayton Food Pantry. You can see we've got the 3 years in the beginning of 2022. 2019 shows our pre-COVID numbers, which stayed pretty steady. Typically the end of the year with the holidays, those numbers do increase. That is not unusual. So we're, around the $500 or $600 individual range. And then at the end of the year, that increases. So we look at 2020, the second line, the onset of COVID, you can see those numbers significantly spike and hold throughout that year. 2021, we can see the numbers is kind of leveling out and coming back down in late summer. And then 2022, for the 3 months thus far, You can see our numbers have definitely come down, but they are still higher than our baseline of 2019. We believe that that could be lingering effects from COVID. And of course, the economy as it sits right now. Next slide, please. Okay, so our silver stage data looks clearly very different. So 3 years ago, we recognized the need to identify a solid data collection platform and implemented PantrySoft. And as we began the training of our staff and implementing the data, we recognized the numbers in Silver Springs were being collected differently than the other pantries. So we took a deep dive into the process and saw that 2019 and part of 2020 numbers were not accurate. So adjustments were made, and now we have a cohesive collection system across all of our pantries. So as you can see here, there is no 2019 data because we don't know what the accurate numbers were. So we are solid starting July of 2020. You can see the numbers served are very, very high, over 1,000, and that holds pretty high throughout the year. So 2021, you see the numbers come down quite a bit, particularly in the summer. The 2021 numbers reflect a time of transition as we were building infrastructure of our current pantry space, and volunteers were working out of a very small 10 by 20 quick space box with extremely limited storage capabilities, which did not allow us to really provide adequately for our community because we did not have adequate storage. And then on top of that, that quick space caught on fire and made operations and providing for families that much more difficult, which is reflected in those 2021 numbers, pardon me. And then as we come into 2022, we're sitting pretty steady, mid 700s.
Wendy, I'm sorry, your time has expired.
Was my time part of pulling up the presentation?
That was your time presentation, yeah. So we're going to open it up to questions now to the board.
I guess, Mr. Chair, did you have two presentations today, one for Dayton and one for Silver Springs? And did you lump both of those together right now?
No, I was trying to show the comparison of the pantries and the work of the pantries. And I apologize, I feel that my time was inclusive of the time pulling up the PowerPoint. So I'm not able to finish.
So we got some.
I did not start the timer until we had the PowerPoints up.
So, Ms. Mattson, are you requesting 299 that we got some late backup here?
No.
Or just one request for 299,000 total?
It's one request for 299,000. The previous request was for the Dayton Food Pantry. And since that time, we have found out that we are not having our lease renewed for our Silver Springs Pantry, and thus the change in request, because now we find ourselves with a very immediate need for a space for our Silver Springs Pantry. Since June 16th, we will be without a space.
Okay, that clears it up for me. I thought there might be a request for Dayton for 299 and Silver. I know that Silver Springs desperately needs, and you provide those folks a means to make ends meet, get through the week, feed their kids, whatever. So I really have no further questions, just that comment. Thank you, Wendy.
Thank you.
No, that was also point of confusion there. Yep. We got two different items here at $299,000. So that cleared that up.
Mr. Anderson.
Just one question. Have you done any researches or any other locations in Silver Springs that you could lease?
There is the possibility of we met with a property owner this week, and there is a property for lease. It's $1,400 a month. So that is a possibility. Of course, that would have to come out of our general fund for programs. And our concern is the risk of having to be displaced again. So that is why the request for a purchase of property, so we have stability for our community members. We're a little concerned about being on someone else's property and space.
Well, I could certainly understand that, but if we had to look at all these and instead of purchasing you a building, maybe get you 2 years of lease payments, that would help you out, right?
That would help us out.
Thank you.
Ms. Keller. Do you have anything, Ms. Keller?
Not at this moment. I might come back to it.
Thank you. Ms. Madsen, so you guys have already located a piece of property and it's already got a facility on it and it's $299?
No, we've been working with a real estate agent. Of course, property values are really high. The $299 ask is recognizing that HCC would have to provide match because I don't believe we could find anything at that price point, but we would be providing the match for that purchase.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I do have a question.
Okay.
Ms. Madsen, could you at least explain to us why you lost the lease in Silver Springs and why you're facing this?
Yeah, absolutely. So the Veterans Healing Camp has one trailer currently with a tenant, a veteran tenant, and that is definitely part of their mission. And it is my understanding that they would like to increase that ability to house veterans, which of course is wonderful for our community. So there's an issue with the shared space because for our pantry, of course, we have to have parking areas. In addition to that, I will say there's been some situations with clients and tenants. Shared space can be complex. And so there were some interactions that were of concern, nothing, violent or anything, but there were some incidents and that created some issues as well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else, Ms. Keller?
Not at this moment.
Okay. Well, I think that concludes the questions from here. Thank you, Ms. Madsen.
Thank you.
Okay, City of Burnley.
You have the clicker up right over here, right?
Good morning, Commissioners. Daphne Hooper, City Manager for the City of Burnley, and I have with me today Trish Connor from the city, Kevin Kemner, who's from TSKR Architects, Cody Wagner from the Burnley Community Foundation, and Harmon Banks from Lyon County School District. So we are here to talk about our Burnley Community Response and Recovery Center. So several years ago, we started looking at the need in Burnley for meeting space and how to create opportunities for our community, which have been lacking, and it's been included in several of our strategic plans and master plans. So we were able to purchase the 8.5 acres behind the depot. And through that process, we worked with Lyon County, who was then looking at rebuilding their new senior center. And so we jointly figured out how to make that happen to kind of create this campus area in the heart of Burnley. And so currently the new senior center sits on that property. So on the front end of that, we started looking at what needs would be the community needs for the community center. So we had these public outreach campaigns and started talking to folks about what the need was. So we just developed a conceptual plan, and it was a lot of money that we didn't have at the time. So we were looking several years out to be able to build that. Fortunately, ARPA funds came rolling down, and we were very pleased and happy to be able to identify some funding for this community center. With that, we also identified greater need in order to meet the challenges with COVID. So not only just having a community center, but also looking at places to
do food distribution, emergency response, vaccines, testing, all those other things that are needed. So we started building this partnership. And so we have the city of Fernley, we have the Fernley Community Foundation, we partnered with the Boys and Girls Club of Truckee Meadows, Lyon County School District, and Join. You know, I've heard a lot of talk today about leveraging funds and developing partnerships. And I think this project is a great example of that happening in order to meet the need within our community. Through the pandemic, we've addressed households that have been negatively impacted through food needs, childcare needs, workforce development needs. And so we have to come up with a way to be able to provide all those programs and services in our community. So the city of Fernley has designated $12 million of our ARPA funds toward this project. The total project cost is about $25 million. So we are looking at foundations, funds, and a capital campaign to be able to raise the rest of those funds. We are moving forward with the project as we speak. So we think this is a great opportunity for Lyon County to partner and contribute to that as well. There is a value to the county for this facility in that we work really closely with Human Services, who lives right next door. And we know that the services provided to all of those residents will be helpful in this facility to be able to have, you know, mobile outreach clinics, use facilities. We do have pre-K included in that facility, as well as a daycare center included in that community, after school programming, Boys and Girls Club, as well as a community space for meetings and other training opportunities through workforce development and Join. So all of those needs can not only serve just the city proper, but also the surrounding areas as well. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. And we're happy to answer any questions tonight.
Thank you. Truthfully, from the presentations I've seen here today, this one is actually one of the more tied in, bought into different organizations. I mean, we're talking about a facility that will house early childhood education. It will provide, for lack of a better word, in layman's term, childcare services for people from Silver Spring, Stagecoach that work in Fernley. Hours of operation 6 to 6, I believe. It goes along with some of the human services ACEs that we've been hearing about from Ms. Holmes. Yeah, we can spend money on jails. We can spend money on trial seats, this, that, and the other. But I think that when we invest in prevention prior to investing in reaction, good things will happen for our kids. High school kids will find employment here. I really, the $500,000 that is being asked for is a small percentage of this total price tag, but it definitely shows that the Lyon County Board of Commissioners supports this. I know that we would spend this or more, and we need to in Silver Springs next. I think we need to continue looking at these types of projects to support, and really, I'm all for this one. So thank you for your time. Thank you for the presentation. And again, I appreciate the fact that this is a partnership with Lyon County School District, Join, City of Fernley, and I hope Lyon County joins in this as well. Thank you.
I was just curious. I mean, how big is this building? It's
About 50,000 square feet.
okay. And you said the total anticipated cost is 25 million.
Yes.
And Fernley put in 12 million ARPA funds.
Yes.
How much ARPA funds did you get?
22 million. We've designated 12 million towards this. We've designated about 8 million towards our wastewater facilities. And I'll just have you know, with our CARES Act funding that we did receive, we did support, provide support to Northland County Fire District, to Human Services to support families in Fernley, as well as to Lyon County Sheriff's Office.
And this, I mean, I support this concept. I just want to make sure we're not duplicating services between City of Fernley and Lyon County Human Services.
Absolutely, and I think the intent is to create a partnership. We are not trying to duplicate efforts. We're trying to build this campus right in the heart of the city that provides services to anybody and everybody in the community who needs help. And so we work really closely with Shayla on addressing those needs, and we were really careful about the programming that we selected inside this facility so that it is a complement and not a duplication.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
So we're looking at, actually have collected about half the money. And what are your projections for the rest of the money? Where's it going to come from? And what's the time frame we're looking at? 10 years, 15 years downstream, 2 years? What-
We will be completed by the ARPA deadline of 2024. We are right in the middle now of creating our conceptual design. Probably within the next month, we'll have that completed and we'll create a package for our capital campaign. We are looking at some foundations who we've had preliminary discussions with to raise those monies, and then we'll hit the street and raise the rest. So we're going to make it happen.
Ms. Keller? I can't see you, so I don't know if you got your hand up or not.
What do you mean you can't see him? I'm right here.
There you are.
Anyways, no, I think the whole concept of this is great. I do have one question though. I keep hearing how this is going to benefit Silver Springs and Stagecoach because people work in Fernley. I'm just trying to figure out how that's going to work, because if you have school age children, they go to school in Silver Springs, not in Fernley. The parent might work in Fernley, but the schools are here. So can you elaborate a little bit on how this is actually going to help Silver Springs or Stagecoach, or should we just be looking at you're helping Fernley and keep it at that? I'm not against the project. I want to be real with what we're telling people.
Absolutely.
Well, I can answer some of that as well, because I believe it came from me. There's basketball activities after school.
We're getting feedback from Mike or something.
Is it? So I know that right now people have to travel to Reno to participate in some of those activities. So there's that. There's also summertime where the kids are not in school. And I know that they'll use that. And also then sports teams have more opportunities to compete in tournaments hosted, brings in money. I mean, I go to the Boys and Girls Club in Reno all the time for sporting events, and the amount of people that it brings into their community is unbelievable. So it does provide those other opportunities for those kids to participate in athletic events as well, unless Silver Springs has enough after school sporting activities. But I don't think we can have too much.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes, please.
The other, I think, big component that will help the outlying areas is the daycare and the pre-K. So we will have those facilities there as well.
Thank you.
Okay, well, now that makes a lot of sense. The daycare and the pre-K. Thank you for that. Yeah, I was trying to find out what the tie was. You know, I don't want to misrepresent to the communities. I think the project's great, what you guys are trying to accomplish. I just don't want misinformation out there of what's being served up. Because living in Silver Springs and having grandchildren that live here and that participate in sports year round in Silver Springs, we have a Boys and Girls Club here. Grant you, they use school grounds because they don't have their own building yet. They've bought a piece of land, but they haven't built yet. But they provide services for our kids in our area year round, whether it's summer or school time. And like I said, it doesn't matter where their parents work. The kids go to the Boys and Girls Club here. So, and they participate in our stuff. So I just didn't want to mess representation out there. But anyways, daycare makes sense. If they work in Fernley, then they could take their children to daycare there.
And one more thing, if I may add, the other component that I think is important and helpful to everybody is the workforce development and an opportunity to work with joints. So we'll have services there to be able to help folks with employment opportunities and training opportunities inside that facility.
Thank you. My comment on this, and you guys do great work there, and I love the partnerships and stuff. But then again, then when I look at community like Mount House, they can't even pursue these partnerships because they have absolutely nowhere. I mean, they can't even invite people to their community to talk about these opportunities because they have nowhere to meet with them. So I just I don't know. In my mind, I mean, you got somebody with a need, and then you got somebody with a need that has nothing. And I'm just kind of struggling with this one. But you guys, I think it's a very worthwhile project when you're dealing with limited funds.
And I appreciate that, and I fully support other communities needing help too. I think it's really important that Fernley has come a long way. I mean, we started small, we have limited resources, and we've really tried to build those partnerships and leverage those funds to be able to get something in our growing community, and it's growing and
by leaps and bounds.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Daphne. Anybody else have any final comments or questions? All righty. Thank you, guys. All right, Boys and Girls Club. Just make him hold it.
No, that was the original.
Yeah, Nick's gonna be our Vanna
Yeah,
White.
there we go.
Vanna White.
Actually,
Yeah,
I don't know about you guys, we can't see that at all.
Good
Good idea, but no.
Go back to being Vanna White.
Yeah,
No worries.
That's why we asked for power. A for effort, but
That's why we asked for PowerPoints.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody. My name is Travis Crowder. I'm the director of the Boys and Girls Club Mason Valley.
And I'm Nick Beaton. I'm our Director of Communications and Resource Development and the Lifelong Fund.
Yeah, proud of that fact. And you'll also be here to, of course, clear up all the things I'll mess up or forget as I'm presenting. But a little history on the project. And again, we appreciate the time. So back in 2019, I'll back up a little further. We've been, Boys and Girls have had a footprint in Lyon County now for a little over 20 years. And starting in 1999, I've been with them since 2000. And I can tell you that as much as we do our best to kind of conquer the childcare needs and address those needs in Dayton, Silver Springs, YERINGTON, and as of 6 years ago, Mineral County and Hawthorne, the one growing need that we're seeing, you even heard from our friends in Burnley too, the one that we're definitely recognizing is the need for childcare, licensed childcare, little guys. And it's one that is a little bit relatively new to us, that particular age group of infants all the way to pre-K. But one thing that we constantly were hearing from our parents was the fact that you're dealing with waiting lists, you're dealing with not enough licensed facilities and so on and so forth. And that's all throughout Lyon County, of course. And so that being said, in 2019, the fall of 2019, we acquired the property at the time that was directly across from our current Boys and Girls Club right here on Main Street. In doing so, it was a smaller lot, but it gave us an opportunity to get the ball rolling. And we were lucky enough at the time to secure a lead gift from our friends at the E.L. Wiegand Foundation, Kristen Avancino, and some of the folks there that were just, great supporters of our club. And then in March of 20, as we all know, COVID became an issue for us and kind of halted efforts. And in doing so, you kind of heard it from Mr. Foley and others as well. It helped the efforts. We had to kind of pivot and address more of emergency care, essential worker care, and things of that nature, some of which you guys all helped us with Dayton as an example, trying to respond and get there and get a facility and things of that nature too. But what happened and what we've been seeing and what was echoed earlier is construction costs have significantly changed from when we purchased the lot across the street. And so, it kind of had us change up a little things. And I also want to mention at that time when COVID did hit, we also were faced with the fact that these same parents that needed the childcare were in desperate need now, especially with the little ones. And so one of the things that we had done, didn't really know the response we would get, and it kind of blew us away, was at that same time when we kind of had to halt efforts and relook at things. We had also started, for us, our preschool program, started taking little guys, 3, 4, and 5-year-olds that were ended up, we put them on the second story of our teen center, which is the only place that we could have them. We quickly filled up immediately with one class, ended up doing a second class, an afternoon class, filled that up and ended up with a waiting list of another 20-something kids. So we end up having 2 preschool classes as it is now with 40-something kiddos every day and with a waiting list to match that will fill up. And it just got evident. And then, so what happened at the same time in recognizing those numbers, Perry and Sons Farms is one of our sponsors and supporters. Thought that the building or the property across the street would not be nearly big enough now that we're seeing the impact that we're having and the requests that we're having. And we're able to purchase us and get us some property right down the street across from, as you guys would know, where Anytime Fitness is right down here. That doubled the footprint and has what's in front of you today. This facility allows us to reach 51 kiddos licensed care from infants all the way to pre-K. It is a facility we're very proud of, and it is one that in acquiring this property, I do want to say we have tremendous support and continue to have tremendous support from our friends at the Lyon County School District. When we did get this parcel, the back, I want to say 10,000 square feet or so of the property that neighbored right up against the alley where the high school is, belonged to the school district. When we presented this project to them back in this would have been about 2020, late 2020, the school board then and all the staff, not only did they support and we're all on board with the fact that not only do we need pre-K care, but we need preschools as well. As we all know, those have been eliminated in many ways. And they gifted us property that they owned on the backside of that parcel as well. And then took it a step further. You see it in the letter of support that you have here from Mr. Workman. But in doing this, one of the things that he pointed out is, of course, they want to support it. We make, of course, all kinds of strides with the teachers and the fact that they need the childcare. Most of our all-day kiddos in the club right now are teachers' children. But in doing so, we also wanted to make sure that there is a partnership in place that when this or the early learning center opens, that we will have a partnership with the school district. And the proximity was fantastic, but that Lyon or YERINGTON High School will begin to partner with us for accreditation, and their students will be working with us as well at the early learning center. So it ended up just being a win-win for all parties involved. The need was simple. We can speak numbers. There's 450 currently elementary school age students right now. 95 of them are kindergartners. We have 2 fantastic private childcare facilities here in town. They're both full. We've met with them. We continue to meet with them. We want to support each other, but we know that the need is definitely evident. You mentioned earlier leveraging funds. I would like to speak to that simply because we are pretty proud of that fact. I mentioned to you before that we had the lead gift from the E.L. Wiegand Foundation. It was not our only gift. We did get a great deal of in-kind support. I think much like we did back with the Dayton project and the CARES funding, we tend to try to leverage our funds a great deal, mainly because of 2 things. Much like you guys expect or like to have that skin in the game, we find that to be the case with our friends too in the foundation world. We saw that in Dayton with your gift. As you remember, it led to Pennington's $2.3 million gift for that project and got us on board. The same is what we're looking at here. The request that we have in front of you today ends up being about 17% of our entire budget that you have in front of you. In terms of the project, and we obviously still have some room to go, but we're not, it's going to happen. It's already been, the ground's broke. We're going to make it a reality no matter what we have to. But it is one that we're quite proud of, and we appreciate any kind of support or questions you may have or what I forgot.
No, you're good. Ms. Henderson?
No, less than 10 minutes.
I heard that timer chicken. I thought you were going to speed it up on me.
Mr. Jacobson.
Just again, appreciate the fact that you're using partnerships and working together. It takes more than one organization to get projects like this rolling. And I know that you gentlemen wear out shoes, beating the streets, rounding up this, that, and the other. And your efforts are noticed and appreciated.
Thank you. Ms. Keller.
Yeah, I just have one question, Travis. I know you're asking for the 375,000, but knowing how you guys go out and beat up the streets, as Commissioner Jacobson said, if this would, as you can see, we have 16 million in requests and 6 million, right? So if we were to give you something less than the 375, you could still put that to great use.
Absolutely, absolutely, and we'd be grateful.
You can see the giant.
I'm just looking at a lot of these things on this page going, if we can maybe do little bits here or there to help you out, maybe not the whole thing. Obviously, we got to shave 10 million off the request. So.
Well, that's why we provided you guys with that, broken down budget line item there. 375 is the ask, but there's lots of stuff on there that can help
Yeah.
you. So.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's kind of funny, ironic, I guess. I'm going the other way. Because I figured the 375,000 you said was 17%. And the other 7 you're looking for, if I did my math right, it'd be about another 161,000. Is that correct?
Yeah, and we've secured, as you can see here, we have 9% in pending asks that we're not quite sure on yet. And then we have 7 and we need to go out and completely find. But we've gotten roughly around $240,000 in kind support on both. And that's why we can't go around it like a CDBG, because we're getting a ton of help from our contractors and subcontractors that would have to go out the window with the rates that we have to pay with that funding. But when you look at the land donation, the awesome discounts that our friends are giving us, as well as donating land from the county, that's about $240,000 in in-kind support. We're looking at $950,000 in foundational support. We've launched a tile campaign over the last few weeks that is to kind of help fill that gap and also cover our wall with awesome names of our support.
Yeah, and yeah, you guys do awesome work, and we really appreciate what you do for. And I hate the word kiddos, but I will say it.
Say it all the time.
I don't know where that got into the lexicon. I hate that word, but you guys do a really good job for the kids in Lyon County. Thank you.
Yes, you guys do a wonderful job helping the children. Thank you, guys. Yeah, no, and hats off to you guys again. You guys do fantastic things for the residents of Lyon County. Alrighty. It is 11:45. You guys ready for lunch? Want to push on to noon? Push all the way through? What do you guys want to do?
Lunch sounds good.
Lunch. All right. At this time, we'll break for lunch and reconvene at 1:15. We're gonna call the meeting back to order. Thanks, everybody. Hope you got good lunch. Next up on the agenda is the Dayton Valley Conservation District. Rob Hall, are you on the line?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. I'm gonna turn over to you.
All right. Good afternoon to you, sir, and to the fellow commissioners there. I see you have my PowerPoint pulled up, and everybody knows this is the Dayton Bridge. This picture was taken just after the crest on February 11th, 2017. The project that I'll be talking about and providing some additional information about is basically intended, it'll accomplish a lot of things, but the end result downstream is it will help facilitate water passing freely through all three of the spans of this bridge, and also to prevent trees and debris from catching on the bridge from points upstream. If you could go to the next slide, please. This slide provides a little bit of extra information. A lot of people, either they haven't lived here long enough to remember, or they're not old enough to remember. This river is prone to flooding, primarily from December through February. There are a few outliers, but these are all floods that have occurred since 1940, which is when good record keeping started coming, and it wasn't just anecdotal. And you can see also, and I think this is important to point out.
Heather always has to have snacks.
You there?
We bought them on the way down. That's all the stuff we had in the car. Braxton loves Cheese Whiz. He's a whiz.
Somebody's got an open mic somewhere.
Was this that you guys lifted? Was there another one?
Can you hear me now?
There we go.
All righty. You can see that all but 3 of these events are more, and in most cases, significantly more water than either of the floods that we experienced in 2017 or 2006. Some of them even 3 times as much. So I wanted to point that out. And then I can't hit it from my end. Right below the picture, there's a little, it's about a 15-second video. If you could push that for me, please. Oh, thank you. That'll work. Thank you. Next slide. All right. Now, this gets back to, that's the Baroni diversion. That's in the area of the work that we'll be conducting. This slide shows the beginning of the cleanup work. This was actually done right after the January and February floods, when the water level got low enough for us to go in and remove the debris from that diversion. We were concerned that either in the case of another flood event or a heavy spring runoff, that if those logs broke loose, the only place they could stop downstream, or the next place they would stop, would be at the Dayton Bridge. And we ended up taking about 50 logs off of that diversion. They also did a lot of damage to the diversion itself, but that's a whole nother issue. Next slide, please. This is some of the work we did. It's hard to get a picture, but like back underneath the boom of the excavator there, you can see that root ball. That's about 8 feet across. We had to get a new chainsaw and cut some of these trees into 4 pieces. They were 50, 60 foot long trees up to 3 foot around at the base. And those are the kind of hazards that are coming off of this area that we're wanting to repair. It took us a lot of loads to get them out of the floodplain so they don't end up going back into the river system again. And this project is intended not only to not have to do that work again, but to invest in prevention, as was mentioned earlier, so that not only is the diversion not affected, but so that these logs don't end up downstream in the bridge. Next slide, please. This is an overview of the project, and I'll start at the bridge where the white triangles are. That's an area where we are working with NDOT to clear the vegetation up and downstream from the easternmost span. That area is largely non-functional, except at the highest flows. It's grown a lot of trees. Some of them are cottonwood trees since the 2006 flood. Actually, here in Dayton, it was New Year's Eve 2005. And so we want to clear that area out. And in the upstream area, those trees are coming from the green lines, which are steep cut banks. We're going to take those areas surrounded by white, move them across, create a 3-to-1 slope, and then armor that slope so that the trees stay in place. It increases the capacity of the channel there to handle floodwaters, and we don't end up having those trees introduced into the area of the Dayton Bridge. You can go to the next slide if you would, please. That's an example of one of our projects. We've done over 30 of those in Dayton Valley. This is a heavy fractured rock. It does not move when there are floods, it stays in place, and our projects have, we've been working on them since the 97 flood. They've had great success. So I wanted to show you what the end result looks like. Next slide, please. We have revised our budget. I finally heard back from NDOT, and while I had asked them for considerably more in hopes of getting 3, I got 100,000 from them. So I brought into play, I didn't want to have to do it, but next year's funding from the Carson Water Subconservancy District. They always fund us. I was just hoping to do something different than that. So it reduced with the 200,000 less from NDOT, and I factored in the 100,000 from CWSD next year. There is still 818,000 to do this project, which is enough to do the project with help from the county. If you would go to the next and final slide. Okay, there again is the bridge. That's ultimately the focus of the project, even though the work is kind of behind the scenes. It's not often realized by the public. And I just wanted to point out, in light of a lot of the other requests, which have been wonderful to listen to, and they all have a lot of merit, all of those services, as Dayton continues to grow, whether it's residential, municipal, utility services, public safety, commercial, they're all reliant on that one point of transit between one side of the river and another. As there continues to be development on the east side of the river, off the Dayton Valley Road side, as the county contemplates moving their municipal buildings or facilities out here, the use of that bridge will be more important. So that's why I bring my request for you. We'd really appreciate your help and want to get this project done to protect the bridge. That's important to everybody.
Thanks, Rob. Can you explain what happens if that project's not done and those start breaking loose when they get to the river, when they get to the bridge? What happens?
Well, basically, it's like a trash, not trash. It's like a shopping cart in floodwater. Basically, acts as a strainer, and it's like a tea strainer in your sink or something that you strain your noodles with. Those trees do the same thing. They get up there in that either the existing vegetation or across one of those supports, and then they serve as a strainer, and they start taking out smaller items. And then those smaller items essentially make it a finer mesh filter that catches smaller items. And so you really run the risk of creating, if not a complete, but at least a partial obstruction and dam there at the bridge, if that were to be the case.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Questions?
Yes, sir.
Chairman Gray, if I may, Rob, I appreciate your presentation here. I think I might have misunderstood you. My waist is about 3 feet around. And I think you said the tree trunks were 3 feet in diameter.
Sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, they look bigger than that, or I am in desperate need of the gym.
Yeah, no, well, some of them might have been pushing 3.5, but the length of the trees was in the 50 to 60 foot range.
So the diameter or the diameter was 3 feet, but the circumference around that puppy must have been about 6 or 7.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
All right.
Yep, pi r squared, whatever that turns out to be.
There we go. All right. I was just making sure that we were talking the same size trees. All right. Very nice presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I come up with another question. We got commissioners up here trying to do math.
I think that's middle. I was just going to point out to Commissioner Jacobson, I think that's middle school math, so you should be pretty good at that.
Yeah.
I was like,
Fifth grade.
And you guys were still
treadmill
struggling
time.
with it too. Okay, any other questions from on this side of the peanut gallery? Vida, you got anything? The speller. Smile. All right, seeing no questions, we'll move on to the next item. Thanks, Rob. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
You're looking much younger.
Thank you, Rob.
now. You don't look homeless anymore.
No.
Okay, Dayton Valley Dog Park.
I'm missing that.
Good afternoon, Chairman.
Good
Gray, fellow commissioners, Manager Jeff Page, and county staff. I'm Dave Smith, Vice President of the Dayton Valley Dog Park. The acronym is DVDP.
And I am Erlinda Evie on the board of the Dayton Valley Dog Park.
She's important. She's our treasurer. DVDP, or Dayton Valley Dog Park, is a 2.6 acre, fully fenced park. Effective and offering since July 2011. Visitors with dogs have a 7-day period, sunrise, sunset, a clean, safe, and healthy environment. Next. Okay, cooperate. We are a 501(c) nonprofit organization. It's administrated by a 5-member board with guidelines, written bylaws. Please note, it's a 4-section park, fully fenced, large dog, sand, small dog, grass, mixed dog, grass, and a sagebrush area with pads and benches. We're here mainly because of the grass. It's the biggest star. We get people from all over. It's the big attraction. Dogs love grass. We don't smoke it. We try to keep it in good shape for them.
Took me a second.
I like that. You like that? To pay for the maintenance, and in addition to this grass, causes a high bill. We run closely to $500 a month in the warm months. Now, how we raise this revenue? Strictly by fundraisers and by private donors. We receive no money from Lyon County. The upper right is a typical booth we sell at the events. This next to it is a typical day at the park. Dog owners get together, chat about the ballpark or some kind of sport or what's going on in the world, while their dogs are either playing together, chasing a frisbee or a ball. We try to link up with new residents, which are all the time. We have cookouts and barbecues. Our big attraction is the pet parade. I'll mention it in a minute. This is a classic event. We have participants enter, and there are prizes for first, second, and third. Now, COVID-19 hit. There goes our fundraisers. There goes our donations. Everything seemed to be canceled. Gone were Dayton Valley Days. Gone oodles and noodles. Gone. We support the senior centers. It's not only in Dayton, but Virginia City and Mark Twain. That parade was very popular. No, we did not just have canines. We had Tony, a rescue Mustang from the Virginia Range. We had pigs. We had snakes, and even turtles were allowed to be pulled in a truck. When the pandemic was over, it was gone. We saw a reduction in our fundraisers. We saw experience reduction in our donations. This could be part inflation now, but we're also seeing a reduction in attendees. Meanwhile, the county's growing like crazy. We all know it. We are seeing dogs from Granite Point, Copper Canyon 1, Copper Canyon 2. We've always got people from Stagecoach and even as far as Fallon. all this new business, as you can see, our biggest problem is the grass. Here's when it's healthy. Usually if we have a very wet winter, we get it fairly well healthy, but by mid-year, it starts going, and this is what we have now. It's getting to look like the desert. So our number one priority, we've submitted our list of priorities to the county for around $46,500. We think we can resurrect this and get it back to good shape. And show them. This is our bid. We had John Castanelli, landscaper and construction. He's donated from the beginning of the park. He does an excellent job, donates his staff and his machinery, mows at no charge, and we give him a slight fee to pick up the waste. Project number 2. We had benches. They're 11 years old. Many are just wear and tear, and others are vandalism. We estimate $1,200 to make a good seat. Third, our storage shed, built in 2010, full to capacity, subject to break-ins, not only from humans, but also rodents. We lose a lot of merchandise when the rats get in there and make a nest. Cost about $1,200. For security, we have tubes on site in the park to collect donations. And we have a blue one, which is very well secured. They can't get to the lock. This is a casualty. We lost it 2 years ago. That the lock, we just haven't been able to get a good one. So $40 to $60 a month disappears from that one. So we shut it down. We have walkways. This again was built in 2010. And we have a lot of visitors that are disabled. We have service dogs. This is an accident waiting to happen. Our final project, we have a memorial brick area. Unfortunately, it was started in 2011 and it's on the ground. So it receives walk-ons and the weather conditions. We have a companion in the Wildy Animal Rescue Foundation. They're in Incline Village, and they're going to be building and finishing up in Stagecoach. They have an excellent wall. Look, they do the animal and then they do the owner when they pass away. What a great concept. We need $5,000 to bring that bricks up from the ground and put them on the wall. Okay, the total, $55,700. That's going to be a lot of bake sales, folks. We need Lyon County to become a partner with us. We need you now as a partner to invest in this community asset. Please join us in protecting, preserving, and enhancing that park. We know it's an attraction from all northern Nevada, and people are coming and animals are coming, 4-legged and 2-legged. We need your help. Thank you for listening, and thank you for giving us the opportunity for you to join this nonprofit organization.
Thank you. Did your important one have anything to say?
She wants the money.
Well, there you go. Any questions for the board?
No, I don't have their paperwork. I ended up with, no, I ended up with 2 of this one. Yes.
Sure.
Thank you for the presentation. I saw raised concrete in there but I don't see that in part of the bid, or do I? It looked like you were wanting to grind off or redo some cement. You had it marked with orange.
Yeah, that's so that we also have a cone so that if disabled people could buy with their walkers and their dog, the dog bite visit, but we've had people almost trip. So, yeah, it's raising up, and at the current time is, we don't know whether it's our pine trees on our property. We're working with Maria Alexander, Parks and Rec. It might be their cotton trees from the Parks and Rec, okay?
And I have a comment. It's actually, our thought process was, it was part of the security issue because we consider it a liability. And right now, we are covered under Lyon County's liability insurance. So that is an issue for us.
Well, I think the question was though, where in your bid is the,
It's part of the security.
okay, that is part of the security, okay, because it says 3 cameras.
It says
so-
cameras, but
Yeah.
something, there was also a typo in there that I couldn't catch before it got submitted, so.
Wasn't like a $10,000 typo, was it?
No.
Okay, but Mr. Chair, I do have a question.
Okay.
But I had one other comment in addition to his presentation that I think we all know that a lot of people during the COVID experience decided to adopt dogs. And a lot of those dogs are ending up at our park. And that is another reason why the grass has taken so much more damage, because a lot of people decided to get big dogs in Lyon County.
So
We
I
could use your help.
I do have one question for you on,
Sure.
that you had, added storage. Was that another storage shed or what was that?
I guess we're looking at all the options. I'd love to have something like a Costco tin, like a truck container where you have the doors, they're all metal. See, this is wood and we're getting rats, even though we put stuff down, you still get rats into this wooden shed. So maybe either a tough shed or a metal container. I think maybe it's low, 1,200 now. It's probably gonna be 1,500, 1,800 something.
I think you're way light.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think you can buy a 4x4 shed for $1,200 right now.
Well, unless it's like the injection mold tough shed that, I mean, is good for backyard use, but not for.
I just think that your ask on this particular item is way low on that shed cost.
Okay.
We try to operate on a shoestring budget. As I've been treasurer twice now for this organization, and most years our big goal is to not lose money. So I am notorious, and Dave will attest to this, I am notorious for refusing to let them spend more money than they absolutely have to. And I will shop a deal to death.
Well, if you find a storage shed for $1,200, please let me know where.
Okay. Challenge accepted.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Okay, next up, USA Rehab Centers.
If the dogs or their owners start smoking grass, then they can use our website to get that. Let's start by distinguished ladies and gentlemen, commissioners, and board chair and vice chair. My name is Mitch Burnley. It's B-E-R-N-E-Y. I'm the CEO and founder of USARehabCenters.org. We built a website similar to travel sites. If any one of us were looking for a hotel room right now, we could go to a plethora of travel sites and find a king bed, pet-friendly, free Wi-Fi, ocean view, non-smoking, 4-star hotel next Tuesday through Thursday in San Francisco, for an example. But if I said to you that I know a male that has depression, drinks alcohol, uses cocaine and methamphetamines, Aetna's their insurance, and they live in Silver Springs and they're looking for the closest facility to their home because they have transportation issues, most people cannot tell you a website that can perform that search. Well, we built it. It took hundreds of thousands of dollars and several years. And we come before you today to ask for funding so that we can get the website in Lyon County functionally loaded with all the providers. What makes the site unique is the providers have to go in and check every service and all the insurance companies and all the different treatment protocols that they offer, like transcranial magnetic stimulation, cognitive behavioral therapy, wilderness therapy, music therapy, faith-based programs. Do they accept service animals? We get all those providers in there and we create the most robust, powerful tool for the members of this community. We're also building a web app for the first responders, which will tie to other programs in the community and organizations that you already support, including Ramsay, which is looking to use our web app, and they're already a service partner with you. And they want to use it in their nurse health hotline and 911 centers. I will ask if at this point, if we could play a short video that will help you understand the site a little bit. Alcohol and drug abuse disorders, along with mental health and suicide rates, have skyrocketed in the United States. COVID has exacerbated the problem. The window to help someone when they are willing to accept help is narrow. Finding the appropriate level of care that also accepts their insurance is difficult even for those in the rehabilitation industry. The cost to our nation is enormous. People are dying at unacceptable rates. According to the CDC, 47,511 people died from suicide in 2019. Excessive alcohol use is responsible for more than 95,000 deaths in the United States each year. The total number of overdose deaths for the 12 months ending December 2020 is in excess of 93,000. Addiction cost our nation $740 billion annually in lost work productivity, detention costs, and medical expenses. Let's put this into perspective. The total drug, alcohol, and suicide deaths equals 235,511 each year. That's 645 deaths each day. The Boeing 747 has the capacity to accommodate 416 passengers in a 3-class setup. Let this sink in for a moment. Every 2 days, 3 747s full of people die in the US from drug overdose, alcohol, and suicide. Imagine seeing that on the news. Every 2 days, 3 more planes. Every week, every month, all year long. We could not just sit around and look at the problem without taking action. We had to do something. This is why we created USA Rehab Centers. USA Rehab Centers believes that recovery should not be the privilege of a few, but accessible to all. Our goal is to make our community, our country, and our world a better place for all by making rehabilitation easily accessible to those seeking it. At USA Rehab Centers, we developed the first of its type resource directory that allows an individual, their loved ones and first responders, case managers, and discharge nurses to help connect someone in need to the resources that match their specific needs. USA Rehab Centers is currently developing the first of its kind web application for first responders. The USA Rehab Centers web application will benefit anyone that may frequently be in the vicinity of someone suffering from drug and alcohol abuse disorders, mental health disorders, or physical injury. The web application will provide a much needed tool that will aid them in guiding someone to the appropriate level of care they need. Thank you. And I'm happy to share some of the success stories, including a couple of them that are already in this county, and demo the site. And on Zoom, we have one of our presenters, if we can go to her now, Elaine Kelly.
Good afternoon, commissioners. For the record, my name is Elaine Kelly, K-E-L-L-Y, and I'm a registered nurse from Reno, Nevada. I am a subject matter expert in working with rehab centers as a vice president of strategic alliances. And I want to talk a little bit about access to healthcare and the appropriate care. Care providers, case managers, EMS agencies, as well as the general public struggle with access to services, especially mental health services. I have built directory of services for several agencies throughout the country. Keeping this directory updated is one huge challenge. USA Rehab Centers has developed the most impressive product and program I've seen. The tool in the program creates an avenue for people to access the right care at the right time. 1 in 5 adults struggle with mental health. This includes anxiety, depression, addiction, and suicide. COVID-19, as we know, impacted everyone's mental health to some extent, some to the point of catastrophe. As a direct result of COVID-19, we saw a substantial increase in overdose deaths, alcohol-related deaths, and deaths related to suicide. Again, the key to successful care is access to the right care at the right time. People who need help with drugs, alcohol, and depression for themselves or someone else have no idea how to access care. Having one place to go to find needed care is necessary, and this includes preventative care as well. I want to talk a little bit about health outcomes for your community. This program will help your community and healthcare providers direct patients to the appropriate resources, which will improve quality of care and quality of life and health outcomes. Many people utilize EMS system, calling 911 for an ambulance transport to the emergency department as their access. This is the most expensive and sometimes the least effective care for mental health patients. Many people are arrested and end up in jail, which they do not have the access to the right health care there as well. USA Rehab Centers provides easy and effective access to the exact care needed, taking into consideration the patient's age, address, diagnosis, and insurance or lack thereof. I am very excited that this is going to be available to your community, thoroughly populating the directory of services and educating the citizens of Lyon County will change the trajectory of care in Lyon County, improve quality of care, improve health outcomes, and provide cost savings and improve the county's quality of life. Thank you.
And then Melissa Boland as well.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us. My name is Melissa Bolin, and that's B like boy, OWLIN. I am Senior Vice President with USA Rehab Centers. Again, thank you for having us today. I want to talk about the negative economic impact caused by addiction and disorders.
Sorry.
I knew she was going to do that.
So we'll open up to questions from the board. First question I have, so do you guys actually operate any, centers? And I mean, so you guys are a search engine basically to.
Exactly.
So what would the money be used for then? I mean,
to go out to the providers and connect them and get their services on the website so that it's accessible to the members of the community. So we have to employ people to go to the providers, get them to list their facilities, check all the services they provide. We have somewhere in excess of 300 different service protocols that are searchable in here. Things like, have you ever heard of a pipette issue? They're one of the few people, eating hair, paint chips, or dirt. It's a mental health disorder, and it also affects women in pregnancy that are missing minerals, for example.
They eat brick.
Well, we have about 130 different insurance companies. One of the biggest barriers to accessing treatment is, do they accept my insurance, or I don't have insurance? And there are providers that are able to still treat people. And then there's providers that have case managers that connect them with Medicaid services. Okay. So all of these things are almost unnavigatable to the average individual. Even professionals in the healthcare community don't know where to turn, and they can't possibly memorize all the different insurance companies that any specific provider takes. Do they accept non-citizens? Do they take sliding scale, fee for service? Do they take veterans insurance programs? All of these different factors are barriers to getting the help they need. And when people are willing to accept help and they can't find it, no, we don't take your insurance. No, we don't offer medical detox. They give up and they continue to use. And many of them today, the problem is they're dying. I don't know if you read the article that came out of Florida with the spring breakers recently, but this is yet to come in Northern Nevada, but it's on its way. It's called ISO. 20 to 100 times more powerful than fentanyl. The people that are near somebody that took it and is overdosing are overdosing secondhand, including law enforcement, first responders. So the severity of the crisis is life and death. And what we want to do is we want to build this resource, and then also share with the community, make sure that they know through rack cards and flyers and billboards and radio and television. If you or a loved one or your employee or family member or friend needs help, go to usarehabcenters.org. So the money is going to be used to populate the site with all the providers. It takes time and money and personnel to go out and get them registered on the site. And one other thing about our site that's unique is it's accessible by the providers 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Elaine was alluding to the fact that keeping a site like this up to date is really what is so special about our site. We will also be working with a team of people in our call center to contact the provider several times a year, make sure their site is up, their listing is up to date, but they'll have access electronically on our site to go in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week through their account and update their listing if they add insurance companies or change service protocols, for example.
Are you in any local counties or doing anything here in Northern Nevada?
We did our beta launch, and thank you for asking that. This is a tremendous project to take on. And it comes from the fact that my recovery date is October 12th, 2001. And when I realized that this was so lacking, I went out and I did a lot of R&D and talked, I presented at the Governor's Opiate Summit.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yeah.
Because we're in the constraints of open meeting a lot and you've been asked a specific question, would you just answer the question and not?
Yeah, I was trying to get
It's
that.
more like you're doing more of your presentation.
Yeah,
You've been
I
given
really
2 minutes.
wasn't trying
Thank you.
to do that. But to get to that point, we went out and did all the R&D, and then we built the site and we did our beta launch in Washoe County. And I could literally show you online what that looks like and how usable it is. We could do a search and you can see it's functional. And so, yes, we do have online there now. And we also have about a dozen states that already have providers that are listed on our website. And I am currently traveling around the country. I just got back from Alabama last week.
Okay.
To get them
Thank
online,
you.
and we were going over where to get it done.
Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just looking at the sheet that you handed out with the, what's the marketing for?
The marketing is for rack cards that you feel like if you went to a casino and you saw if you have a gambling problem, billboard so that people driving down the road can see this, and radio and TV. It's not for marketing our company, it's marketing so that the community knows where to turn. So they are aware of this resource.
Okay, and do you charge the providers to be on your website?
Okay, so what we're asking for is the funding to get the providers on there, and they will never come off because that listing is permanent. We don't remove anybody whether they pay or not. The providers will have an opportunity to upgrade their listings with pictures and videos, and that creates exactly the sustainability, which is why we will not require future funding from you to maintain the site. But if they want to add pictures or video, we're not asking you to pay for that.
And how many employees do you have?
Right now, we have approximately 15. Yeah.
Where are they located?
All in Northern Nevada. We have a couple in Southern California, one out in South Carolina. I mean, what's beautiful about this is our site is built on the cloud. And so we can literally have people all over the country working with us. But we will put somebody on the ground right here in this community to populate the site here.
Mr. Hockaday.
It sounds like a great program to find things that you need for healthcare. Have you been looking, and it sounds like you have, at the opioid litigation, also health and human services grants? Are all of those available to you, or are they not because you seem to be a private corporation working this situation?
Yeah, that is correct. And they all have turned around and said, this is exactly what the ARPA money was intended for. If it caused a negative health impact, which of course overdose deaths and mental health problems skyrocketed, if it created a financial impact, and we know that the detention center cost and the emergency transport and the strong arm robberies and petty thefts and violent crimes and domestic violence that trigger CPS with the children involved, all of those are expenses, including medical transport and ER bills. So this is why they've suggested that the ARPA is the most appropriate use of funds for us, is because it's affected both the COVID affected both the health outcomes of the community as well as the economic impact that it's caused on the community.
Ms. Keller, you got any questions?
Yes, I just wanted to make a statement, right now.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, it's board question time.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said
Keller?
Kelly.
No.
Keller.
She is not there. Where she's calling it. Mr. Hockaday, did you have another question? Okay. Any other further questions up here? And Vida's not there. Okay, well, thank you very much. We appreciate your time coming out today and presenting. And at this time, we will move on to the Fair and Rodeo Board.
You can go ahead.
Hang on.
Oh.
Winona, if your ears are on, I think you're unmuted.
Lisa Tibbles, Lyon County Fair Board Secretary. I have our Chairman Curtis Jordan, Member Wayne Allen, and Co-Chairman Donna McDonald. You did receive a packet. We are here to say that we are looking for some improvements at the fairgrounds. There has been no capital improvements at the fairgrounds for probably 20+ years. We can go through as we look through this slide, you can keep in mind that there's been no capital improvements on the fairgrounds. So what we are asking for would be like a one-time opportunity that this wouldn't affect the county budget, but we could maybe get some improvements done that are well overdue. You go on. Project A, the asphalt in front of the main barn and the midway hasn't been done for 20 years. We address tripping hazards and safety every year. It's been repaired. Every year we've had to have poles repaired. The last couple of years it's been substantial. They're getting bigger. Next slide, Jeff. You can kind of see there, we kind of took pictures. That's the midway coming into the main entrance to the fair. Next one, please. You can see there where we've patched up by the main barn there by the concrete there. It's gotten substantially. That is a very high traffic area during fair, any event that's out there. It is the main entrance. And then there's some other videos of just or pictures of just the cracks and the tripping. Like I said, these are addressed every year. We've had to do substantial repairs on those every year. Project B is the mural on the side of the barn. The murals were painted in 1995. They've never been touched up. They've never had anything done. It would just be an extra appeal to the barn and bringing back. David McGowan was one of the ones that originally painted those. And next slide, Joe. That kind of shows you what the mural looks and then the front of the barn.
So if you're not familiar with David McGowan, he's passed away now, but he's a longtime resident of Mason Valley and was very well known for his signs. He did hand painted signs throughout Yerington, which are works of art actually, and there are very few of them left around anywhere. And our muralist happened to be a student of his work and is very interested in preserving David's work and his lettering. He has a very distinct way of painting signs. So it's kind of the history of Yerington and Mason Valley.
Project C is concrete slab for our Sandy Hunt placements. This has been a problem for several years. We have had no public bathrooms on site. It's been like 15 years, so we do use Sandy Hunts. We have them set around the fair all over. We're trying to centralize an area where this would be a central area for if the big barn was being rented or the Regonschel barn was being rented, this would be a central location. We have been with facilities. We are going forward with this, but once this came upon us, we thought, well, it would be a great time to ask for putting concrete there so it would be easy to clean, accessible, easier for wheelchair instead of using like a pea gravel in there. So that this is the area that we want. It's like I said, it's a central location that would be accessible for any part of the fairgrounds. The next one is tables and chairs. We have not replaced tables and chairs in many years. Some of the tables are wood, they're broken. The tables and chairs are provided during a rental. If you rent the facility, they come along with it. And also the racks we put in there for a bid to move them. The racks that we have, some don't have wheels, some don't move. So we end up using a backhoe or something to move them. Project E is permanent shades. There's very little shade at the fairgrounds. We rent canopies yearly and we use those. We probably have to replace them about every 2 to 3 years because of our wind and just wear and tear. The big shade, next slide, is we would like to put in front of the main vendor booths. There's a front picture and a side picture that shows where it would go. That is a congregation for most of our major fair goers. They right in front of the food, it's right in front of the stage. You get to, we would put more picnic areas there so people could be out of the heat and be more comfortable. Project F is a pole barn, which Silver State Livestock Show and Auction uses. It has grown every year. It's one of the biggest shows in the state of Nevada. The cost of renting the canopies or the tents that we use there is about $12,000 a year, and that's increasing. This pole barn would be housing the animals, and it could be used for other events out there during the year. And that's the pole barn that we have now, and we would do an existing pole barn just like that. Project G is our arena bucking chutes. Our arena is a 1970 arena. Nothing has been upgraded for like 20 years. The gates, the chutes, next slide, please. You can see we have repaired down there at the bottom. We've had to repair those chutes down into the ground for stability. It's getting, you can see the wear and tear on the slider there. Next. This is the back decking of the chutes. It's lifted. It was repaired several years ago by the high school rodeo. They donated that time and material, but it hasn't been kept up, and it's lifting. Next one. And then this is the stripping chute that is mentioned in here too, where it needs repair. We do repair these. Like I said, it's getting that we have to do it every year. To get by the safety issues, get by what we can do, but the gates don't lock, some of them, they don't hang straight. And it's just would be a nice upgrade to the arena, and we could bring in maybe some more events before it does get into a situation where we are in dire need of big maintenance jobs. Any questions?
Mr. Jacobson.
Outside of the Lyon County Fair, is this ground used for many other events?
We have
High school rodeo.
Night in the country, high school rodeo. We have had high school rodeos there. That was a yearly thing. It has kind of dropped. They've kind of centralized those and not put so many rodeos on. And then we have the 4-H that have started using it for the arena for horse shows. In fact, we have like I think 4 booked this year for the arena. And then they also have been, it's Grange, it's not actually 4-H, it's the Grange group. They've got quite a few shows that they're coming up, like a rabbit show and a goat show. So yes, it is utilized. Then we have Night in the Country that uses it, and then As far as the buildings are concerned, I think we have the buildings rented all the way from this weekend, all the way up until October. Every weekend, there's either a quinceañera, a wedding, there is the goat show, so we have the buildings being rented, yes.
Right on.
Mr. Chair, just for clarification, we received a phone call 2 weeks ago from, I'm not sure which candidate, but a national candidate who wanted to rent the fairgrounds for an event. Gave me the date. I went to talk to staff. They said he can do it probably in November. I was informed by the group that the election is in November.
Alrighty, well, that's good to hear that it's booked out that far.
I would like to see more events. I'd like to get the county to help us with events, because we do have one of the best facilities in the state of Nevada. We actually do.
Talkative. Mr. Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of comments on this. On the shade structure, I noticed you said, it's right next to the food and stuff. It's right next to the bar. That's where everybody's hanging out.
Yes.
That too.
That is the most popular place to congregate.
Yeah,
Liquid nutrition, come on.
Yes, it is. And you have 7 projects listed here. Would you be able to prioritize those?
Probably it's hard to say the number one, but I think the asphalt is probably one of the, for a long term for the county, it would be something that would be done and you wouldn't have to do it again for probably several years. Yeah. The pole barn is something that would be very, as renting $12,000 every year for a big tent for the livestock show, it would be something that would be permanent. The county would benefit from that in the long run, plus saving on our budget every year. That would be, third would be the arena, the chutes. Like I said, those chutes have not been touched. Very little have been done on those. It would be something that would be an upgrade for the county. Plus you're looking at long-term. I mean, if we're going to keep doing the little minor repairs, those minor repairs get bigger and bigger. So the cost of that would probably go down. And then probably the other one would be the concrete for the Sandy hunts. Because like I said, that's our number one complaint that we get out there is that there's no public bathrooms. So we're trying to make that nicer for people. When you do have to use the restroom where it's at, you don't have to go looking for one. They're all in a central location. It's a clean location. Concrete would be easier to clean. We can hose it off. The sanitation company, we've talked to them and it's a great idea for them. They can just pull in. And so, yeah, that would be the 4 that I would say is most important. And to look at it on a county saving budget, because we've never asked for a capital improvement. And this is just a great way to probably maybe get some project done.
You guys do a great job out there, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you. I take pride in that arena personally and as a fair board member.
Yes.
Thank you guys so very much for being here today and plowing through the day and for what you guys do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Well, bless you to somebody and thank you to the others for the presentation.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Somebody's got allergies going today besides me.
Did you have any questions, Biden? I'm sorry, I didn't see you come back.
No, I'm good.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Darren Wilkinson. I'm the chairman of the Pies and Switch Times, and I hope you enjoy our presentation. The fiscal recovery funds establish a framework for determining the types of programs and services that are eligible under the American Rescue Plan Act. These provisions authorize the use of payments from the fiscal recovery funds to respond to COVID-19's negative economic impacts. Assessing whether a program or service responds to the COVID emergency requires us to first identify a need or negative impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. And second, identify how the intervention addresses the identified need or impact. First, the identified need. Local news is disappearing. Second, the Pies and Switch Times addresses this need by providing local news to the Mason and Smith Valleys and Shores for free, sharing news with Dayton, Burnley, Silver Springs, and Stagecoach through social media as well. And we're also preparing step-by-step instructions for people who are interested in starting their own local newspapers. The pandemic has also severely impacted many businesses. Small businesses hit especially hard. These small businesses make up nearly half of U.S. private sector employment and play a key role in supporting the overall economic recovery. Since the beginning of the pandemic, however, 400,000 small businesses have closed. Our own Mason Valley News disappeared in 2021. The Burnley Reporter and Dayton Valley Dispatch. In general, small businesses were already financially outset of the pandemic. Nonprofits provide vital services to communities have similarly faced economic challenges. Many local newspapers were especially affected by this due to their reliance on advertising revenue. All businesses struggle. I mean, a lot less being spent on advertising. Paisan Switch Times, a nonprofit corporation, addresses the identified impact. Times has addressed this impact for the past 10 years, providing local news, 30 volunteer hours per week. ARPA's initial support, Paisan Switch Times continues covering local news and sharing stories with county news sources to help them survive.
Thank you, Darren. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having us in here. This is my first time in the County Commissioners Chambers, and I appreciate how you conduct your business. We thank you for considering this formal request from the not-for-profit Paisan Switch Times for a portion of the ARPA funds. Before it was YERINGTON, this was Paisan Switch. That's where that name comes from. Mason Valley News ceased to exist in 2020 in the midst of the COVID pandemic, the first year. Accurate and up-to-date local news is a thing of the past in southern Lyon County and in the rest of the county as well. Darren and I created the Paisan Switch Times online newspaper to address this. And as he said, this serves Mason Valley, YERINGTON, Smith, Shores. And then when I come across other news that I know would benefit Dayton, Silver Springs, and Burnley, I try to share those with some of their social media sites to disseminate the news. And I also try to work with Robert Perea in Burnley because he has a struggling newspaper and he has a lot of readership, but financially, due to COVID, advertising costs going down, you know, he's struggling. Readers have commented that they depend on the Paisan Switch Times for vital records, event calendars, city and county meetings, schedules and agendas, current events, YERINGTON street construction updates. A lot of these I can update daily when there's new news. For readers, there is no cost for reading. And if some of you have clicked on Reno Gazette Journal or the New York Post, you get 1 or 2 reads and the rest they say, okay, you have to pay for the rest. And you can't access even when you see a link. With the onset of COVID restrictions in March 2020, it seemed there was no public record we could go to except for the greatest funeral home. A lot of locals don't even have their loved ones serviced through that agency. So for 1 to 2 years, even longer, because of the Mason Valley News not being available, we don't know which of our neighbors that we haven't seen is actually not on this earth anymore. And people have really commented to me personally through emails and on social media. Thank you for letting us know that this person had a baby, or that these people are getting married, or that this person is no longer with us. We need to know those things. In an effort to plan for the Pies and Switch Time sustainability, Darren has completed the Articles of Incorporation for the state of Nevada and has submitted an application for the nonprofit 501c3 to the IRS. And we're waiting on that. Sometimes that can take 6 months. He's also writing a step-by-step booklet entitled How to Start and Maintain an Online Community Newspaper, because it's taken us a while, to figure this out. We know what the need was to tell local news, but we didn't know how we were going to do it, how we were going to find out the accurate news of what's going on in our community. So we want to share that with anyone, even outside our county, but particularly if we have some things to share, we can share it with the Dayton paper. We'll share it with Robert Perea and his Burnley paper. I've received many requests to attend and write about local events, but due to time limitations, many of these events and meetings go unreported. If this ARPA funding request is approved, I could resign from my psychiatric casework and become a full-time reporter. One of the things I do as a caseworker is I find out all the resources that are available for people that I serve, and then I disseminate that information. And I can see doing that in our own community, telling them when the commissioners' meetings are, telling them when Night in the Country is, or what's happening with healthy communities and food banks. There are just so many things that people don't know that they don't know. With a 1-year boost of funding from ARPA, the Times could comprehensively cover Southern Lyon County and other communities in Lyon County on how to start and maintain a local newspaper. Darren and I have, up to this time, paid for all the website expenses, volunteered our time, because we love this community, and because I know what it was like to grow up in a community where every Thursday the Mason Valley News came out. The children who were the news boys and girls would get on their bikes and deliver them to locals and businesses, individuals. It was a very big thing. Children would get stopped on the street by a senior citizen and say, "Good job on your straight A's." I mean, it helps the community to have local news. We need local news. It's our most trusted source for information about the world around us. It provides a shared understanding of what's happening in our city halls, schools, and businesses. Local news connects us to our community and to our neighbors. It uplifts our voices that would otherwise go unheard. It demands accountability of the community, business, and governmental bodies, and it forces decision-making structures to operate within the public's views. We have the internet, we have Facebook, we have Twitter, but those aren't vetted for their accuracy. There are a lot of opinion editorials, and we need facts. We need a centralized spot for each community to go to and hear about what is happening in their community, good and bad. And if we just depend on Reno Gazette or regional news, we're just going to hear about the worst of the worst that happens in our areas. We thank you for entertaining this presentation, and I hope you'll really consider this in in ARPA funding.
Thank you.
Okay. Questions, please.
Start this in. Any questions on the side?
No, I just wanted to thank you for your service to the community. I know I've heard about this for the last year or so, and I appreciate you getting the information out to us. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Keller, we got anything? Mr. Jacobson,
I'm good, thank you. Thank you.
thank you guys very much for being here today.
Thank
I do want to thank you for the presentation.
All righty, next up is the Silver City Cemetery Board. Say that 5 times fast. Whoa. We got somebody online for that one. Yeah, Eric's.
Okay. Hello, Commissioner Gray?
Eric Obermeyer, I think.
Yes, I'm speaking as a member of the Silver City Cemetery Committee. We've been working on expanding our cemetery for a number of years now. Unfortunately, these efforts were kind of derailed by the COVID epidemic. But lately, and thanks to Judge Smith and Doug Homestead, we've kind of got these efforts back on track. The issue is that our existing cemetery in Silver City is running out of space. We only have, I don't recall the exact number, I think we only have 7 or 8 grave sites left. And that for a town of about 200 people, many of whom are senior citizens, that just simply isn't going to be adequate for the future. And so expanding the cemetery is then one of the most pressing needs that our community has. And we're looking at expanding into the property adjacent to the existing cemetery. And that property was something that the county acquired for the purpose of expanding the cemetery in 2013. Our request then is for $8,000 for an engineering master plan, and then an additional $100,000 to execute the project. The timing on this is a little bit complicated because Doug has, I think, also submitted a proposal for the $8,000 study in his cemeteries budget. And I looked at the tentative budget you guys adopted yesterday. I couldn't find anything about that. So what we're doing, if nothing else, we're offering the board the option of using ARPA funds for that kind of thing, and also for the additional $100,000 to actually expand the cemetery. I understand that in normal circumstances, of course, you do this study and plan before you try to establish an overall cost. But again, with the timing of this proposal and everything, what we really wanted to do was again offer the board an option to go forward with this. Our $100,000 is definitely an estimate. However, it is within the realm of reality, I guess I could describe it. It would involve basically evening out the surface of the adjacent lot, which or the adjacent parcel, which is it's actually very uneven, so it would need some filling and other modifications. And that might also include the addition of a small structure or chapel. As it is, there's no such structure at the cemetery. And then the additional landscaping for the additional cemetery. So that we feel would certainly cover the community's needs for the foreseeable future. There are funding possibilities which we will explore. The main one being that we're also adjacent to the historic Silver City Cemetery. So it is conceivable that there's cultural resource funding perhaps available perhaps available for, say, improvements to the historic part of the cemetery, which could also overlap onto the modern section. So that's pretty much the end of my presentation. If it's not too much out of line, before I answer questions, I would actually like to put in a plug for my friend Melinda Cash and the Mount House Community Center. In Silver City, we are fortunate to have one of the nicest community centers in the county. And Mound House really needs one. These things are so important to communities. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Before we do that real quick, I got a quick one for Josh. Josh, was that in the budget, included in the budget yesterday? Are we hearing? No, we're not. I'm getting a no sign from the comptroller that was not included in the budget.
Josh Foley, Lyon County Comptroller. For the record, it was requested by the department. We discussed it yesterday, and it was not adopted in the tentative budget for the $8,000.
Thank
We
you.
did discuss it would be presented today. I'm out of time. I apologize.
You, sir, are never out of time.
Josh, could you please repeat that? I didn't catch that.
No, it was not in the budget yesterday, so this is still a valid request. So here we go. Any questions for Mr. Obermeyer? No, I'm not gonna let you know. Mr. Henderson. We serve all districts.
We do. But we live in one. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Obermeyer, I just got, I understand this is an urgent need, but I also understand from talking to staff and others that there's a problem with the topography of this lot that's currently next to the cemetery. And they think it's going to cost a lot of money to raise that up to where it's actually be used. Is there another location in Silver City where possibly a cemetery could go instead of the lot right next to the existing one?
I can't think of one just offhand.
Okay, I understand the preference is to keep it together, but if that's not possible because of for alternatives.
No, I don't believe there is, like, just off the top of my head, unless of course you wanted to kind of survey the property and find a parcel to buy. There is a parcel which is it's not exactly county owned. It's in the very far corner of Silver City, on the mountain on the west side of town, which I think the ownership is kind of up in the air because it's a patented mining claim which has gone into default many years ago. I guess that's the most remote possibility. Yeah, I think I guess going back to when the county first, the county obtained this parcel next to the cemetery. We did an exchange with the Silver City resident for some property, for some county property, which was actually dedicated open space county property. And that exchange was made with the understanding that that this parcel would be used for expanding the cemetery. So I don't know if, without the engineering, without the plan and the study, it's it's a little bit hard to say, even I guess even with a prohibitive cost to achieve perfection.
Okay.
There might be ways to work in.
County manager, the county manager is going to address it, Eric, here real quick.
Okay.
I can't imagine what would be wrong with this. Built on a hillside and it's got residents in it now. And as far as I know, none of them have complained, Jeff.
They're dying to get in. Jeff Page, County Manager for Records. So the challenge with the parcel is, as I understand it, back when there was another party that was interested in supporting the operation, They were going to provide the fill and the dirt work to get it to standard. And my understanding is that party is no longer interested in the issue. So one is the engineering cost would be substantially more than what they're asking funding for right now. And then on top of that engineering cost, what it would cost to actually fulfill that engineering requirement is an unknown in today's market as far as what that would look back from a fiscal perspective. Do they need someplace? Yes, they're running out of room. But literally people, their cemetery is.
There's an open pit mine out there.
Mr. Jacobson.
Mr. Jacobson.
Well, it's, you know, in discussing. this
Eric,
with-
Eric,
Yeah.
Eric, hold on, please. We got a commissioner comment. We got a commissioner.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Please. Thank you.
Sorry to cut you off, Mr. Oldman. Was it the county's responsibility to build and buy land for grave sites, or is that church's responsibility? I guess this is new to me, but it seems like this is not a county job to buy ground for
I would do
cemeteries.
everything in my power to get out of owning any cemeteries. But we own them. The way the statutes is written, once we own it, we have to maintain it. Now, we don't have to add on to it, but we do have to maintain what we do have. Now, there are opportunities under the statute that cover cemeteries for us to sell them to a private property, but you can't sell them to a funeral home. You can't sell them to a for-profit. You can't. So basically, it's who wants to buy a cemetery. So yes, the cemeteries we have now, we had one in Fernley. Fernley wanted it, so they took it over. Everything else that we have today, we're responsible for, and we have to maintain them to some standard. As far as the additional land to add on, there's nothing in statute that requires us to do it, but the intent way back when was to have that land available, so as they outgrew the cemetery, we would have someplace else to put the decedents. The challenge was way back when, like I say, there were discussions had with private property owners, specifically mining operations that were going to provide us with the fill and those kinds of things. And my understanding, talking with the facilities director, they have no interest or desire in moving forward on that.
Thanks for not answering my question. I'm kidding.
Now,
Kidding.
You own them, you gotta take care of them, buddy.
Mr. Page.
But what you're saying is we do not have to buy more land to allow for more residents.
Mr. Page, and correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, people do pay to be buried there, correct? It's not a
Correct.
free
correct.
unless it's a pauper's grave.
Correct. So that, I don't know what the rates are, but we collect a nominal fee. It's it's kind of like pill funding, right? It's a one-time fee. Once the money goes in, then there's a certain pot of money until that's spent.
So we're not charging an arm and a leg?
Oh, you had questions on this end.
Wow, Ken.
Well, when this was, and this is for the county manager, when the property was purchased, we're now looking at not being able to dig holes in the property. Am I right? That's our problem now with.
That's my
extra-
understanding is because of the topography and the terrain of the program we purchased, that we can't do anything with it that will be suffice to put these seeds.
It was a great buy.
Mr. Henderson.
It was done before my time.
I know.
Well, there's still, I mean, if you guys have ever been up, I mean, it's an old cemetery. I mean, it's a real old cemetery, and there are still like 6 or 7 spots can be dug there. The question is whether or not to expand out and then do that. And it doesn't make much sense. I mean, there's many other options these days. I know people want to be buried in their community, but you know, how far out do you take it and at what cost? So, thank you, Mr. Obermeyer. We appreciate it. And thanks for sticking with us today.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I think this is the last one. Silver Springs Mutual Water Company.
Last one, but hopefully not the least. Good afternoon, commissioners, and through the chairman, Commissioner Gray. I'm Matt Markson, General Manager for Silver Springs Mutual Water Company. You included in a package, you also received our quotes from Great Basin Control Systems and Nevada Energy Systems Incorporated. The Great Basin Control Systems quote represents an upgrade to the Silver Springs Mutual Water Company's water system operation and control. I'm hoping for our request falls into the parameters of how Lyon County Board of County Commissioners intends to disperse the available ARPA funds. The remote telemetry units, RTUs, are what enable the supervisory control and data acquisition, or also known as SCADA, to provide remote operation and control of system wells, booster stations, tanks, and our water treatment facility. The Silver Springs Mutual Water Company 2014 Professional Engineering Report identifies the need to upgrade the system's remote telemetry units in order to fully monitor and operate Silver Springs Mutual Water Company system. Currently, Silver Springs Mutual Water Company's RTUs are at the end of their supportable life or in need of replacement. Due to the drastic changes in the markets associated with these items, I was also asking for a 15% contingency to pad that. The markets are changing so rapidly that, and I didn't know what timeframes are involved with if we were actively funded to receive these items. So that's kind of just contingency. The Nevada Systems Energy System quote represents the need for 2 backup generators for our 2 well sites that currently do not have a backup power source. Not having a backup power supply for the 2 well sites creates a huge health and safety risk for the residents of Silver Springs Mutual Water Company service area, as well as the residents outside of our service area. Due to the fact Central Line Fire utilizes the water from our system through fire hydrants in the distribution systems, fight fires in all of Silver Springs area. With the continuing drought conditions, we've seen entire communities decimated by wildfires. The probability that Nevada Energy will be performing rolling blackouts during high wind, high fire danger events is high. The addition of these 2 generators for the Silver Springs Mutual Water Company's 2 well sites would provide system redundancy to ensure Silver Springs Mutual Water could meet both system demands as well as fire flow demands during blackout conditions. Again, due to the drastic change in markets, I was also asking for a contingency included in this. The overall cost of all projects combined would be $410,094. And I greatly appreciate for you to consider funding our project.
Thank you, sir.
Available for any questions.
Ms. Keller.
Yeah, I had to unmute. Sorry about that. So, Matt, make sure I heard you right. I tried to keep up what's going on with the water company here, but so we don't have any backup generator system if the power was to go out?
We do for 2 of our sites. We have 2 different pressure zones. So we have a booster facility, which feeds our pressure zone 2, which is the Ramsay Weeks area, the school area. That is fed by a booster. We have our water treatment facility, which has a lake or lake well is on that site. It has backup generators. Currently, that lake well is down and out of commission. We're seeking funding through a state revolving fund to do a well replacement. But at this time, that well is not operational. So we're residing on our other 2 well sites, which is the Theodore and the Idaho Street well. And neither of those sites have the backup Jenny on site.
Oh, so Theodore nor Idaho.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, hey, I learned something today. Okay, that's all my only question.
Thank you. Mr. Hockaday.
No questions.
Mr. Jacobson.
I'm good.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's awful expensive generators for backups.
Yes, sir. They're big generators. They're 200 kW to run 100 horsepower submersible well motors.
What are you guys gonna do with your old ones?
Actually, I do have something when he's done.
I'm struggling. Okay.
Okay.
So you're asking for 2 because you want to put one at one wellhead and one at another.
That would be correct. I'm asking for 2, but anything would help.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Anybody have any last questions, comments, concerns? Okay. What I'd like to do before we come back and start discussing this is take 5. Everybody can get a drink,
Get your head together.
go to the bathroom. Vita, you can go burn one off. Let's Jeff can go burn one off too.
Mr. Chair, if I may. I want to remind the board that once we begin deliberation, it is best that we not take any breaks. Till
Yeah, that's why we're taking the break now.
celebration is
I
done.
have learned my
So
lesson.
I would suggest maybe you give them more than 5 minutes, give them 10 minutes, get their fresh air, their cigarettes, whatever they need to do, so we can come back and be ready to work for the next.
You saying you need to burn 2 off?
Maybe.
Hey, Jeff, you're in Yerington, I'm in Silver Springs. You want to meet halfway? That'll give.
There you go. All right, we will reconvene at 2:50-ish. deliberations or anything. Jeff, do you want to say something now, or should I go to public comment first, or what do you want to do? Throw the ball in your court.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, Jeff Page, County Manager for the record. So we've heard a number of hours of presentations. I do not envy where you sit in your positions with $16 million in requests and $6 million in spending. I want everybody in the room and who's on Zoom to understand that I don't believe there's a project that was presented today that is not worthy of funding, but we have to set priorities. I will tell you, and for full disclosure, I am a selfish SOB at times, and I believe that the Board of Commissioners should strongly look at the recommendations of staff for the future growth of Lyon County prior to looking at anything else. But that's my perspective. You folks have to make some difficult decisions. Mr. Foley is prepared.
Oh, no. Oh, I forgot to tell you, he quit during the break.
Mr. Foley is prepared in the back. I looked at the spreadsheets, like, where'd he go? Is prepared to start keeping track of the money side of it. You do have the ability, if you look at some of the projects, I'll use one that's near and dear to my heart that I think is a fundamental project we need to complete sooner than later, and that's the Burnley Justice Court. You don't have to fund the entire project. You could remove the sheriff's substation portion of that, but we need to do something, as an example, we need to do something with ensuring that we don't get an order from the Supreme Court telling us to do something to fix that building so they can provide jury trials. So there are opportunities throughout some of those requests to fund a portion of it and move forward from there. I will tell you from my personal perspective, in regards to the 2 road projects, if the board's considering and funding either one of those, I would strongly recommend you provide funding for the engineering of Ramsay Weeks and provide Dustin with the funding to do something with Miller and IAS. Because the engineering of Ramsay Weeks, we can probably find other federal dollars to assist us with that, but we have to have the engineering done. With Miller and IASI, yes, it's a thoroughfare from 95A to 95A, but it doesn't have anywhere near the traffic that Ramsay Weeks has. So I don't know that we'll be as likely to get federal funding, especially for a small dollar project. I realize $700,000 is a lot of money, but in the scheme of things. So there are opportunities, there's opportunities within each of those things to take a look at being able to fund part of something versus not funding it at all, if that's what the way the board chooses to go. So with that, Mr. Chair, I would suggest it's up to the chair, but either public participation and then the board deliberate, or the board deliberate, make a motion, and then take public participation. Bear in mind that once we start deliberation, then we need to stay focused and move that process through before we exit the building again for another break or those kinds of.
Yeah, no, our butts are planted.
Thank you.
I learned my lesson. Okay, so we will move on to public comment right now, and we will start here in chambers. Don't everybody rush at once.
You're gonna ignore my hand?
I'm sorry, I was going to public comment in chambers. I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand there, so I was ignoring it, but if you'd like me to, I would. Go ahead, Ms. Keller.
I actually had a question for Jeff before you got to that point. On the Burnley Justice Court, I've got so many documents here. So my question was, what would the dollar amount be? Maybe Josh can just answer it. If we were to split that out.
$2 million for the Justice Court.
2.2.
2.2.
2.2, okay.
Yeah, I knew that.
That's because you just talked to Josh.
Like I said, I have way too many notes in front of me and I was making sure I didn't have the wrong number. So 2.2 if we split it out. Okay, you can now go on.
Thank you, ma'am. If you do have public comment, if you could please line up along the wall here so we know how many people in chambers we have for comment. Comment will be limited to 3 minutes.
And Mr. Chair, the issue has been asked, what do we do with presenters? They want to make public comment. We have provided each presenter with 10 minutes. So my recommendation would be, unless there's a specific question from the board,
or there's a direct rebuttal to something a presenter said, that we not push too hard for presenters to have additional time. We've set the time limit, notified them way in advance of what that would look like.
Have you been reading my mind?
I hope not.
It's a short story.
Oh.
That was good, Jeff.
Bad today. Okay, sir, step up, please. State your name for the record and sign in. And you are not a presenter, correct? It's going to be hard for me to remember who was who today.
Nope, not a presenter. Good afternoon, Commissioners. County Manager Page. My name is Harmon Baines. I'm the Director of Operations for Lyon County School District. And like Mr. Page was saying right before I got up here, do not envy your seats and the decisions you guys have to make today. All the projects that we listened to for the past 6 hours were very much deserving of consideration and some funding. On behalf of Lyon County School District, I am here to support two specific projects. The first one is the Friendly Community Resource Center, which was presented by the City of Burnley earlier today. We've been with this project since the very beginning, along with the Boys and Girls Club and Join. As I'm sure you are well aware, Lyon County School District, due to funding and capacity concerns, had to cut the pre-K program altogether throughout the district. This would allow Lyon County to bring that pre-K program back to the City of Burnley, and along with daycare. It'd be 8 classrooms and about 150 students that we'd be able to provide services to, which in today's day and age is critical. It is a very well-designed project. Lyon County would be supporting it during the mornings, and Boys and Girls Club would be in those same 8 classrooms in the evenings. So the whole building would be constantly in use. We recognize that pre-K and early childhood is a need. Like Mr. Travis Crowder with Mason Valley Boys and Girls Club, we've supported them with land and the Boys and Girls Club here in YERINGTON. So our focus is constantly towards our students and our community here. The second project we'd like to share support for was presented by Wendy Madison, which is with Healthy Communities Coalition, and that is the food pantry in Silver Springs. We've supported this pantry for years. Currently, the modular that they have, what used to be on our land, is from us also. The community in Silver Springs, probably more so than any other community in Lyon County, needs this food pantry along with our students. So I hope we're able to be creative enough to support them. I think Ms. Madison and the Healthy Communities' willingness to match dollar for dollar up to $299,000 is very important, and it shows their dedication to that community and the need that's there. So that's my comments, and thank you, Commission, for your guys' time.
Thank you.
Yep.
Ms. Shayla.
Hello, Shayla Holmes, Director, Lyon County Human Services, for the record. 2 projects I would like to just touch on. First, I do want to say that Lyon County Human Services has a very strong relationship with Healthy Communities Coalition, and we do see a strong need for a consistent and stable food pantry within the Silver Springs community, and that we work diligently with HCC to ensure that we provide the maximum amount of services and assistance for most vulnerable populations without duplicating services. I think that's the most critical piece of our partnership. The other thing that I want to provide some information to you guys on is regarding substance abuse and mental health services within the area. So the Surgeon General's report on facing addiction, released in 2016, states that there are many reasons why people do not seek treatment. The most common reason is that they're unaware that they need treatment, and they've never been told that they have a substance use disorder, or they don't consider themselves as having a problem. Generally, individuals functioning and struggling to function with addiction and co-occurring disorders need additional support, recognizing that they need access to treatment. Low-level interventions include evidence-based tactics such as motivational interviewing and screening, brief intervention, and referral to treatment, known as SPIRT for short, which can be successful through human interaction. Early intervention services can be provided in a variety of settings, such as school clinics, primary care offices, mental health clinics, and social services office, such as my own. To people who have problematic use or mild substance use disorders, these services are usually provided when an individual presents for another medical condition or social service need and is not seeking treatment for a substance use disorder. Other treatment barriers are they don't know where to go and don't have transportation, which was mentioned by USARehabCenters.org. But when it comes to addressing those barriers, they typically need additional support, such as services provided by Lyon County Human Services, Healthy Communities Coalition, and other access points within the community. For individuals that are aware that they have issues, they are able to self-advocate. There are free services available and required for our certified providers to enroll with, which include the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Service Administration's Treatment Referral Routing Service, which is available for free 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. They provide referrals to local treatment facilities, support groups, and community-based organizations. There's also Nevada 211, and 988 is coming out in July for crisis situations. So there are a variety of different ways for individuals to access service and find service. And I would also like to highlight that within our community, we only have 6 local providers. So really our issue with getting folks into behavioral health services is a lack of providers. Thank you.
Thanks, Sheila.
For the record, my name is Noelle Chenet, and I am here asking for support for Healthy Communities Coalition. I grew up in YERINGTON, actually, moved away and came back to Lyon County about 6 years ago. And my goal in coming back to Lyon County was to support our community. And I have found that with Healthy Communities. I am an employee there currently. And the work that Healthy Communities does within Lyon County and our food pantries is just phenomenal. I started out as an AmeriCorps there, AmeriCorps Vista, and now I'm a full-time employee and support our AmeriCorps within Healthy Communities. So our AmeriCorps program, our pantries do not just provide food, but we bring in AmeriCorps members and we help with vocational training for those members. And those come from the communities. And with that training, they then take that and advocate for their own community members. They help to provide food. They help to support community members to get to mental health services, to direct them to Lyon County Human Services, to some of our advocates in the county. We work very closely with many agencies, and the Stable Food Pantry in Silver Springs is just pivotal in supporting that community, bringing in those AmeriCorps members to further go out. Every AmeriCorps, every person we touch, then touch multiple members and share that knowledge. So I ask for you to help us to support our community in Silver Springs with a stable food pantry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I am Tracy Rothman. I did not prepare anything because I didn't really know what to expect. I'm also in support of Silver Springs Healthy Communities Coalition Food Bank. I am currently a volunteer at the Dayton Food Pantry, and I've been there for about 2 years. I know from my experiences, currently I work in the backpack area. We service anywhere from 250 to 300 kids a month with food that goes home on the weekends. And then depending on if there's a holiday week or a spring break, we pack extra in those backpacks so no child goes hungry. I'm a firm believer that nobody should ever go hungry. Whether you're an adult, you're a child, you're going to school, everybody deserves the chance to have food. And I know that Silver Springs is in desperate need of having a new home. And I know from experience that that home would service many more people and be able to provide to the community something that they desperately need, which is food.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Trianne Cada. I am a community health worker. I work at the Silver State Food Pantry. And another lady and I, by the name of Bobby, we deliver food to the homebound. Every week, we do it on Thursday. And of course, I'm not there today. Most of the people we deliver to have no way to get to a store. We are a lifeline to these people with this food that we bring. And I have been called and thanked for the food. I take time to have conversation with them if they need to talk. In fact, one lady who had lost her husband in August, in December, she was wishing she was dead because she didn't have her husband there to help her decorate. And she was just very, very upset. And so I took time to sit down with her and we talked, and I asked her, I said, do you have kids? She said, yes. I said, let's call one of them and see if they'll come and stay with you for the Christmas season. And she hugged me and thanked me, and she called her son. And We are, as I said, a lifeline to these people, and we need all the help we can get. And I appreciate you letting me be here. Thank you.
And thank you guys for the work you do. Okay, since there's nobody else in chambers, we're gonna go to Zoom right now. Looks like we've got Colleen Unterbrink.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Can you hear me, commissioners?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Colleen Unterbrink, and for the record, I am a 16-year resident of Fernley, and I'm speaking to you today as a founding board member of the Fernley Community Foundation in support of the City of Fernley's application for $500,000 to support the Community Response and Resource Center. In 2017, the City of Fernley voted to move forward with the creation of a future community center to serve citizens of all ages and socioeconomic status in Fernley. At the time, I was employed with the City of Fernley and tasked with the creation of a community center stakeholder group, which included representatives from Lyon County School District, and the Lyon County Sheriff's Office. There was unanimous support from each of these stakeholders during all of these meetings, the closed door meetings, in addition to the public meetings as well. So fast forward nearly 5 years, and here we are today with the ability to make this vision come to fruition. And there have been countless hours of work to get here by private citizens, volunteers, city staff, elected officials, additional stakeholders. But I respectfully ask you to consider voting yes in support of the City of Fernley's application today. This project has the ability to make a direct impact in so many positive ways to the citizens of Burnley. In addition to providing a facility for youth, for community engagement, for recreational purposes, but it's also a catalyst for economic development. And when businesses are looking to potentially relocate to Lyon County, specifically Fernley, they're looking to develop in areas that provide a good quality of life to attract employees. And this facility will, without a doubt, enhance the quality of life for residents of Fernley. So again, I respectfully ask you to consider voting yes for this proposal, because ultimately what's good for Fernley is good for Lyon County. Thank you.
Thank you, Colleen. Okay, next up is Winona. And if you guys could remember to pull your hands down after you speak, that'd be great.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Winona Holloway. I am the licensed clinical social worker on the Lyon County MOST team. And I believe most of the commissioners are fairly familiar with the work that MOST does. I don't have any statistics. I don't have any formal presentation. All I have is our reality out in our community on a daily basis, responding to behavioral health crisis. One of the difficult things of being out on MOST is that we can respond immediately, but other than law enforcement and EMS, there are no other agencies that can respond to an immediate need other than healthy communities with their food pantry and also with their community health workers. We go into situations, we never know what we're getting into. But when we arrive and we see that there is a need that needs to be met immediately, like food or some other resource, or sometimes it's pet food, or sometimes someone is maybe confused because they're not taking their medications correctly. There's such a litany of things that we run into, but the one agency that we can call and say, we need some help now with these functions, it's Healthy Communities. The food bank staff, the community health workers can respond and come help us so that this person doesn't end up in the hospital. That's our ultimate goal, so that we don't have to do legal 2000s, so that we don't have to maintain the crisis. I can't tell you how they're invaluable to us as a resource for MOST. The other thing is, because of our relationship with Healthy Communities, they also know who most clients are. most organization, not most, many. They know who most is working with. They know who our referrals are. They are the eyes and ears on a daily basis out in the community, kind of keeping an eye on people who have a tendency to decompensate and then need a higher level of intervention. I cannot imagine most functioning without healthy communities, the food banks, and the community health workers. I wish I could be there in person. Unfortunately, well, fortunately, we're doing our job. Deputy Schaefer and I are out on calls today. I'm going to ask him if he has anything he would like to add. No, he says we're good. On a personal, as a member of the community, I would like to just put in another plug for the substation in Fernley. The MOST team goes into every substation in the county at least once a week. On a personal level, I dread going into the Fernley substation because there is mold in there and I'm highly allergic and it makes me sick. So.
All right, man, we're at the end of your 3 minutes. Thank you. Okay, next we're going to go to Richie West.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I would just like to tell a story, I guess, on behalf of USA Rehab Centers. Dear personal friend of mine, small business owner here in town, pretty successful woman, was working alongside one of her employees, and some of her businesses, there's 1 or 2 people working, and it's been tougher because of the pandemic to get people. So she's spending a lot of time working side by side with her employees. Long story short, a young girl working side by side with her collapsed, had a seizure. My friend and business owner didn't know what was going on, called 911, rode with her to the ambulance, closed her business for the day. When they get her to a level of consciousness, the girl, the employee, starts, crying, and basically it was a cry for help right then. She asked my friend, like, I'm addicted to drugs. She's wanted to kill herself at points, and she just didn't know what to do. So my friend reached out to Mitch and his team at USA Rehab Centers and got her into a overnight medical detox, or 72-hour medical detox, I should say. While she was there, they got her set up with Medicaid and got her into a 30-day program. Again, Mitch and his team did phenomenal work getting her lined up with these people. So the girl, I should say, is still employed for my friend. This happened in July. She's clean and sober and living her best life. And I just think it's a testament to what they're doing over at USA Rehab, because if my friend didn't know about this website and situation program, she would have never known these steps were available and helped this young girl out. And I know this happens probably daily in their world, but it impacted mine, and I thought it was powerful, and I wanted to share how important and special I think it is.
Okay, are you done, sir?
Oh, yeah, I'm done. Sorry. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you, Rich. Now we got Pam Perry. Hi, Pam.
Hi, guys. Good afternoon to everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Perfect.
Okay, I am speaking today on behalf of USA Rehab. Perry and Sons, our company, is a large employer here in Mason Valley, and we have a multitude of people that have needs for services, and they usually need them very quickly. Typically, we struggle with services, and sometimes it takes us days to find the appropriate level of care, to find an empty bed. And we've had a lot of people that have suffered tremendously because we cannot access services. Just a few weeks ago, I utilized USA Rehab for a spouse that was really, really in bad shape, near death. And USA Rehab was able to accommodate us within an hour. I don't even know if it was that long. It was a very, very short period of time. They're efficient, just an absolutely superb company. So I would appreciate you very much considering their proposal.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, does not look like we have anybody else online or in the audience to speak. So what I'd like to do is have the comptroller come up here real quick. And before we begin this, is there any way we could put a spreadsheet up and start with our beginning, and so we can see real-time figures as we pare things down?
Yes, I can email that to Jeff and we can put that up. I can do that in just a minute.
Okay.
While I'm up here, Josh Foyle, Lyon County Comptroller for the record, while I'm up here, I probably should mention to the board, going through all of the different ones, which ones are eligible and which ones might not be eligible.
And that's what I was going to ask you, is that was my first question to you. Which ones do you feel would be too much of a stretch to try and get through legally? Last thing I want to do is wind up in an audit and have to wind up paying for something that, we didn't intend to end up paying for.
Yeah. And I end up in an audit every single year in this job. So it's just the way it goes. Once a year, I'm required by statute to have one and make sure that we're in compliance with the federal regulations on our federal grants. So as we go through these, you have a large list in front of you, which I know. I went through each one of these and compared them to the federal guidelines that we have out here. You really can't lose with some of these. I mean, you've got some really good projects and funding options ahead of you. There were a couple that caused some concern that I do not believe are eligible. My professional opinion is that they're not eligible. The Pies and Switch newspaper and Pies and Switch Times newspaper. Let me get that right. I'll try and get as much promotional advertising as I can for it without actually funding. And I did contact them and let them know my opinion after having read the actual act and the guidance and all of that goes along with it. They don't fall under any of the guidelines where I can recommend to the board that be funded. As wonderful as their website is, and I have gone and visited, it's not like I'm not going to the different websites and all of the different things. My job isn't to be nice to people, although I try. My job is to make sure we're in compliance. And so that's one that does not meet the qualifications for the ARPA fund.
Thank you, because we rely on you to keep us out of jail, because I don't ever want to have to fight anybody for top bunk.
I don't blame you. Thank you. The other one is two others. One of them is allowable. However, when we get into the other federal guidance, so as an example, well, the one I'm talking about, USA Rehab Centers LLC, again, a wonderful website, provides a fantastic service. The service itself is absolutely eligible under ARPA. The challenge becomes when you take what's eligible and then you apply all the rest of the federal guidelines under the catalog of federal assistance and make sure that those qualify under there. And there's a provision that talks about reasonable and allocable that we have to follow on any federal grant that we receive, this grant or any other. So in this particular case, when I'm looking at the request being $390,000, $390,230, I look at the reasonableness of this request to the service that would be provided in Lyon County. And unfortunately, when I look at the federal regulations, I don't get to say, what impact does this have on a life? And, like Visa, this is priceless type of thing. But in this particular case, in talking with our human services director, we have 6 providers in Lyon County that would qualify. Going to USA Rehab's website, that would be $79 a month for each one of those to be listed. If we do that for the next 2 years, we're talking about just under $12,000 to be able to provide the same service over the next 2 years, which is the eligible portion of the grant, to list those providers. If we were to fund the next 50 years for those providers at $79 a month, we're still well over $100,000 short of what the request is. So when I'm looking at the reasonable and allocableness, I would look at this and say, you can get the same benefits over the time period of the grant by enlisting each one of the 6 for the time period of the grant and pay $12,000 for the board to move that direction. So I'm not saying anything negative. I realize it's a lifetime discussion on there that they're offering instead of just the next 2 years, but that's the analysis when I look at the reasonable and allocable piece that I'm looking at and saying, okay, we probably should do a little further analysis if the board wants to move down that path. a little bit further. Okay, so the comment is that there may be more than 6 providers. There are a lot of providers in our area. We have a whole list of them on our human services site. She has a list of every provider. We have a list of them on other websites. Definitely not as robust as what USA Rehab Center provides. And so I'm just letting you know, here are my concerns, here are the federal regulations, and this is where we'd run into issues with this particular one. The last one that I have challenges with under federal funding has nothing to do with whether or not on any of these, I think they're worthwhile organizations or worthwhile spending money and allocating money towards, is the Healthy Communities Coalition's request. If that request is guaranteed within 2 years to have an operable food bank where you have something on the site and they're able to function out of it, then it's not a concern, but we don't have that guarantee. We could very well spend the $299,000, put it out there. They don't get everything lined up with the way they need to during the end of that time period. And we end up having donated money to provide a food bank and no food bank on there, in which case the federal regulators are really nice and they say, give us that money back, county. And so it's almost a chicken and egg thing. If they were able to provide something else and we were providing for the building, knowing that it was going to be there, and maybe that's an option. I'm not saying we can't go that direction, but the way that the original request is, that causes concern under federal regulations. So those are the only ones. Every other request that you have on this list will qualify under the Arpa regulations under one provision or another. And so those are the concerns that I have.
Okay, and we rely heavily on a serious note to keep us out of trouble, keep yourself out of trouble. If we could shift the blame to Jeff and send him to prison, that's great. But Mr. Jacobson.
Thank you, Chairman Gray. Mr. Foley, at the beginning of the meeting, you spoke about the Justice Court in Burnley and the sheriff's substation. Mr. Page touched on a little bit. I guess I'm a little bit confused. The chambers for the city council of Burnley cannot host a jury trial.
They can, and that is what we're currently doing. What my concern is that may not be a long-term solution for us. We currently have an interlocal agreement or memorandum of understanding, I'm not sure which it is, with the city of Burnley for our jury trials to happen in that facility. And that works fantastic with this board and the board that they have currently and the current level of activity in those chambers. If any of those 3 change somewhat, we may not have the opportunity to use those chambers for whatever reason during that time period. And so our responsibility is to give the board the best advice on, hey, we have a justice court here that doesn't have sufficient facilities. We're not self-sufficient. For us to become self-sufficient, this is our recommendation.
Jeff Page, County Manager. I'd also like to bring up the issue that City Hall is not designed to be a courtroom and dealing with courtroom security. So the redesign and rebuilding of the Justice Court in Burnley would also include enhanced security. And we're not talking about, we're talking about jury trials for misdemeanor crimes, it'd be one thing, but we're talking about jury trials in which if the defendant is found guilty, he will lose his constitutional right to Second Amendment issues regards to firearms. It's a potential disaster if we don't have the proper security in place at the courtroom where the trial is being held. My experience has been, granted, it's been since 2006 since I donned the uniform, but my experience has been with domestic violence suspects that if they think they're going to lose or they think they're going to lose their rights, they tend to come in with a very different behavior set than if they don't think they're going. So that is the part of the concern. Not only adding a jury box, but we're ensuring that the court has the sufficient security infrastructure in place to address those needs and keep the courtroom as well as the occupants of the court safe.
Thank you. Mr. Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think this question is for Josh. Sorry.
I'll take a seat up front.
Yeah, you might as well.
I was trying to multitask and email the Excel file, but that's all right. I'll get to it.
I mean, we can, you don't need to necessarily do the Excel file. I mean, we could just start a new one with the, but with the amount and
It's,
subtract as we
it's
go.
all easy. I've got it
Okay.
ready.
But
Nice.
anyway, my question is, I know that when you get a ticket, say, and you go to court, you pay the fine, then you pay a whole bunch of other assessments. And my understanding is some of those assessments are for court facilities. So what's the status of the balances of those assessments, and can some of those be used for the justice court expansion?
So Josh Foley, Lyon County Comptroller, for the record, I know who I am, really.
After today.
I'm trying to think and talk at the same time. It doesn't always work. So the answer is yes, there are court facility fees currently, and I'd have to go get the balance and go take a look at that. I would say you probably have about 100 to 150,000 in the Fernley Justice Court amount that could be used towards that. What we had discussed in budget meetings is when we built the Fernley Justice Court, we took the entire pot from all 3 justice courts and used it to fund that facility and drain them all dry pretty much. We did the same thing when we did the Walker River Justice Court. And then we're in the process of trying to do that for the Dayton Justice Court as well. So it was approximately $719,000 anticipated that we would have collected and saved up through the end of next fiscal year to be able to use towards the Dayton Justice Court. Could the Board of County Commissioners take a portion of that and allocate it towards this? Absolutely. Any or all of it. All it does is delay the other project. And so I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, and the days, we can currently, can we have jury trials in Dayton?
So yes, again, we get into the security
I get it. Okay.
challenge. And so what we have done is we're doing jury selection, or we've recommended jury selection be done in the Dayton Community Center. And they go through and do that. And then they go into the courtroom itself and hold it. The problem is that courtroom, you may have visited that courtroom. By the time you get 12 jurors and 3 alternates, there's not room for anyone else in the room.
Actually, I have not visited that courtroom.
You should visit that courtroom.
In
But
any capacity.
not for a traffic ticket or anything else, just as a.
Shall we accommodate him?
I think I know a couple cops will pull him over. It's packed. It's ancient. It's a great little facility, but it's not.
It's small.
Mr. Jacobson.
You know, I cringe when I hear we're building a justice court in Dayton, and I know that all the business that's handled in there isn't all necessarily dealing with criminals. And I hear we've got to do one in Fernley, and we've got to have one in Walker River. We've got to have, man, uncle,
Thank you.
why not build one in Silver Springs that services our entire county, and away we go.
Well, time for a history lesson. I love this. 2011, we came up with the brainstorm of SB 399, which would put all the 3 justice courts under one umbrella and create a chief justice of the justice, chief justice of the peace of the justices of the peace. That failed miserably. It was the 3rd hang the county manager meeting in about 4 months. Because the way the statute's written and the way the county is set up, the county has created since 1864 townships to address this. So you have the Canal Township, the Dayton Township, and now the Walker River Township, which is Silver Springs all the way to California border, to address the needs of the public to be able to get someplace to get to their courthouse without having to drive all the way down to YERINGTON. That we used to have Smith Valley Justice Court and Mason Justice Court, and then Silver Springs went to Fernley. But because of population shifts, all that changed around. So yes, that is the ideal way to go. And if you would like to have a discussion about a bill draft resolution, our next meeting to discuss that particular issue, I'd be more than happy to have it. But understand, there's a lot of people want their own judge or want their own justice of peace. The reality of the situation is The legislature in the last 2 sessions has come forward and it had made significant changes to the criminal justice system. We have to keep up with those changes. The legislative part is the easy part. What we're dealing with on the jury trial and the majority of stuff we're dealing with didn't come from the legislature. It came from our own state Supreme Court in decisions in regards to people getting arrested for domestic violence. And we take away their Second Amendment rights if they're convicted. And the Supreme Court said, if you're infringing upon their right to bear arms, then they have to be tried by a jury of 12. In 1985, when I started in the sheriff's office, every misdemeanor was subject to a jury trial. There was a jury of 6. Now, the Supreme Court said, no, it's the same jury system as for district courts, for a jury of 12 with 3 alternates. So we've gone full circle in 37 years that I've been here. Unfortunately, it is what it is and where we are. The reality of it is that in the next 5 years, you're going to be hearing more and more about we need to expand the sheriff's office. We need to provide more staffing for the courts. We need to provide more staffing for the district attorney's office. Bear in mind that 64% of your budget you just approved yesterday takes care of about 2,800 people who get arrested. Between public safety and judicial, that's 64% of our budget. So you can hear more. Wish I could make you feel better.
There's more unfunded mandates coming from whether the state Supreme Court or the state legislature. That just push
and I would rather have it from the legislature because we said we can negotiate.
Yeah.
You can't negotiate with the Supreme Court.
Negative. All right. Did you get that emailed over, Josh? Okay.
Mr. Chair, so before we further, could we get new copies of these? Possibly. Just that sheet, yeah, because 5, 4, yeah. Because my scribbles are getting scribbled on.
Yes.
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 No, sir. So I think the first thing we need to do, Jeff, as long as we're there, is pull the things off that the comptroller said that we most likely could not legally deal. We don't want to wind up in any trouble.
So I don't want to get in trouble. Can we wait till Josh gets back there and he can mess with the spreadsheet?
No, let's have more. Let's have to.
Maybe just highlight those in red.
Yeah, I'll highlight.
And the surgery center too, the surgery room equipment, that can just come off. He doesn't want to take anything off till Josh gets back.
Oh, that's right. Well, Josh, let it do that.
USA Rehab 27. And then Healthy Communities Coalition. I think those were all of them, weren't they? Yeah.
Yeah, it does. It's got one amount on it. They update other bids. Get to. That's.
Is North Lyon Fire 1 or 2 ambulances?
2. For so Central Lyon was 2.
1.
North Lyon was 1.
Central was 2.
So North Lyon was
Central was
on there
2.
wrong.
Right.
Yes. Central Lyon was 2.
Jeff, number line 10, or no, line 11 should be 1 ambulance.
I'll wait till Josh.
Why is the comptroller running photocopies?
Other duties as assigned.
Yeah, so what I'm gonna open up with some suggestions. This goes to Josh, John's county. So he's already gone out. Because they're still. So, but just as a starting point.
Thank you.
Because we could hit just everything. So it's whatever, right? Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. So I want to open up the suggestion first. All right, Josh, we got a couple questions on the spreadsheet. First one is the ambulances need to be changed. North Lyon was 1 and Central Lyon was 2. So can Jeff change that?
There's 2 already on
I'm
Central.
gonna have him sit down here and just a second, pull this up for the sheriff's screen. Make the changes you guys want off.
Okay.
Okay. And Martin read the ones. Use it. Okay.
So let's, all right,
So North Line is 2 and Central Line's 2.
no, North Line is 1.
Oh, North Line is 1.
It's just a real expensive one.
Yeah, it's a very expensive one. Because they had to, they have to supply it with everything. Okay, and then jump down to animal services. We can zero that one out or delete that line since that was taken care of under the regular budget. Okay, Healthy Communities Coalition, the Dayton Food, it's not even Dayton Food Pantry. That was the, you can just delete that line though, because it's, you said you didn't think it qualified.
I have a question before we delete that, if I can.
Okay.
But just to, and this goes to if it's an authorized use of ARPA funds. If we were to allocate money for like 12 months worth of rent for a structure for them, would that qualify, or is that still gray?
Josh Foley, Lyon County Comptroller, I think that would be allowable underneath the guidelines.
But they don't even have an amount yet, though, that they could
No,
say
that-
for rent.
that-
I mean,
that- well, that's true.
So, because I had actually thought about that also, maybe going a year or two, but without a baseline, we have no way to allocate it.
I apologize. I know I'm out of line, but may I respond?
Ma'am, no, you may not. I'm sorry.
Because I have an answer for that.
Can you, yeah, we should probably strike that one.
I'm just gonna do a 0 if that will
Okay,
work.
that's fine. USA Rehab was the next one.
What
As
would
much
you
as,
like
as
to-
much as we'd like to do that one.
What would you like me to do on that?
Zero it out, please.
Okay.
And
As an alternative, I could leave these in and then just now allocated, on the allocated, I could change or put in whatever amounts you want. That way you have this original there.
Well, I think we go back to Healthy Communities. We can talk about that one if we can get a baseline for the rent, maybe talk about that. But with USA Rehab, I mean, your professional opinion is that we could wind up in trouble on that one.
Right.
And the same thing with Pies and Switch.
Right. What I can do, let me show you something really quick and I can redo this really quickly
Okay.
for you. Is I can, well, we'll take that one. We'll take animal services out, but in the allocated column,
Okay.
I
So we
can
can see what we
just,
started with and then what we wound up with.
exactly, I can go through and make those all allocated, and then we can go ahead and start making changes and say, okay,
That's
if
fine.
you want to do 0 there and whatever you want in whatever column, that way you have all the information and it's there.
Okay, so if you want to, okay, zero those out then. Okay.
Surgery equipment.
And here at the very bottom here, you take a look, you can see the,
Where it's, yeah, it's decreasing. Now we're still 9,549,000 upside down. Okay.
yeah.
All right.
And the Fair Board did ask if they could be put at the top of the list.
So as we go through these, individually, I'm gonna direct this to Healthy Communities Coalition. As we go through these individually and discuss them, we'll probably have questions. So you will get the chance to be able to, you know, if you do know how much your rent is and you guys have located a facility, we may ask that question at the time as we get to it. But right now, we're just trying to come up with a baseline that we can work from. So I didn't mean to shut you down, but while we're deliberating, we'll have to come to you. You can't come to us. I apologize. All right, Josh is still over there. So first suggestion, I'd like to start paring this down, and this is up for discussion with you guys. But the first thing I would like to do is on the Sheriff's Department Motor Squad, pull 2 of those bikes, cut that in half. And that would still allow them, there is questions in my mind, as well as Josh's mind, as the ability to staff those. And I think 2 would be a good start, a good investment to start with and see if it actually works. That's my rationale there. With the drone, as much as I'd like to have 2 of them, I think, you know, based on the costs, I think we should go to 1.
I'm gonna just voice my disagreement on that. I think we need 1 in the 3 areas of the county, just for time.
We do. We still have the other drone. It doesn't have the same capabilities yet, but there's still, and that I was thinking about that, but we still have the drone to be able to use. They have used in searches and stuff. And
I realize
this
that.
is next level type stuff. And like I said, suggestions at this point. I mean, what's the rest of the board's thought on that one? Just going down to 1 at this time, even though we'll still have multiple drones in the system. This is just 1 new drone with added capability. Okay with going to 1?
I'm fine. Yes, sir.
Dave, you okay with going to 1?
Yeah, I do think that that's a capability.
It's still probably deployed anywhere, and I would say anywhere within the county with an hour and a half, which is still quicker than getting Raven out.
True.
And
But an hour and a half is a long time when there's missing kids.
if you need it at night, we have the other drone that could still be in the other part of the county. No, I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying
I just think for $30,000, we need that capability.
okay. Well, let's go to Vida here real quick. Vida, what are your thoughts on that?
I actually think we need to look at the biggest ticket items first.
Oh, we're getting there.
See what we agree on there and see how much money's left.
Yeah, we're getting there. But how do you feel about paring down to 1 drone right now?
Well, I was willing to take out all 4 motorcycles and pare down to 1 drone.
Okay. Yeah, we did that. Anybody good with?
I think we have bigger fish to fry than motorcycles right now.
Safety issue for traffic control.
Okay. Yeah, I think the majority feeling is that we keep 2 of them. And I think majority feeling on the drone is 1 drone. Going to and these are my suggestions for now. We can play with them all day long, but going to the Burnley substation and Justice Court, I say we pull the substation off the table at this point at 2.2 million and leave the courts in there so we are in compliance with the law.
The only thing that I would be concerned with is health and safety at the sheriff's substation.
Yeah, I know that was.
Have to look at that. Is there anything we need to do to help upgrade it to a more efficient to help you?
And we could throw that one at Josh, but I don't think that was brought up by anybody on staff or anything. That was brought up by Healthy Community, or not Healthy Communities, the most team.
Well, no, I have.
And I agree with you. I mean, if there's anything health and safety related, we need to do that. But I think we consider that one a separate and aside from the upgrade.
Facilities.
Exactly.
I kind of like Vitus, Commissioner Keller's idea on the bigger ticket, but I think, I don't know, we discussed this yesterday. I say we take out the Silver City expansion of the cemetery for 108,000.
Absolutely. We missed that one. That was, yeah, I agree.
I'm gonna just a comment on that. Actually, I'm not even
Okay.
gonna, we need to do something for them.
Doesn't sound like that's the answer though.
But it doesn't sound like, but
I agree.
But I was wondering if, I don't think we could just give the cemetery committee in Silver City, $5,000 or so to look at things, but I'll just go with that. We'll attack that dog another day.
That's it, yeah. So
Silver City.
pull Silver City, 108,000. Okay, and then now this one's gonna be a big topic. So I talked with Josh about this one and pull Ramsay weeks, pull the $5 million regarding Ramsay weeks, but leave enough for the engineering estimate.
400,000.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be,
The engineering, I believe, was about 400,000.
yeah, so we leave 400,000 in there. Not that I don't want to do something about, well, actually, I don't want to do anything about it because I think we're just gonna be throwing good money after bad with all the truck traffic that continues to go down there. It's gonna keep degrading, no matter how much money we put in it, it's gonna just keep degrading. It's not meant for that. It's a residential street. I think we really need to go take the state to task on that one and fight them that they need to take it over, or we figure out some way to stop the truck traffic.
Be a BDR.
It could be. I was already thinking about that.
Force the state to take that road, yes.
Well, one of the options the board does have is that if we do the engineering, we could actually engineer it to meet NDOT specs.
Okay, and then hand it to them and say, here you go.
Would that cost more than the $400,000?
I think we're in the right ballpark with the 400,000.
Okay. And Miller and Iozzi, I say we pull that off the table. I 100% agree with Commissioner Hockaday. I think it's just it's gonna turn it into just a safer speedway. I think something else needs to be done. Pull that off the table. And we discussed that on another way. And I think we need to address that with RTC funding down the road. I think we need to put both that and yeah, I'll just save that one for RTC funding. I think any disagreements with that?
Would the engineering help us there at all?
Well, again, if we have engineering for it, we can seek other federal funding opportunities to do something with that intersection. The only way to make that intersection completely safe and truly reduce the number of accidents is closed off nothing but local traffic. But we have a problem. Miller Lane's been paid for by federal funds, so therefore we have to allow motoring traffic from all over to be on there. IASI hasn't, but Pete Hendricks has. So we have a variety of issues because of what the county's done in the past to build and maintain those roads.
Would you, I'm
I
sorry.
was gonna say we maybe put a guardrail with reflectors and turn it into kind of a bumper pool. Because right now we have a ditch that they're gonna go into.
Miss,
So that's my concern is if they go into the ditch, then
Mr. Chair, if I could on that, we used to have a guardrail there. We put one up. This was prior to Google sending everyone that direction. We had a person late at night getting in an accident. The county got sued. As a part of that lawsuit, we settled. We had to take the guardrail out and pay them money because we put the guardrail in, which makes no sense to me whatsoever, but that's where we are.
So was that, I mean, even though we had, I mean, was there a consent decree saying we'd never, we'd never?
I
put it back
believe it
in?
was a settlement outside of court where we had, that was the best settlement we could come across at the time.
There was no ditch there before either, though.
True
Correct.
statement. Yeah, what, if you put that in, what you're gonna end up with is, my concern is you'll have a lot more fatality incidents at that location.
You think there'd be
than-
more fatalities? I'm not a safety engineer, but I mean,
I do.
that rather that than hitting a ditch and rolling a vehicle.
I think your best course of action in this particular case, I mean, two courses of action that will fix three courses. One of them is the state puts in a bypass that bypasses the entire Basin Valley, which they've talked about. That's not going to happen in time to save anyone's life. The second one is we take a section of the road and completely close it down, but you're going to have lots of fun with local traffic saying, I can't get to wherever I can get to. And when that bridge has high water on it on Miller Lane and the people can't get out to their homes or things like that, or even out, that causes you other issues. And then the third one is this, what is being proposed to you today. Those are the most feasible options of in front of you that I can see. Not that I like any of them.
Yeah, and what about, I mean, at the entrance there, building something decorative, like walls on each side, like you have when you're going into gated communities, saying you are entering this community this is not for through traffic, you know, something where it's really, a truck driver's gonna be like, oh crap, I'm not supposed to be going this way. I mean.
So
If Google would take care of that, that would be fine, but Google doesn't care about that.
So
They're-
the two challenges we have with that is one, because we've taken federal funds for Miller and parts of IASI, we can't limit it to local traffic legally. Number two, if we were able to do that, we have the same problem on Pete Hendricks on the east side.
Bye, guys.
Somebody's
We have-
mic's open on Zoom. Can you please close it?
Where trucks finally get to the point where they see one of the no truck traffic signs, and then they try to turn around. And then we're there for 6 hours with either Calneva or Anderson's in their big rig, getting them out of the jackknife, back up on their wheels and getting it out.
Okay. So my suggestion is gonna stand then, and we'll see how everybody feels, but just taking it out of the plan.
I have a question first, Mr. Page.
Yes, sir.
Give me a ballpark figure for engineering for.
About 120,000.
I'd rather keep that in for the engineering and take the whole 150 out. Just my thought. Because
Okay, no, I'm good. I mean, if you guys want to pare that down, but would you say 150?
About 120,000.
120?
We've got it.
No, it's good. I mean, if we're doing something, I mean, I'd rather progress towards something than nothing. I
I'm
mean,
trying to get up at 2 o'clock in the morning every other day to go out there and do it.
okay. All right, so now everything else is open. So we are at 8.07. So we have roughly $2 million to cut still. The big ticket items that we got left.
I have a thought, if you will allow.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no,
I was actually looking at the fire protection districts, and I was actually at first I had a figure in my head. It's actually more than 200 requests. So I think the Mason Valley and Smith Valley, we fund completely, and we allocate $350,000 each to Central and North Lyon.
Would you entertain a separate counter suggestion that we allow $200,000 per ambulance to each of them, and they're each getting exact same amount? Josh, you want to speak to that?
My understanding is that North Lyon is the only one that said that we wouldn't be able to take care of the funding with that to be able to get an ambulance. But if you do a flat amount per fire district, then you're equitable between fire districts on the ambulances. And I would anticipate to say that Central Lyon, Mason Valley, and Smith Valley may have resources to be able to do some matching of this ARPA funding to get the ambulances.
Okay. What would that look like? And can we see it under both proposals?
Well, how much would you like me to put in?
Let's go to the 200 each first.
Well, I'm all positive. I think everything's going good. So I don't care what these other people think. I've been hard and forward.
And I'm doing it per ambulance. If you want me to do 200,000 per district.
No,
I can do that.
per ambulance. They all have justified need for the ambulances. How does that look to you? To you guys? I mean,
I'd like to kick more to North Lyon, but this is equitable.
Chief,
Chief
actually, we'll call
Nichols.
on you. Come on up and please let us know if this gets you close to where you need to be.
How long will he have to spend this money?
So once we have it ordered, it can be until December 31st, 2026. We have to have it obligated by December 31st, 2024.
So by 2024, chief?
Possible, given what I'm seeing in the exponential cost of apparatus. Just 2 years ago, I bought the exact same apparatus for $318,000. It's going up substantially. I think that one thing that I would be remiss to not say would be to address the equitability aspect. While I completely and totally agree and believe in equitability, I tend to believe more in proportionality. North Lyon Fire, I will not speak for Central, although we are almost identical in our volume. We're more than double, if not 4 or 5 times the volume of the smaller districts. I completely and totally support their request for ambulances. They need them also. But when we talk about fairness, Central Lyon Fire and North Lyon Fire, we carry probably 70% of the EMS calls in the county. It's not about fairness, it's about proportionality.
Well, and also that you have an additional partner though that can help you out in the city, whereas Central Lyon doesn't.
We have an additional partner that has been able to help us out with CARES funding. That has been greatly appreciated. But again, I come back to specifically with North Lyon Fire, we have a taxation situation that is different than everyone else in the state. It was imposed on us by the legislature. It is not anybody's fault, but we live with Burnley under the ad valorem tax cap, as no one else in the state does. And that causes significant problems for us. As Josh can attest, there's 4 cents left underneath our ad valorem tax cap. And that 4 cents doesn't buy an ambulance. It is not enough money to buy an ambulance for us. So with all respect to you and your decision-making, this is very tough decision-making. If 350,000 is the most that we could potentially get, I told you I would never turn down money. I would find it extremely difficult to be able to fund the remaining part of the ambulance without having to make a decision between a firefighter and an ambulance. One other point is that our ambulances, we are on a 4 to 5 year lifespan for our ambulances based on the mileage that they get. We're at a critical point right now. My presentation did not come up, but we're looking at 200,000 plus miles on our the ambulances that need to be replaced. They're killing us. So again, I appreciate the time to be here, but
okay. I'm gonna jump to my next cut then here real quick. Next suggestion. So I mean, I absolutely want the Mound House Community Center. We're asking for 1.2, but we are looking at hard cuts. I would like to take that down to 1 to give us a baseline. We could start, and I will absolutely help. We'll go looking for funding partners, because I don't even think 1.2 is going to get us there. That's why I don't mind taking it down to 1, but we need to go start looking for partners. That'll give us that baseline to start to go looking for people to help us come into that. We've got people like Travis and Cody and folks that'll help us with those partners. So let's take that down to 1 million and then reallocate 100,000 of that back to North Lyon for their ambulance. Put it up to 3. Put that one up to 3.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Sure.
I believe you're correct in your assumption on the community center. $1.2 million based upon 3 weeks ago forward to construction prices to get you a building.
Right.
That's it.
And that's why we've already had the discussion about looking. That'll be able to be money to take to the table to foundations. Say we've got this $1 million. We've already got the property. We're almost there.
And I have a quick meeting with the GA. I'll be right back.
Okay, thanks. How do you guys feel about those changes?
Well, and I still say, sorry, Mr. Chairman Gray.
This is a discussion. Right now.
I mean, while we've got some figures here, as we all know, figures don't lie, but liars sure can figure. But just because we've got some of these in doesn't mean we're done discussing.
No,
correct?
not at all.
Okay, all right. So with that, I would like to throw out there that we look at the Silver Springs GID and offer up the one generator.
Okay. I think that's yeah.
Not the GID, as the Mutual Water Company.
Silver Spring Mutual Water Company, yes.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Commissioner Keller.
So slice that down to 205, roughly 204, 975 or something.
The generator was 147 plus contingency. I'm trying to find.
Well, the contingency should still be built.
I've got too many papers here.
And then Chairman Gray, with the Fair and Rodeo Board, and it's my understanding that we couldn't probably pull off the fair the way it is in other activities without them. And I see 165,000, 256,000, 106,000. I would move that we go with.
Rob, real quick, just let me interrupt you so Josh can catch up. He hasn't done the mutual or the Silver Springs Mutual Water Company yet.
How much was it?
He was halving it down to one generator, so basically 205.
Is that what you want to do?
That's fine. Yeah, that's close enough for now.
Okay.
And then so we're going back up to and Mr. Jacobson, if I could do me a favor, don't move, don't make a motion, to make a suggestion.
Okay.
Otherwise we're bound.
Well, right.
No, that's 5 seconds.
Yeah.
So
he would second it before we had a chance to breathe.
Not.
From what I gathered,
Seconds of-
I've got to find my notes here. Jiminy Christmas.
Yeah. Well, he's looking. I got 5 minutes.
That's fine. Take your time, guys. Okay, we're all looking and
They had the asphalt as number 1 and permanent sunshade, I believe, is number 2.
No, the pole barn was number 2. The bucking chutes was number 3. The slab was number 4.
have they left or they still? They're
We're
still-
here.
Can you guys speak to that real quick? Just the priority of your projects. If you got to come up front.
Water questions coming up that I was gonna say that the bucking chutes are a liability issue. That's my very big concern. Someone's gonna get hurt there. Because the way that's just deteriorating.
Mr. Jacobson?
I guess just care. Thank you, Chairman Gray. I was just curious where your priorities, if you could just review those again. And then Commissioner Hockaday did bring up a very valid point about the liability possibly of the bucking chutes.
Yes, Lisa Tibbles, Lyon County Fair Board. Prioritize, I would say probably the asphalt is a concern because of safety hazards. And like I said, we have been repairing those every year. So they're getting substantial. That would probably be the number 1. Yes, the bucking chutes are eventually going to become a liability situation there. We have done the repairs on that, but the repairs are going to get substantial on that. And with that, the arena would be set up a little bit different. So I guess long-term, it would be a better arena, more activity in the arena. We could probably hold more events in there. But yes, the bucking chutes will become a liability soon. And then the pole barn, like I said, the pole barn is something that we look at that would save the county budget-wise every year that we're paying for the tents. So yeah, that would be the 3rd. And then the concrete for the Sandy huts. Like I said, that's our number 1 complaint for any event out there is that we, don't have permanent bathrooms.
And then do we have, Mr. Foley, do we have any money in the fair bowl or fair count? I mean, from admission or anything? I don't.
So Josh Foley, Lyon County Comptroller, in answer to your question, in the Fair and Rodeo Fund, no, that money is used towards putting on the annual event, and the fees come in and pay for the annual event. We do have approximately $40,000 in the room tax fund, and that is strictly and $10,000 in the general fund. That is strictly taking care of just repairs and maintenance of what we have out there, not any improvements or significant improvements or upgrades. And even that, we're struggling with that dollar amount.
Right. Thank you.
So just to recap, ma'am, so your number 1 is replace the asphalt.
Yes.
And what would number 2 be?
Or chutes.
Okay.
It's kind of hard. But I would say the chutes.
And then 3 was the pole barn. 3 was the pole barn.
Yes.
What does it look like if we keep those 3 on, Josh? Take the others off and so that still $1 million over.
Well,
What are the expenses? I mean, the pole barn, looking at the picture, didn't look all that bad. What is the problem with the pole barn?
Well, we rent tents. We rent from Camelot Party every year.
Mhm.
It's costing us about 12,000 a year to rent more tents to house what we're trying to do out there.
Okay, so that actually just made my suggestion really easy. I mean, 12,000 a year, that's 20 years worth of rentals right there. So as much as I don't want to do it, I would say we zero that out for now. And because it's a cost factor. We're still getting the asphalt, we're still getting the bucking chutes. I mean, I think that's a step in the right direction. I mean, is that something you guys could live with?
Yes, we would be happy with
Mr. Hockaday? Okay, so there we go.
The
Okay, so
concrete would be the next thing, because like I said, that is, I mean, just makes it centrally located. It's nicer.
okay, let's add that back in
Yeah,
then.
that was a 10 by 90 slab, I believe.
Yeah.
So it's 900 square feet.
And it's also an ADA,
Well, that
ADA
might
issue
be-
probably.
I'm just wondering about the cost. 12,000 might be enough, but okay.
We have the bids in there, and those bids were, they went out and they actually went out and looked at the job.
But the price of concrete
I
is
know.
going up every single day.
Mr. Chair, the Carson River Bank stabilization and channel maintenance. I guess we didn't, I don't know if Rob, I believe was his name, is still on.
Rob Holly, yeah. Rob, are you still there, buddy? I can
Yes,
get it.
sir.
Okay, Mr. Jacobson has some
I
questions.
guess
for
my
you.
question is is the 300,000 a make or break deal for you, or can this be done in phases and we pay for phase one out of this ARPA funds?
It could be done in phases. A lot of it depends on the weather. You can't undo what the weather does, but it's conceivable that it could be done in phases and make some changes in the channel. And yes, short answer, I know you're busy, is yes.
So could we cut that in half, you think, Rob, and get us on our way, get us started?
By a third would be better.
Ooh, you're a hard bargain guy.
So you need a third of the money.
That was quick.
We only need
No,
a third
cut
of the
by a
money. Hey,
third.
good job. Thanks, Rob, for bringing that to the table.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, a third would be better, but okay, yeah, let's throw 200 in there and see how that
We're
looks.
just playing with it. And can we talk to the Boys and Girls Club next?
Actually, can we go to the community center, community response and resource center real quick?
Sure.
Can you, City of Fernley, you still here? Oh, they are not.
She was online. I saw Daphne online.
Daphne, are you online still?
Hello, this is Trish Cotter. I'm with the City of Fernley. Miss Daphne's in another meeting, but I can answer your question.
Okay. All right. So we're looking at these. We're trying to make some hard cuts. We're down to 6.8. We're trying to make sure everybody gets something. And I am operating on the assumption, I think we all are, that hopefully everybody asked for a little bit more than they, really needed. It was the pie in the sky and, willing to work. If we were to cut that, say by 30%, would that still get you well on your way?
Yes, we'd be very happy with that.
Okay. So let's, Josh, cut that by 30% if you could.
That'd be 350.
Mm-hmm.
And oh, go ahead. I got an
No,
idea.
that's fine. You're going ahead.
Well, I was just, I'm going back to the ambulances. And Central Lyon has requested 2 ambulances. I think if we gave them $300,000, they could live, because the ambulance cost they had was $218,000. So that would be almost an ambulance and a half, at $300,000. That would give us another 100,000.
Chief McIntosh, you on the line still?
Yeah, good afternoon. I am still online. Can you hear me?
Yep, we got you.
We would graciously accept 300,000. We'd be able to cost share the other 100,000 to purchase both ambulances.
Okay, that's good. Thank you for being amenable to that. Okay, that gets us to 6.6. Yeah, Boys and Girls Club. That's a tough one.
It is.
Can you guys come on up real quick? Mr. Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Love what you guys are doing, want to support, want to help. But 275 work?
Yeah, it's 275 more than we had before we got here.
And you guys do, and yeah, we hate doing this because you guys are always so good at coming to the table with additional money. And we're hoping you can capitalize on that again.
Yeah, like we had with the Dayton project, any support from the county shows really well with all other funders. So thank you.
Okay.
And if you want to run a fundraiser and have a dunk take, I volunteer to chair.
We'll make back that money in no time.
Yeah.
It'll only work once, because I'll splash all the water out. So yeah, Josh, you already did that. You beat me to it. So
Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Going back up. So we really, I mean, we had.
Do we, sorry, Chairman Gray, I was curious. I know we talked about this earlier. It seems like I feel like I didn't come here today thinking that I was going to dump 2.2 million in the Fernley Justice Court. So I don't want, with that, or not, how much is in our court fund that we could use to offset from this? I don't necessarily want to take money from these very worthwhile projects. If we can save a penny or two, how much is in that?
Josh Floyd, Lyon County Comptroller, for the record. I would have to go look, but it seems like it's around 100,000 in the city of Fernley's.
And you were going right exactly where I was going. However, that money, we're already talking about allocating to the Justice Complex in Dayton, correct?
That was the budget discussion. that we had.
So, I'm sorry, just give me 2 seconds to finish this thought. So what I'd like to do is, even though it's, because we have not actually cut that project at all. You guys, and I understand why you did it. You combine two projects into one, and we cut one project totally. We've cut just about everything else. So I would say we take a look at the Justice Court, and if we cut $400,000 from that project, that'll get us to right where we need to be able to close today out.
Mr. Chair, actually, if we're $375,893.41. If we took that out of the 2,200,000, that would leave $1,824,106.59 towards the Justice Court, and you will be balanced.
Okay, that's what I said about. So that would be my suggestion. That'll balance us out. Just about everybody got something, and they're well on their way. How do you guys feel?
I feel great.
Rob, how do you feel? Vida, are you on the line? We may be at a decision.
Oh, I'm here. I've been listening to every word. I think you're all big mistakes, but that's okay. That's my opinion. You're sticking with a community center that we, at this point, don't know with inflation what it's going to cost. You're cutting back on a justice complex in Burnley that's going to be mandated. We're going to have to take care of in the future. I just feel like you're making the cuts in the wrong places. You're cutting back on ambulances. I disagree with the way you've set it up.
Okay, well, we've talked to each entity, and they said they can live with it and plug the gaps. And yeah, I mean, I understand your concerns, but this gets us. So you want to give comptroller that? And with our previous allocations, I personally think we've done pretty darn good hammering this out. Anybody have any last, I mean, Josh, you want to run that balance real quick?
Yeah.
Actually, we need to.
Excuse me, yeah,
we need Josh.
Please sit down.
So if you could repeat your question, sir.
Can you put in the amount for the justice complex that that you just talked about, so we can get down to where we need to be? You did? Okay, so
You're at zero.
we're at
You've
zero. Good.
allocated
Oh,
it
there you go.
all.
That's why I didn't look at it. So I guess what I'm looking for now is a motion.
Actually, before we make a motion, Chairman Gray, I've got just a couple questions. So with this, and I see our main man and superstar treasurer back there thinking we got out of here without any attention to us. However, so we allocate this money right now. And I'm just going to pick on our dog park because I think that's a wonderful project.
Kick the dog walls down.
So what accountability is there for these people to do this? Or does the county step in and help them out? Where do we make sure that this funding is spent where it was earmarked for?
Josh Fuller, Lyon County Comptroller for the record. So the answer to that is each one of these entities, before they spend a dime, needs to give me a call. We will walk through the process. Some of these entities, such as the fire districts, we'll probably enter into sub-recipient agreements with them, outlining what they have to do. For the dog park, because that is county-owned property, that's just expenses on our side. We just needed to coordinate and make sure we get everything together. The majorities, these are that way, but like the Boys and Girls Club, they'll reach out. We've done this on the CARES funding, and we'll go through that type of information. Dayton Valley Conservation District, before they spend a dime, we need to make sure they're going through the proper federal procurement guidelines on how they're spending the money and so on and so forth. And so it's a lot easier for them to talk to me ahead of time than for us to say, well, I appreciate you went out and did the job, but you didn't meet the guidelines, so we can't pay you any of the federal money. So that would be, at this point, if the board approves this, it's full steam ahead. We don't come back to the board except for sub-recipient agreements, which we would also do with the Dayton Valley Conservation District.
Mr. Foley, before you make that assumption, we don't come back to the board. I would like to have regular reports on this quarterly as where everybody stands. 'Cause I don't want to get down to the point where we're sitting on money that can't be executed, that we can execute somewhere else. So I don't want to just say, hey, here you go, have fun, and never hear from you again. I'd like to see progress, like with the Mount House Community Center. I want to see progress on getting partners lined up, going after grants. Boys and Girls Club, you guys already know how to do it. You're good. And if you could please partner up with them, it's a community that really needs help. Fire department, if you guys could get together and look at maybe a group purchase or something with it, like we talked about earlier, maybe make the dollars go a little bit farther.
And
but we don't want to we're not going to wash our hands of this as of the day. There's just too much money being allocated, and we are going to follow up, and there's going to be accountability.
And the community centers are going to come back to you, and I'm going to tell you it's going to cost more than the 1.2 million, because that's the contractor cost to build it. You still have to pay an architect to do all of that. So I realize you had the discussion of the 1.2 million, but we weren't talking about the 1.4 million or so that it may actually end up.
Well, I'm hoping we can come back in with the 1-for-1 match through other agencies.
And then just so it's on public record, Mr. Foley, can we review the dates that this money needs to be either allocated towards, purchased, completed? If we could go through a little of that.
Yes, so the projects need to be obligated by December 31st, 2024, ideally spent by then as well, but we actually in the statute have drop dead date of December 31st, 2026 if it's obligated by then, or obligated by December 31st, 2024.
And then I guess, sorry to bogart the conversation here, but I've just got I just want to make sure. So Mr. Chairman, with your grace, if you don't mind. So let's say there's cost overruns or a project comes back under, just for the record, maybe what they do there, or do they have discretion to let's say the fair board, they're $12,000 short on the replacing of the asphalt. So they say, well, you know what, concrete slab's got to go? Do they need to come back to us for a budget amendment? Is that something they work out with you? How does?
Any overage would come back to the Board of County Commissioners. If there were other projects that were able to come in under, then you could reallocate funding, but any overage on any of them, unless they have other funds to match, not ARPA funds, but other funds, then it would come back to the board. So as an example, if the Boys and Girls Club of Mason Valley came back or found out it was going to be $50,000 more than they anticipated, they could fund that on their side through however they come up with the donations to do so. Doesn't ever come back to the Board of County Commissioners for another approval. However, if they're saying, hey, we need another $50,000, and there were actually some other projects that came under, then you could have those discussions at that time.
Thank you. And I know it'll be hard for us to entertain any overages. I mean, just based on the way our budget discussions went yesterday and the way, the budget's going forward. So my recommendation, we get out there, get moving today, get prices locked in and get things going and get your partners lined up.
Yeah. And again, on the prices, we need to make sure that we go through the proper competitive bidding processes under federal statute for some of these, which many of them won't be an issue, but anything that's over $2,000 is an issue. We also fall under, for many of these projects, state NRS, the ones that are for Lyon County entities. So as an example, anything happens at the fairgrounds, even if we get a quote and we don't have to go out to bid pursuant to federal guidelines, pursuant to state guidelines, if it's on property and we're doing a public works project, we have to get 3 competitive quotes if it's underneath a certain dollar amount.
And you'll work with each of the groups to make sure those things happen, correct?
I will be busy, I think.
I was just going to say, Mr. Chairman Gray, I was going to say, Mr. Foley is really tickled that we approved so many different projects instead of paring it down. You're going to kill us.
Animal services went unscathed also.
That some of that surgical equipment we got for the.
He was smart. He got it in the other budget.
Yeah, well, he might use some of that surgical equipment on us.
All right, we are, there's no more further discussion. If we're all through the angst, we're looking for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we allocate ARPA money as outlined to the projects as outlined on the amended spreadsheet.
Would you guys be still amenable to the quarterly report on that, see where we stand with those projects, so we're not caught in a bind down the road?
Does that need to be in the motion? If it does,
I think they need to be bound by it.
Okay, I'm not quite sure how to do that, but so
it may be cleaner to have that as a commissioner request under agenda requests on the regular agenda. That way you don't have any other issues.
I just don't want to see this forgotten about. I want it to be bound. So, okay.
But can I put a caveat on there that the sheriff's department's got to buy American-made motorcycles?
We've had these discussions. They know they're getting them.
Okay. All right. Then the motion stands.
Okay, motion stands. Okay, any discussion on the board? Ms. Keller?
No, I'm here. I had you muted. No, my only comment is that I really think that we've addressed this incorrectly. We're not really taking care of county as a whole. And so I will be a no vote.
Okay, thank you. Any no more discussion here? All right, any further public discussion either in chambers or on Zoom? Please, sir, community.
I just wanted to address our program. Josh said that our program qualifies under ARPA. He thought that the question was reasonable expenses. And just like all the other providers in here, we're willing to work with whatever is reasonable in the commission's mind. And by that, I mean, we submitted for a 2-year program, but 1 year would not be an issue. And then on top of that, some of the things that weren't included in his consideration for reasonable were the first responders app and the consumer awareness campaign. We want people to know where to turn for this. And you've already heard that, we've affected lives in this community already, but that's through them contacting me personally instead of being able to use this valuable service. So any amount that, as Josh said, that you can consider us, but just for an amount that's reasonable, and then you're not worried about, having a problem later. So we consider any support that you would offer that we could use to help this community.
Thank you. And thank you
Josh?
for your passion and the work you guys do.
Thank you. It's just lives depend on it. So that's why I wanted to be able to share with you that it's more than just the facilities, and there are more facilities than 6 also.
Understood.
I'll state that.
Mr. Jacobson.
And maybe some of this we may be able to fall under some of Shayla's grant writing abilities or whatever, maybe to utilize some of this, maybe as well. I can't speak for her, but I think she slipped out. You probably can't speak for her either.
I would prefer not to speak for her. I can tell her what I think she's gonna say, but I get in trouble doing that for my wife, so
There you go. Don't
not
we all?
going there.
Can I ask you a question, Josh? If you were to
This
consider-
is public comment.
Oh,
It's
it's
not.
just- Okay,
I'm
it's just a
sorry.
matter of what is a reasonable amount when you add. in
You got,
consumer
after the meeting, you could
awareness.
speak with him, but we can't. We're not open.
Well,
discussion.
I'm just going to leave it to you to maybe consider what a reasonable amount would be to include consumer awareness and the web app that we're going to provide your first responders, in addition to the fact that there's more than 6 total.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Anybody else for public? So we've got Healthy Communities Coalition.
Thank you. Hello again. I would just like to respond to the concerns of not having a plan. There are multiple options for this pantry. One is the building that is available for lease, that we could work into a lease option and match the funds that were provided by the ARPA funds to purchase that building. There's also the option to purchase property and transfer our existing modular onto that property. Both of those things would fall well within the 2-year limit that I've only honestly heard for our project. I haven't really heard that addressed for the others. So there are options that are easily and readily available for use of those funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comment online? Okay, we're going ahead and take the vote at this time. You want to restate your motion, just so everybody knows?
Motion was that we allocate ARPA funding as listed on the revised spreadsheet.
Okay, and we have a second. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
I opposed. Can you hear me? I'm not sure if my phone.
Yeah, no, we did. You were a little lagged. It sounded like you were lagged for an aye.
I was trying to say hi and you guys all went aye. And so then I was like, no, but I'm the opposed one.
So the motion passes 4-1. ARPA funds are expended. Thank everybody. Thank you all for a very painful day and hanging in there with us, and wish we could have done more for everybody. But I think everybody won a little bit and everybody paid a little bit. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, you guys wait. We haven't adjourned yet. We're gonna go to our final, we're gonna go to our commissioner comments here real quick. We have not adjourned yet. Please take your seats. Sir, we have not adjourned yet. Please take your seat. No, it's okay. So we've got commissioner comments here real quick. We just finished item number 5. I think that's the longest item we've ever had since I've been on the board. And so we've got to go to our commissioner comments. We'll start with Commissioner Keller. Sing them.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. Yeah, long day is all I can say. And hope everybody has a safe and enjoyable evening. I'm behaving myself.
Commissioner Hockaday.
Thanks for everybody for hanging in there. Again, wish we could have funded everything, but you all know how it works when you have a small pot. and a lot of-
Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah,
I'm falling asleep.
Trouble getting that.
I did.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say I'm proud of this board. Yeah, we had a difficult task today. It could have been a very emotional task. I think we all had our own opinions, and I think we have worked together and come together to a very good solution. It's going to do a lot of good for Lyon County. So I'm proud of each and every one of you. Thank you.
Commissioner Jacobson.
Thank you, Chairman Gray. I want to thank all of our requesters here today. I'm very impressed. I'm with Commissioner Henderson. I believe we talked about this format in Silver Springs at a meeting we had there about coming back and having an ARPA fund meeting. I don't think any of us anticipated that it would take till 4:40.
Oh, I did. That's why I wanted a special work session for this.
But with that, I do want to thank everybody and wish we could have funded, all of these projects 100%. Northland Fire for sure, and everything else. And then the other thing, I will be requesting at our next meeting. I do know that the food pantry in Silver Springs is an absolute necessity that we address. And so I will be requesting an agenda item next Thursday in the Dayton area for that. And I may be reaching out to some folks here in Lyon County to help me with that request. Thank you.
I want to say thank you guys to everybody again. That's why I knew this agenda item was going to go very long. Actually, believe it or not, I think we ended quicker than I thought we would. I thought there'd be a whole lot more gnashing of teeth. That's why it specifically requested just a day where we could just hear this one item. Thank you all. And that being said, we're going to go to final public comment. And is there any public comment online or in the audience? Ma'am.
The Dayton Valley Dog Park thanks you for all of your hard work. We really appreciate finally having Lyon County as a partner with us at the dog park.
Thank you.
Make sure that young man takes you out to eat on the way home, okay?
Remember, you're the important one. It's Cash.
Yes, Mountain House thanks you.
Name for the record.
Oh, sorry, Melinda Cash, Mountain House Advisory Board, the Mountain House community thanks you beyond belief. Thank you so much.
Anybody else? All right, we will adjourn this meeting.